I've been underwater and I've been sailing up in the clouds. I've been all around looking for my nirvana. Day and night I'm under the skies. I pray for a guiding light and another chance to show you that all I wanna is to hold you again, is to touch you again and let you in. I lost your trace somewhere by the border, and maybe I'm so afraid you never come back. I lost your trace somewhere by the border, and maybe I run the world to have you back. Not gonna see us fade away, gonna love you until the day I lay underground, yeah, even though you're not around. Just a little too late. It's my biggest mistake, letting you escape. I lost your trace somewhere by the border, and maybe I'm so afraid you never come back. I lost your trace somewhere by the border, and maybe I run the world to have you back. I'm waiting for a sign. Baby, come back to me. I'm begging, you know we were meant to be. Baby, come back to me. I'm begging. I lost your trace somewhere by the border, and maybe I'm so afraid you never come back. I lost your trace somewhere by the border, and maybe I run the world to have you back. And maybe I run the world to have you back. I can hear whispers too far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. I can hear whispers too far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. If I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive.
They've been trying for too long, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. Don't they know that I'm too strong? Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Determination on my side. Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. They're telling me to run and hide, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut.
Lights, camera, action. Lights, camera, action. I'll never stop believing. My glass is half full. I still sink my teeth in. 'Cause this life is beautiful. as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Took it all for granted, caught up in the madness, yeah. It goes hand in hand, but I'm on my path, yeah. Now I know my plans. Oh, never stayed for too long. Felt a pull inside so strong. You just got to hang on, take a chance, let it go. You can never let you on. I can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what it means to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the veil of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. I've been walking that walk. What I hear it's all talk, yeah. Never taking days off. Wait till a month's up, yeah. That show me love. Oh, always play the same song. Don't forget what's right from wrong. You just got to hang on, take a chance, let it go. You can never let you on. I can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what it means to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the veil of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. Standing on the edge, I can feel it in the air tonight. I'm ready to give my love, holding on to you for life. So many ways we could have gone, but nothing could have kept me away from you. Here we are, just you and I. When everything fades, we're alone tonight. It's through it all, you've been the one that I've been searching for. It all comes back to you. And I won't let you down. And all I wanna do is shout it out. I only wanna be with you.
got me begging, coming back for more. Baby, you're all that I'm looking for. If this love is all that I have, if this beat is all that I am, then nothing can take this away. I'm flying and now on my way. You got me feeling things I never thought I could. I can't stop smiling every time that I'm with you. And I know that nothing gonna break us down. Every day we're getting stronger. Rewind, take it back, let this feeling last forever. Up high in the sky, like a rocket going higher. You got me walking on the moon. Nothing, nothing can hold us back. Nothing, nothing can hold us back. Reach out and rise above, 'cause we're searching for a higher love. Don't you worry, we'll be together. Stay in this moment, stay here forever. If this love is all that I have, if this beat is all that I am, then nothing can take this away. I'm flying and now on my way. You got me feeling things I never thought I could. I can't stop smiling every time that I'm with you. And I know that nothing gonna break us down. Every day we're getting stronger. Rewind, take it back, let this feeling last forever. Up high in the sky, like a rocket going higher. You got me walking on the moon. Nothing, nothing can hold us back. 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 Nothing gonna break us down. Every day we're getting stronger. Rewind, take it back, let this feeling last forever. Up high in the sky, like a rocket going higher. You got me walking on the moon. Nothing, nothing can hold us back. Nothing, nothing can hold us back. Nothing can hold us back. Nothing, nothing can hold us back. Nothing, nothing can hold us back. Nothing, nothing can hold us back. Nothing can hold us. Nothing, nothing can hold us back. Nothing can hold us. Nothing, nothing can hold us back. Nothing, nothing can hold us. Nothing can hold us.
Nothing comes easy. I've learned that the hard way. I've had those bad days. Yeah, I've had those bad days. And they say, never gonna make it that far. You don't even know who you are. You'll never go all the way. Who do you think that you are? But I know, I know, I know. never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong.
I've never breathed Wild Rift.
We have gone through the best of the best.
It's now or never.
That was massive.
This is gonna be hype.
This is your moment to shine.
It's down to this final play.
Bigger than me, you're not bigger than me. Big up on the streets, but I'm bigger on the scene. Yeah, bigger than me, you're not bigger than me.
Welcome to the Horizon Cup, where we expected out-of-this-world outplays, we expected hype pop-offs, and we even expected an upset or two, but I didn't think all of that would be delivered on day number one. What's up, everyone? I'm Daniel D-Gar Gonzalez, holding down the analyst desk with TJ and Excoundrel. How you doing, TJ?
I'm doing very well. I'm on all day today, so it is International TJ Day. You can't stop me, you can stop me.
Wait, Excoundrel, aren't you going to be on all the time, too?
I'm on all day too, and I'm stuck in this screen, so you've got to worry about me a bit less than TJ.
Oh, and also, TJ, I'm going to be on all day, too. So it's all of us International Day. That's what it is. Yeah.
I like that.
All right, well, let's get into the action. After day number one's matches, here's what the standings look like. And one thing that stands out to me is where the Southeast Asian teams stand and the Chinese teams that have taken their place at the top compared to predictions here.
Yeah, there's something wrong with that first table there. SBTC Esports, who were one of the tournament favorites, lost their match to Kun Gaming yesterday. So a huge upset, but I think they're going to come back strong today.
Yeah, and TJ, another one is ThunderTalk Gaming finding themselves at the top despite roster swaps.
Yeah, it was a dangerous kind of set of roster swaps coming in. They had visa issues, lost 3 players, but they kept their star. Z came in, rotated to the mid lane for this tournament and delivered. And Azure, their AD carry, their sub-AD carry, stepped up and went huge.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Azure overall. I was really impressed with ThunderTalk as well. Given those roster swaps, it was a huge expectation that they were really going to be at a diminished power level. I will say, though, I think a lot of people were expecting the Chinese teams to be this good. I think they knew the pedigree of mobile esports that they had in their region, and a lot of people knew that China would come in really strong to the Horizon Cup. They're just proving it already on the first day.
Yeah, they definitely are. And another major reason why we may have seen ThunderTalk succeed was this meta shift that we saw to Baron lane carries, TJ.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure how we felt about that because there was so much emphasis earlier in the tournament towards, or in earlier tournaments, towards the bottom lane. But as Excoundrel was kind of setting up for us, it's all about the Baron lane here.
Yeah, it's as we kind of talked about, there's a bit of a shift in the way the meta's played right now. We had the introduction of 2 Rift Heralds. It's delayed the Baron. It also has altered timings for Dragon fights as well. And that has unlocked more split pushing potential. And of course, by proxy, that unlocks Baron laners. And that has really been the prediction from a lot of analysts coming into this tournament. Baron lane is going to be the lane that is going to dominate. Now, of course, when we looked over at ThunderTalk, it wasn't exactly their Baron laner that was doing the split pushing. It was Huiba in the jungle. But realistically, from what I've seen on the first day, it's only ThunderTalk that is currently capitalizing on that. They are the first team I've really seen in Wild Rift Esports that have properly executed and delivered on a split push strategy.
Well, TJ, what are some of the units that have been kind of important in this new meta shift?
Well, we've seen obviously the focus towards that top lane, the Darius, the Renekton's getting very high priority, Fiora almost 100% ban. For us, though, in terms of characters that have been played, we were very impressed by Galio, we were very impressed by Lucian. Galio, of course, saw huge performances as both support and mid laner, massive AP in the late game. And Lucian, if yesterday's results are anything to judge by, may be the AD carry to beat.
Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on that. Now let's turn to the schedule and let's go bottom up. We've got ThunderTalk returning to face Japan's Sengoku Gaming at the end of the day with DKG versus TSM and Team Secret versus EBRO ahead of them. But game one's very interesting to me because it welcomes back a tournament favorite, SBTC, that faltered in day number one. Now, TJ, a month ago, you were extremely confident about SBTC, so much that you shared it with the public. So I gotta ask you, are you still flexing about them being tournament favorites?
Yeah, not only did I make this tweet, but this tweet actually got featured by the Vietnamese official Wild Rift Esports channel. They pulled it. They were like, TJ, fix this about our teams. And I will stand by it. I know everyone is, down on SBTC after a single loss, but It's not new for them. They quite frequently drop single games at the beginning of tournaments. And even though things went wrong for them yesterday, they'll bounce back today.
Scoundrel, diamond hands or paper hands, brother?
Somewhere in the middle. Somewhere in the middle. I think they overthought their draft yesterday. I think they really outplayed themselves a little bit, and I think they're a little bit behind the way that ThunderTalk approached the game. ThunderTalk came in with a clear strategy. They had adapted to the new play style that not you have to play, but the new Rift Herald kind of spawns have unlocked in the game. And I think, unfortunately, SBTC were just a little bit behind. They were expecting to have to team fight for every dragon, and I think, Dakun came in and said, no, we don't need to do that at all.
Well, I think a very specific thing went wrong yesterday. And it starts in the draft, for me, the draft of game number 1. Because SBTC have this kind of bread and butter style that they love to use. It's all about this draft over on the right-hand side, where you have the Twisted Fate in the middle setting up for gold card stuns with the Varus as well as the Darius to follow up behind it. You have so much CC that all revolves around those gold cards. And when they tried to draft it yesterday, they locked in the Darius, they locked in the Varus, and then they realized they were facing a Zed in the middle of the map. And SBTC didn't want to play a Twisted Fate into that, so they ended up in this weird draft where you have the beginnings of their full CC focus and then a pivot towards late game, pulling out things like the Graves, pulling out the Braum to play towards late game team fighting, but it's a half step and one that threw them off.
Yeah, and Scoundrel, you've kind of brought up the point when we saw this draft, you weren't so deterred about the Zed versus TF matchup.
No, I actually don't think Zed versus TF, like individually on a one-on-one matchup, of course, post 5, it's terrible for Twisted Fate. But what I would say is that if you're picking Twisted Fate, you're not picking him for lane dominance. You're not picking him to be able to kill Zed. He's supposed to influence the map and supposed to kind of like, as TJ said, individual lockdown in team fights. You can queue up gold card, even if the Zed does use his ultimate and then pin him down. But TF has always been about map pressure and map presence. And that's not exactly the matchup that you're worried about if you're going into Zed specifically. But I actually think when you look at that draft, they pivoted because they kind of built an anti-melee comp. Like we saw that in one of the dragon fights. They actually won versus Kun Gaming in a dragon fight because they had a really strong anti-melee comp with the Diana, the Braum, the Darius, and the addition of the Graves as well, which is a strong anti-melee jungler. But they just never got the option to team fight, and that was the problem. They built this team fight comp, but never got the option to actually team fight because Dakun knew they couldn't engage on them because of how strong the 5v5 was. And they did eventually when they were so far ahead in gold that it didn't matter. But realistically, they just didn't get to play the game the way they get to play the game the way they wanted to. Sorry, it's early in the morning for me getting my words out.
No worries. Hey, look, TJ doesn't seem too worried about yesterday's loss, and neither does SBTC's Aquino. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
Tụi em thấy cũng không có gì phải gọi là quá buồn cả, và tụi em sẽ cố gắng cho những trận sau để thể hiện lại bản thân của mình. Nói chung là cái cảm giác buồn đó sẽ qua nhanh, tại vì tụi em phải tập trung cho trận đấu sau và tụi em.
SBTC fancy a bit of this, but they realize the backup is coming. It doesn't matter when they pick up the Rakan so quickly.
Tụi em sẽ cố gắng thể hiện để cho mọi người nhìn nhận về Việt Nam mình một cách tốt nhất. WRE là một trong 3 đội mà team em đánh giá là rất là cao trong mùa giải lần này. Phải về nhà chuẩn bị nhiều bài dở hơn để chiến đấu với họ.
So, interesting thing there that we got to see is that they count Rolster Y as one of the top 3 strongest teams. Obviously, they don't want to dwell on the loss to DK, but I think that is so interesting compared to what we expect out of this squad.
Yeah, I mean, doing some quick math, that means that they think one of the 2 Chinese teams, assuming they're also counting themselves in the top 3, one of the 2 Chinese teams are not in their own top 3, which is kind of interesting from SBTC.
Yeah, well, Rolster Y, who make it from Korea, they make their Horizon Cup debut, and my League of Legends PC brain is telling me they should be favorites because they're from Korea, right? Is that how it works?
Not so much in Wild Rift, because we did a little preseason tournament where we had the best teams in China, the WPL, play off against the best teams in Korea, the WCK.
Okay.
And at that event, the WCK got absolutely smashed. Rolster was the only team that took games off of any of the WPL rosters. They won a series over BLG, easily the weakest team there from the WPL. And they took a single game off of OMG in the otherwise clean sweep finals. But they have a long way to go if they want to match those Korean expectations on the world stage.
Right. Scoundrel, what's the road to success then for this roster?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I think, given their performance at the show match that TJ was talking about, there were low expectations. But word on the ground, scrims, and some of the competitors out there, we may be looking at a different beast in KT Rolster coming into this particular tournament. I'm very excited for the prospects of this Korean team, specifically in the power of Rattel, their Baron laner. We've talked about the Baron lane meta and how impactful it's going to be at this tournament, where you have got a standout Baron lane carry. He is easily, in my opinion, the star of this team. Look at him right here on the Irelia. Absolute monster, and I think we have to keep our eyes on this guy heading through the tournament.
Now, when you look at these two teams against each other, do you feel like this matches up?
I think it's a very good matchup in the top lane because Rattel is incredibly good. He gets a ton of resources from his team. And on the opposite side, you're playing into Yanaro, who isn't the best top laner that's played on that SBTC roster, who has struggled domestically and doesn't get the same amount of attention from his jungle. So it's an opportunity for Rolster, who I think are the underdogs here, to blow open the top side of the map and force SBTC to respond, to get off their game.
Now, even though the fact that we're starting to hear they're picking up in scrims, that we heard from SBTC themselves, that, hey, Rolster is one of the top 3 teams in the tournament. We're not worried about, some of these changing things that are happening?
Yeah, I mean, things went messy for SBTC yesterday, but the analogy I would make is we saw this happen in the regional tournament as well, the Icon Series Grand Finals versus Team Secret, who are also here, SBTC. Basically the same thing that happened to them yesterday. They tried to draft their bread and butter composition, very similar to the composition I highlighted earlier that's very big in Vietnam, and it went wrong. They got absolutely bodied by the meta that Team Secret brought. Team Secret played towards the late game, brought out tanks, hyper carries like a Vayne, and it caught them completely off guard. But SBTC made the adjustment mid-series, came back, never happened again, clean swept the rest. And I do think Darkun are a much bigger threat than we thought. I do think they brought a meta yesterday around those Baron lane picks that Xscoundrel was talking about, around just the way and tempo at which they're playing, that is very scary. But I think SBTC can make the adaptations and catch up very quickly.
Xscoundrel?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a litmus test. This is going to be a really big litmus test, not only for SBTC, but also for KT. This series, to me, is going to be our most closely fought of the entire day. And I think the winner of this will give a real indicator about the sort of level of strength in this group. If SBTC lose here, I'm a little concerned, honestly. I'm a little concerned for them as being the SEA champions. And I think it might be even harder for them to come back from that and find their way out of groups.
Yeah, now, there's something about international play, right? Everyone develops their meta. We've already surmised, hey, when Korea played against China in the Rift Rivals-like tournament, they got smacked, right? But they're making their debut. They've seen SBTC, a tournament favorite, already wounded. Do you feel like there's an opportunity there for Rolster Y to step on a team that maybe isn't up to form, maybe a little bit behind the meta?
Well, I do think we got 2 new pieces of information. First of all, that little interaction that they had between the WPL and WCK means something different now that we know just how good the WPL teams are. They looked very impressive, and Korea looks less bad by comparison.
Sure.
The other thing is, I think Xscoundrel's right. I think today is where we figure out whether or not SBTC have come here to play, can bring the results that they had regionally to this international event, or whether or not they're going to fall to the likes of KT Rolster and the teams that are really competing at the highest level.
Well, we'll definitely find out very soon. And TJ, you're going to want to take a look at this. Check out our MasterCard fan predictions, where over 80% of the folks at home believe Rolster Y are taking the win today. The folks at home, that is a heavy vote, man.
I figured it out. No, so what it is people in Twitch chat, they have very short memories.
People in Twitch chat.
They have very short memories. You all looked at the result yesterday and you're making a prediction based on it, and that's not how science is done. We have the control group, that was yesterday, and now we're going to start experimenting.
All right, well, it's time for our prediction.
We need peer review.
We can't peer review. You're the expert here, so I need your prediction here. We're going to go with Xscoundrel first because I have a feeling where you're going. Xscoundrel, who you got in this matchup for game 1 of the day?
2-1 KT. I think KT are going to surprise a lot of people. I've been hearing good things about them in scrims and their Baron laner Rattel. Maybe if they can execute this split push strategy, it's going to be good.
Quick, TJ.
I'm going to peer review that. No. 2-0 SBTC all the way.
All right, hey guys, well, thank you for your predictions. We'll see if this is another day for the underdogs or if the Titans will sit comfortably in their throne as we get Horizon Cup Day 2 underway. It's going to be a banger. Make sure you get everything you need at home to enjoy the whole day, the first international tournament in Wild Rift, the Horizon Cup coming at you right now.
Wild Rift teams from around the world.
Different stages of esports building up to this moment.
We're about to witness history. Kun facing TSM.
WRE, he is becoming an unstoppable beast.
He might actually win this.
Oh my god, he gets the dog. Oh my god!
有点小紧张，就有一种感觉，有种就是那种对胜利的渴望。
From Brazil, TSM.
O nosso time tem bastante histórico, na verdade, de começar atrás.
TSM are gonna find the ace and take the victory lap around Tribes Nexus.
Cada confiou no próprio time, a gente conseguiu virar o jogo.
SBTC honestly felt like they couldn't contend.
我觉得他们没有 SE 厉害，我觉得我们应该能很简单的拿下他们。
Cảm giác của em là một chút gì đó hơi gung gung nhưng mà nó rất là vui, được thỏa mãn cái đam mê của mình ấy, được đứng trên sân khấu, được đánh và cho nhiều người dưới xem ấy.
Favorites SBTC, who did get O2'd, so maybe not favorites anymore.
Nói chung là cảm giác buồn nó sẽ qua nhanh tại vì tụi em phải tập trung cho trận đấu sau.
He's gonna do it, it's ThunderTalk! They're gonna complete the sweep all the way back!
ThunderTalk Gaming, they've had a big shakeup in their roster. They've replaced 3 starting players.
This team is so exciting. Team Secret versus EBRO Gaming to wrap up.
Realmente creo que salimos medio desconcertados, no dando lo mejor de nosotros.
Secret, it doesn't matter what the fight looks like, they're always gonna win it.
Sí creo que es uno de los equipos más fuertes, pero vamos a dar todo y vamos a salir a ganar, como siempre.
I've never breathed Wild Rift.
We have gone through the best of the best.
It's now or never.
That was massive.
This is gonna be hype.
This is your moment to shine.
It's down to this final play.
Bigger than me, you're not bigger than me. Big up on the streets, but I'm bigger on the scene. Yeah, bigger than me, you're not bigger than me. Nope.
It's day number 2 of the Wild Rift Esports Horizon Cup, live from Suntech Convention Center. I'm Brandon, with me is Omo. We're taking a look at these two teams. We're back at it again. Rolster playing for the first time for us today. And SBTC showing up once again.
And I'm excited here, Brandon. The first game we get to cast, and I think it's gonna be a banger. We're gonna have 2 amazing teams here. Rolster from Korea, as well as SBTC from Vietnam. I think the exciting storyline that we have is SBTC, they're gonna be hungry for revenge here.
Absolutely, they need to get on the board. Southeast Asia weren't able to get a win yesterday. Today, that might just change. Make DJ a very happy boy. Has to change, as a matter of fact. That being said, though, Rolster still unplayed in this competition so far. This is their very first game for a lot of people. I think Skandra put it best. This is a litmus test for them, and I think you wanted to come up with a different analogy. This is the great filter.
It is a great filter. It's the litmus test, whatever you want to call it. I think that Rolster a lot of people are looking down on this team, but I feel like, you know, Korea, a region with such a strong esports background, Rolster a team that has the history in gaming, they're definitely going to come in strong. They're definitely going to come in ready to play, and I think that this is going to be the great filter for all the teams in their group. Can you beat Rolster? If you can, you have the potential to become a great team. If you can't, then you're probably just stuck in the middle of the pack. You need to be able to beat this team if you want to show off and prove you're the best.
Absolutely. For both sides, as a matter of fact, right? Especially because when you heard SBTC, you know, when they had that interview, they were talking about how Rolster were probably one of the top 3 in the competition.
Yes.
You know, I think that's a really valid point, and that means, you know, maybe they're kind of hedging their bets here. They're saying that if we lose to Rolster, well, guess what? We thought they were on the top 3 anyway, so maybe it's not so bad for us.
So covering themselves a little bit first, just in case anything goes wrong. Right?
Absolutely, especially because Scrim Bucks are in play.
Yeah.
Scrim results have been in favor of Rolster Y, and so wait, we all know what happens when you start playing with Scrim Bucks. You know, the results
you
are
never
a little
really
bit
get to
inflated.
cash them in sometimes, right?
Exactly.
And I think that if we're talking about Scrim Bucks, I mean, we're already using the analogy. Let's run with it a little bit here. We've heard that Kun Gaming, one of the best teams here, if not the best team here by far in scrims, and it showed yesterday in gameplay. So Rolster Y coming in, people are saying they're the most improved team. Hopefully, like Kun before them, they get to show it off here today.
But I'm going to give SBTC some slack because I've always been the person that says the Vietnamese region, they need a little bit of time to get rid of the nerves, right? They need to play it out. They need to drop a game first before they can come back and make that
Akeno
second
said it
one
as
work.
well. He felt nervous going into game yesterday, but soon he realized, no, it's fun. We get to shake off our nerves, and we are here to play. Hopefully, that's what we see from them today.
Absolutely. We even got to see them a little bit while they were getting prepared for the matches. Both Rolster Y and SBTC, they look calm, they look collected. But I have to say, Rolster, they look like they had some fire in their eyes. They were prepared.
Oh, yeah. And I think that coming into game today, it's going to give them a little bit of an advantage as well. They don't know what they're going to play. This is their first set. They came in yesterday. They saw what happened to SBTC losing game 1, how they adapted into game 2, and having these facts on their mind, it's going to help KT Rolster here a little bit in draft as well.
Rolster stopped by banning away the Senna, Fiora, and Yasuo. That Fiora is a huge pickup that you've been mentioning.
That's right.
You know, that's one of the picks that has been not seen in the competition.
It's
You don't
permaban.
see it in the stats
It
at
might
all
be permaban.
because it's permaban.
That's right.
We also see from SBTC side the Ziggs, Renekton, and Camille, just
boy.
strong bans overall, but that leaves open the Riven.
Yeah, it's really just picking your poison. What do you really want to play against? Riven's not fun, but neither is Camille, neither is Fiora. You don't want to play against Renekton either, so you let through the Riven. What is your answer? Knowing Vietnam, knowing SBTC, I think it's very likely to see a Darius coming here for Unero, but you gotta keep in mind, Riven can still be flexed to the jungle. You have to be careful of any potential counter picks, and I like this. No more playing to your strengths. We are going to be playing to what we are good at, and that's TF on Lee Sin.
Bringing back that aggression in the jungle, that look that worked so well for them in the C Championships. Lee Sin now coming back and doubling down on a strategy that has allowed for them to get a lot more pressure and aggression off, but we've also started to see some of the counterplay available for teams that want to play against that. Stuff like the Grays able to shut that down, stuff like the Jacks.
There we go. Like you said, Grandin, I'm so proud of you. You're calling the draft as we go along, and I think that the Graves-Riven combo here, it's going to be a really strong one. The picks individually are really good. Graves is happy to play into Lee Sin, but both of these teams going to be showing their Baron lane, going to be showing their jungle picks off here early, and I want to see what we're going to hold as we drop in the draft. I love this so far from Rolster Y. Twisted Fate pairs so well with Graves. You give him point and click CC, you give him priority in lane, and together the dynamic duo of Isaac and Do, they're going to be going to the top lane, helping Rattel out to snowball in this matchup.
What this does mean though is that SBTC get first pick prio towards the bomb side. That Dragon lane is going to be filled in with the Varus first. Could potentially take away something like the Braum as well, something that would pair very well with that Graves.
Yeah, and this Varus pick for Kiro, I think it's a very strong one. I think it's a very effective one.
One of his most played.
One of his most played as well, definitely. And the problem they had yesterday was that he played it into Ziggs. And that matchup is always going to be slightly Ziggs favored. SBTC, they come in with a bit of adaptations today. We're going to get rid of Ziggs. We're going to get the next strongest marksman in Varus. And what is your answer to deal with our bottom lane? Maybe something like a Lucian Nami here that can play both aggressively and defensively. For Rolster Y might play out well, but I do like this Galio, still a flex. You hold your mid-sub flex for last pick. Trash being picked against Akeno. That is pretty brave here.
Absolutely. I mean, Akeno has been someone that demands that Thresh ban. Instead, Rolster Y will pick it up themselves. Also going for that misfortune. It kind of feels like they have a lot of good team fighting power around these choke points, but at the same time, SBTC going with that Galio. One of the highest picks in the competition so far. I think it's just one game away from Renekton, which has been the absolute highest pick champion.
Yeah, Renekton has been picked in 7 games, I think, right?
Yeah,
Bandit win rate's not the best, right? Yeah, Bandit a lot as well. He has a 4-3 win rate, but Galio's also a really highly picked champion. I like the adaptation here. You see your support matchup, you're happy with what you're gonna get. You go for a mid lane counter pick. You say, we take the Diana into the Twisted Fate. If you're trying to push and roam, I'm gonna jump on you. I'm gonna aggress on you. I'm not gonna allow you to do that for free. Overall, I do like what we're seeing from both of these teams. A little bit of different identities here. More 5-5 focus from the side of SBTC, but Rolster Y, a lot of pick potential and a lot of ability to say, you guys can't run into us, because if you do, you're running to smoke screen, you're running to the box, you're running to bullet time. How are you gonna come in?
Before I get into game though, I really want to touch on this a little bit more. This idea of the great filter, the litmus test that is Rolster Y for SBTC. I know you had some thoughts.
Yeah, I really think that you have to be able to, if you want to be a great team, if you want to be a great civilization, you have to pass the great filter that is Rolster Y. And this is going to be a big test for SBTC here. There is a very good chance, Grandin, that the Chinese teams coming to this tournament are just far and away the best. So with that in mind, is SBTC the next best? Is it Rolster Y? Who's it going to be? A lot of questions are going to be answered in this game.
Well, we're looking to see if we can find out any of those answers for us, as we should be going into the game pretty soon. We already have the locked-in final picks, and we're going back to what SBTC have been known for.
Yes.
A comfort pick style composition that's worked well for them in all forms of competition we've seen before. They've decided to put that Galio in the support position, and so it's going to be around to support the team more as opposed to be a playmaker.
Yeah, he does two things in the context of this game. One, give Aquino a lot of playmaking potential on something that's a bit more straightforward as well, which kind of fits the topic that we've been talking about. Nerves a very real issue for SBTC here. They're very young players. They're coming to the big stage for the first time. Sure, there may be no audience, but this is their first international event. You want to give them something easy to execute, something that they're familiar with, and I think it doesn't get any better here for SBTC.
Losing against the Chinese region teams, I don't think we have any issue with that whatsoever.
Well,
SBTC,
some issue.
Some issue. But you had a theory. If depending on how this score went, depending on how this game goes and how the score goes, you have a theory on how it's going to play out. We go into the Rift. I'm going to give you a couple seconds to explain that.
Well, I think the main thing we want to look out for here is I do want to pay attention to the game from level 1, because like we talked about yesterday, when you have certain champions with the point-and-click CC, you can't be so effective at level 1. We're not going to see an invade. Both of these teams just going to be jostling for mid-push, and this is something you can expect to see recurring a lot when you see mid-lane champions with roam potential and with heavy wave clear potential. You want to deny the ability of champions like TF, ASO, push and move to level 1.
So no 5-man mid then?
No 5-man mid. We're not going to be seeing that this game. I don't believe we're going to be seeing that from any of the good teams here. But with that in mind, though, there are situations where it might be called for. We'll keep that in mind as we go along the tournament, though, and we'll explore that a bit more.
Absolutely brutal. I want to talk a little bit about this Baron Lane matchup first.
Yes.
Because Rattel and Unero coming in, a bit of a change and a bit of a different look for SBTC. For you guys back at home, though, feel free to log in to your Prime Gaming, match that together with your Wild Rift account to get a random skin chest. Get some free swag.
I've already done mine.
You've done yours?
Of course.
Have you seen what you got?
No, I haven't opened it, but I've connected and got this all sorted out. You gotta get the free skins, you gotta get the swag.
Absolutely. Get the free stuff. Make sure you get that for yourself.
Yeah.
Let's go back to that point about Rattel and Unero, because Unero now coming in, replacing Minas, is a different look for this team. He's more of a stable player, not so much of a show-offy player.
Look, and you can see just from how the junglers are pathing what both of these teams want to do right from the get-go. Unero is looking to be stable, and that's why the Vietnamese teams value this Darius pickup so much. He doesn't require a lot of resources. He trades well. He's hard to dive. He scales pretty all right. Let him do his own thing, and that fits Unero's identity. He's going to be stable. He's going to look to come team fight. He does the job well. Not amazingly, but he can do it. And look at this. This is exactly what Warren wanted. Rolster wanted.
To the top side, Unero's going to get caught out. Has that barrier. Tries to pull someone in, but shit's going to get away.
Yeah, he's going to get away. Has to expand the barrier. But getting away is not the end of the story. Look at the wave. Look at the minimap right now. Look at the top tier 1 turret. Look at how many waves he's going to be missing out on. Look at the gold count on Rattel and Unero. We might not be able to see creep score, but look at that. 1,000 gold deficit from 2 minutes in the game on just the Baron Lane matchup. This is a potentially huge pain point for SBTC.
So they have to put some of that pressure on the other side of the map,
yes,
play for that cross map, get something going on the other end. TF's going to come down to the Dragon Lane. Fortunately for him, Rolster Y, great response, going to back off.
You see, you know what the problem here is, Gaminism? When Grandin, I forgot your name change. When you want to dive these lanes, when you want to dive the side lanes, you cannot do it with just your jungler unless you want to trade. If you want to force that 2v3, you need to make sure that your mid can come along, and that's not going to be possible because of the mid matchup.
It is going to be possible for Rolster Y. Isaac has his ultimate, so you could see for a second there, Rolster Y were prepared to play that 3v3. Isaac was teleported down with the Destiny Gate. So TF's going to go back for now. not exactly able to find the start that they were hoping for with this aggressive Lee Sin.
Yeah, the Lee Sin, he's not so worried for now. He has a bit of time to play with. You get about a couple of Dragon fights to really get something going. Find a nice little kick. And you have a lot of targets for that this game. I think that's what TF is going to be very happy with. If you get on MF, you're happy kicking her. TF, same story. So a lot of options for Lee Sin to play with. And I think if you look at this mid-lane matchup, it really encapsulates the nature of what these two champions want to be doing. TF just wants to push. But Diana is trying her best to not let you do so. And I love both support and bot lanes coming to just relieve pressure. Worth the time of being 30 right now, 4 minutes, objective spawn. You have to make sure you get your resets, get your roll, get your mid-fire.
Exactly. Get ready for those first objectives as they spawn up. Julie's actually going to have to base right before these objectives come online. He's going to have to...
But that's the nature of the matchup. Diana cannot push. You're playing for the big fights, but you have to sacrifice something somewhere.
It seems like SBTC want to start playing towards the Reptile first. That's that first one. We've seen how this has changed the meta a lot because you can no longer just have your Baron laner doing his own thing. You kind of have to invest in getting one of them because if the enemy team gets both, you kind of lose too much tempo, especially in that big mid lane.
And I love what we're seeing right now. SBTC, they do not want to trade, and this is great from Julie. He knows that he's not going to be able to make it before the Destiny Gate, so I'll just engage on you.
It's going on to Isaac. They get healed up, flash over the wall, but the gold card follows through, and Julie's going to have to get away.
Look, I thought he was just going to chunk him out and get out. That's why I kept talking, but he just went for the all-in. He went for the dive.
The Honey Fruit kind of just denied that kill there. So unlucky, so unfortunate. Aquino is going to lead the charge, but it's actually Rattel that finds the engage. The collateral damage finds first blood for Rolster. Why? The party doesn't end just yet. TF's going to come in now. Dead provides the support for Unero. He pops the Baron, but still goes down over to Salem. TF unable to find much more. The heal's going to come in.
Hero
gets one and looking to get out.
Hero wants to keep this going though. He does a lot of damage right now.
Takes the flash away from Doe. The Grace has to back off.
Look at this. I love the play from Julie right now. I love this so very much. He identifies correctly what he needs to be doing in this entire timing window. For the last minute and a half, he did not make a single attempt to come to the team fight at Harrow. He says to his team, you guys are on your own. We're going to go into X replay and let's take a look at that one. And while this is going on, look at the mini-map as well for one moment. This is a great start here for the side of Royal. Aquino goes in too early. I think you see some signs and nerves. His team is not ready. They're not in position to start losing members. One by one, you start to fall. But right now, TF, he's so strong on this season. He does a million damage. Hero as well with his Varus positioning so safely. Very good stuff from the jungler and marksman on the side of SBTC, but the rest of them, Unero, Aquino, they need to calm down.
Exactly. So early on, you have that execution damage from the Lee Sin. It gives so much more to these teams trying to find these early skirmishes. But Rolster, despite the fact that those fights haven't exactly gone in their favor, are still ahead in gold right now.
Why did he just use the heroic entrance? I couldn't really tell you. I feel like Aquino just misclicked something. They wanted to go for an engage maybe, and they botched it. Now Aquino gets caught. No
He's coming at a two-man taunt first. Julie's going to be nearby, trying to provide some support, but difficult. Rattel's right down in deep there. Coming in with the moonfall onto 3. Unero cannot follow up. That's the gold card, the stun, the damage laid down on Julie, taking down the Diana. And Rattel's still in the back line. He's making a mess. Unero, no point crying over spilled milk. That's your Baron laner gone.
Yeah, once again, the fight starts off with Aquino making a mistake. He slips up, he gets caught out, no flash to get out. And what did we say in the draft? What did we say from picks and bans? SBTC, what did they want to do? They want to run into you, they want to get the team fight going. But Rolster, why? What's that team comp so good at? They're good at catching you off one by one. They're good at peeling back and making you have a hard time engaging on them. That's exactly how the team fight played out. That's something we need to keep in mind as well. We tell right now, K Goldley, he's untouchable. Look at this. He jumps into Aquino and Julie, and no one wants to expand a single spell on them because they know they can't do anything. Instead, they go for the backline, then no engage potential because you cannot run past the MF spells.
Even with that big moonfall, they just don't have the follow-up. Nothing's available. If they try to get close enough to assist Julie, they're not going to have enough spells to actually win that fight.
Yeah, and smiles on the coaching staff's faces. They are happy with how this one is going, and they should be as the fight starts again.
right back on that Dragon. It actually sees Isaac fall first. Julie's diving in deep there. Good amount of damage coming across Rattel. A beautiful flash with a wall. Finds a 3-man knock-up. The rest of the damage coming in from Luna as the team starts to run away. SBTC need to back off.
And the story of this game so far has been the Rattel show. Guest starring Doe a little bit, guest starring Isaac a little bit. That fight starts off with Isaac haunting into a bit of an iffy situation. He gets caught, but it doesn't matter. He baits them to funnel into a choke point, and Rattel cleans house. Rolster, I think they're going to be very happy with how this game is going. 5k gold lead, they're going to pick this one up as well. But SBTC look like they have something to say.
If there's something that these teams from the Southeast Asia region love doing, it's fighting. They're going to engage once again. Akino's going to go down, the first casualty back in this fight. They don't have the means to keep pushing on for this. Rattel's going to come in now. They get the chance of corruption. It's a good amount of damage, but it's still a Riven so slippery. You don't have the lockdown to finish him off. It's finally Julie that comes in with the kill. TM's going to follow through. The damage for the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike takes down another, but the remaining 2 members of Rolster are barely going to get away.
And look at both of these teams. Blinking red health bars, a sliver of health for so many players on the map right now. But SBTC, I thought they weren't able to kill Rattel, but they finally managed to. TF and Julie, the dual bruiser front line, they're just diving in, making the plays happen. And Kiro, he's the artillery from the background. He's throwing in the arrows. Once again, look at how the fight starts. It starts with Akino getting caught. This time around, though, they peel back on Rattel very, very well. And I think that turnaround here, catching on to them, hitting the right spells. They did exactly what they needed to. And in this fight, you kind of see the flaws of Trash as a champion as well. If you don't find picks, what do you really provide?
If it doesn't work the first time, try and try again. SBTC, I feel like they live by that motto.
Oh, yeah.
They've been trying to push in onto Rolster, really making them sweat and work for those objectives. And even with these hooks, it doesn't feel like there's much to be gained there. Unero, his build is what? A dead man's plate and a proto belt. That's all he wants. He wants to jump in, get the upper hand, and he's done.
And I'll be honest with you, given how his early game played out, he lost 1,000 gold at 2 minutes in the game. He had no real choice here. He has to play a tank, and I think it works, because when you're playing against catch up, what do you really need? You need someone to do tanky, run in front of you, face check the bushes, eat the gold card, eat the trash hook. But right now, the problem is Luna on this team, Misfortune is doing so much poke damage, keeping them at arm's length.
Being able to build space for them with this Misfortune is something that we haven't quite seen in the competition just yet, but it's showing a very good look, and this is the power of Rolster Y appearing on an international stage against a lot of expectations for exactly where they would be in power level.
Yeah, I mean, SBTC, the story for them as well, I think it is the inverse, right? They really need to be showing they can do something a little bit more. Not having Minas, having Unero be bullied in both series that they've played so far has proved to be a major pain point for them, and they need to figure out a solution to this. I can tell you right now, Unero can never fight this Riven ever again in the rest of the game. That's why they're having Julie do it.
You had a theory, right? The first player to buy Bramble Vest.
There we go. There's nothing anyone can do. No one can stop Rattel.
A lot of damage onto Julie, but like you were mentioning, the first play to buy Bramble Vest kind of loses that matchup.
Yes, in a carry matchup. Yeah.
In a carry versus carry matchup, Unero,
he's just buying it every game.
Defensive all the time.
All the time, every game, all day. And it's kind of his fault, but it's also kind of not. Because how the teams wanted to play out this game was to split the map. SBTC, they want the bot lane. Rolster Y, they want the top lane. And Unero just got punished as a result of that. SBTC weren't able to find any answers on the other side of the map. And as a result, Rolster Y, they're just running away with this game from the Baron lane.
Building up such a lead for the Baron lane, translating that across the map. Both Rift rounds have gone over to Rolster Y, because of that they've been able to get that first turret. It was down to the Dragon side, which is very interesting.
Bit of a bait.
They're gonna catch onto Rattel. I'm not sure if they have the means to follow through to take down this Riven. Just gets over the wall. I love watching those mechanics.
Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. I hate Riven. This champion, she is so strong. She's a bit too strong right now. She does damage, she's tanky, she's mobile, she has
It's a fun champion.
It's a fun champion to play. It's a fun champion to have on your team. It's definitely no fun to play against, as SBTC are seeing right now. They're trying their best to trade sides. They're trying their best to just focus down the Telsriff and send your whole team there. Just don't give him space to work. And I think that this is it's a pretty good game plan from SBTC.
But they have been having some difficulty managing these waves, right?
Yeah.
Despite the fact that they have decent cash potential. It doesn't match what Rolster Y are doing, whether with the point-and-click CC, with this pick potential that they have. Rolster gets such an easy and free opportunity to play towards these smaller side lanes. SBTC have kind of been letting these waves crash into them.
Yeah, and when you think about how things connect to each other, how the chain of events flows, that's really just because Rattel's been running away with this game. You need so many people to deal with him. You demand so much resources invested to shut him down. The essence is out, SBTC, they're always one step behind. Here we're likely to see it again. Look at Rattel, look at where he is.
Unero comes to engage, but to make it rain is going to take him down the full time, actually. He's going to want to take him down. Rattel once again looks for the flank on the side, but they don't have the damage to finish off this river. TF's going to have to flash away, but losing a lot of health in the process. Aquino comes back into Hero again, just trying to set up Julie for a kill for anything at this point, but unable to get much more. They finally take down Luna, but it's not going to be enough. They still see Julie fall, and the rest of SBTC routed.
Look, and that was just desperation from SBTC. They recognized they had no space. They were being closed in on from across the entire map. Unero took one step too far forward, and what did he say? Rolster Y's team comp, we catch you, we pick you off. They punished him, and Rattel, he once again finds an amazing angle to come into the team fight from SBTC. It looks to me like they're running out of options.
So what now? SBTC, if they can't allow Rolster to get a catch, and then what do they have to do? Run into them?
Play better the next game, I think, is probably what we're looking at this point. It's looking so, because I cannot think of a single answer to this Riven. You don't have the DPS. Your carries, it's pretty sad to say. Your carries are Diana and Varus. One who pokes, one who assassinates your backline. Who's gonna kill this tanky, shielding, life-stealing Riven dashing into your team? You just purely lack the DPS.
And this is why we've seen Riven ban so many of these games.
Oh yeah, please ban her. Please ban her.
In fact, I think this is why we see Renekton show through so much, because Riven has to demand a ban.
Yeah, I think that's really the case here. They chose to ban away the Renekton, and that's something you touched on a little bit as well, right? Rattel's Renekton also deserves a ban. It's something which he played 3-0 in playoffs. Yeah, Riven's gonna double kill them. Not much to really look at here. Whenever Rattel's on his team, just assume he's winning the fight he's in.
He's kind of giving some respect to Unero. Not sure where Aquino is, so not looking really to fight a 2 versus 1. Especially not while Baron is up. They can just play for that. He has teleport, so at any point he just joined the team fight.
He does have the teleport, and that's something I want to point out as well. He picked that one up so early on, and he didn't suffer because he's so far ahead that his combat stats were never lacking, and here we go.
Engage shows up, Salem gets the primary hook off first. Could fall through from Rolster Y. They take down Aquino. That just kind of opens up the map a little bit more.
Yeah, and I want to come back to the Riven point a bit. I want to talk about Pick Ban a bit. Because it looks to me like this game, Rolster Y, they came in with a statement win in their first game of the tournament. It's not over yet, but I think it's safe to start calling it and start thinking about what we want to do for the next game. To me, I feel like given the stats that we've seen from Rattel's Renekton, 3-0 has not lost a game in playoffs. It's been banned against him a bunch of time as well. So what are you gonna do? It's what we said earlier on. You gotta pick the poison. Do you want to give Renekton the next game, or do you want to give Riven? What's it gonna be?
And it's so difficult to answer because not just Rattel, right? I also feel like Isaac has a lot of carry potential in it.
Yeah.
The guy's played stuff like that Irelia before, and he had some insane mechanics. I feel like he went into this game with that mindset to say, if they're going to ban out Rattel, I'm just going to be carry, then I'm okay with that. I would take that.
And you got to keep in mind, in this game as well, Joe on this Graves, he's having an amazing performance. We've been talking about Rattel all game, but if you look at the gold count, Joe's not far behind. Both of them sitting at 13,000 gold, just so far ahead of anyone on the side of SBTC except Julie right now. And it looks to me like for once, SBTC, they find an angle on the map. Okay, they're just gonna back up. They're not looking to set up anything because they cannot set up anything. But I do like the ideas to try to trade sides of the map right now.
But I love the fact that SBTC are not shy to go for a fight, right? You see the TF ultimate come out right now. The Destiny gives him some information. They look like collapse. Julie's right there. Not able to find a damage. Aquino's building a wall. It's the shield protecting his team. They kick away Rattel. You have no one that can deal with the Riven. Flash throw from Salem gets the pick off. Kiro's gone down. Unaro's joined in the fight, but it's way too late.
Amazing stuff from Salem. Second time he's done it this game. He buffers the flash hook, and no one sees it coming. He catches out Kiro. He's gonna catch out Unero.
He's back on Unero. It doesn't matter if you're a tank. It doesn't matter how much HP you have. You're gonna die if Salem gets this death sentence on you. making it true to its name. That's another pickup on the Julie. They're onto the Baron now.
And that's exactly what we talked about. The catch comp, the pick comp from Rolster Y, it's paying dividends right now. Nothing SBTC can do. Their tanky narrow, he's too far behind. He can't face check. That's a huge kick.
They have to steal it. So much damage to the Baron. They get the dash away. They're going to get out. TF, he still has the GA. They stop the Baron. He's gone in to stay safe. Akino trying to buy his jungler some time, but it's in the Baron pit, and as it resets, he gets over the wall.
Oh my goodness. Hero play there from TF. He kicked 4 members of Rolster Y. He kicked them in the line, knocked them all up, cleans up the kill onto Luna as well. This was a highlight play from TF in such a desperate game with their backs against the wall. TF pulls this off on stage. This man clearly is not suffering from any nerves at all. Amazing performance from him. Amazing mechanics from him. But to me, it just feels like it's not enough.
I wonder what you need for that. A mathematics degree or an engineering degree to find and line up those angles?
It's trigonometry.
Trigonometry.
That's the one. I mean, I'm not going to get into it because I failed math. So we're just going to talk about this game, and we're going to talk about the fact that the dragon is up, and this is a big one, Grendel.
Absolutely. TF obviously did not fail math. So we'll see if he's going to be able to make the numbers count. Because despite being 7,000 gold, SBTC don't play that way.
Oh boy, he's getting
still
caught.
going aggressively. Gold cards locked and ready to go in first. Unero's come in now. No, this might be the pick off. This might be the fight that they've been looking for. Rotel's going to flash away. Salem comes back with the death sentence. They're looking to take down Julie, who's gone into station to buy some time. The bullet time is going to wreak havoc among SBTC. They have to kite away, reposition. But Isaac's right by the side waiting. And Salem coming in now. Damage shows up from Luna. A little bit more will take down SBTC, but they just barely get away.
And what do we say about Rolster Y's team composition? It does 2 things. Either they pick you, or they make it impossible to run into them. And that's exactly what Luna's misfortune did. And it looks like SBTC, they're not done yet.
Julie's coming in with the teleport now. The other Drake's going to go down pretty soon. Akino's not going to be in time to stop this, but that's the first pickup. That's the kill on the Isaac. The second going into stasis. They're looking to take down Ryu, who might be able to get the dragon, but will take your lives instead. Salem's barely gonna get away, but the Moonfall comes down. And Rattel looking to try and survive now. Over by the side, Doe gets away as well.
Oh my goodness, and that's a heartbreaker for Julie. He did everything he could. That was a nice fight from him, but unfortunately, they just barely missed out on a few key spells. Weren't able to take down Salem, weren't able to take down Rattel. Those 2 living, staying alive at the end of this fight means that you would not be able to pick up the Baron. And look at how SBTC, look at how they navigate this team fight. They just completely dodged Rattel. Julie and Kiro will flash over the wall, get away from Rattel, and get onto the opponent backline, get on the backline of Rolster Y. And this right here, Julie splits his spells up too much. He tries to go for too much. He tries to hit too many people. And in the end, it means that he misses out on 2 kills.
Omo, I'm going to put this into perspective here. If I'm not mistaken, I think I need someone to fact check me. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first game of the Horizon Cup that's gone past 20 minutes.
It might honestly be. We were here the whole of yesterday watching the games play out. We saw some very one-sided ones, but this, I think, is the closest one we've seen so far for sure.
All right, just got confirmation. That is in fact true. The longest game we've seen in the Horizon
setting
Cup
records
so far.
here.
Absolutely. SBTC. They came here to play, and so have Rolster Y.
Yeah.
They have taken control from start to finish, despite SBTC's best attempts to stay aggressive. It's Rolster Y's game for sure so far.
And Rolster Y, to think about the last fight is they might have lost it, but they picked up the Mountain Soul as well. And that's going to be huge because we already talked about how SBTC, they're having issues closing out kills. You're missing out the DPS. You're lacking that little bit of damage. This extra shielding from Rolster Y is going to be a huge headache for the side of SBTC to deal with. And Rolster Y, I think we have to talk about Doe and Rattel. These 2 guys, between them, have only died once this game and have closed the 100% kill participation window.
Unero's looking to engage, trying to get caught out. The death sentence puts them in their place. SBTC unable to finish off these kills. Akino has a cargo storm plate, but loses health way too quickly. Julie goes in, is only able to tap, just barely tap the Moonfall as he falls as well. The third to go down is just down to Kiro. He actually baits out the gold card, but I think Isaac should be able to finish this one off.
The stack deck picking up the kill at the end, and TF, he's gonna get chased down. This man tried to do everything he could. In the end, it was not enough. Him and Julie, they tried to force the engage. Narrow tries to force the engage, but it's not enough.
And Rolster Y will take game number 1 up against SBTC, setting the stage, the litmus test for the Southeast Asia region champions. Rolster Y were able to take them down and showing very good performance in the process.
Yeah, I was very impressed with the gameplay we saw out of Rolster Y right there. They came in with a clear set game plan. They proved that you cannot ban out Rattel, and whatever picks he gets, he will get a hit. Once again, Unero gets punished, he gets camped, he gets shut down, and it looks like this is going to be a recurring trend throughout the entire Horizon Cup. How do SBTC adapt from this? How do they recover? What do they ban next game?
So many questions left unanswered. Too many. But one question I definitely want to get answered before we pass it over to our analyst desk is, we had a lot of discussion asking if Rolster Y were going to be a team that was going to be aggressive, that liked to fight, and I think, well, so far from what I can see, it is going to be the case.
Yeah, they drafted a very clear poke comp, pick comp, and they did just that. They weren't shy to take these fights as well, and I think it's a good start to the series for Rolster Y.
And such a problem, Rattel's been able to play this Riven, play other stuff like the Aurelia, like the Fiora, so you only have a finite number of bans. Maybe ThunderTalk had it right. When you play red side, just ban away all 3 Baron laners, right?
Then you give them Ziggs, so what are you really going to do here?
You don't have a good answer at all. Yeah. Right, so you have to kind of decide what you want to try and go for, pick your poison in that sense.
Exactly.
But SBTC, despite the fact that he got a composition that they were known for, that they are comfortable for, and had some good performances overall, seem to not have that cohesive link. It doesn't seem to fit as well in the current meta that we're seeing.
Well, the problem is not that these picks are bad or they don't fit together well. It's just that the answers have been found. What do you pick into Lee Sin? Both times it's been answered. We pick Graves and we shut you down. With Tanky, we have Smokescreen. We can dash away from you. You don't have a clear-cut answer to that. And this Darius pick as well. It's clear to see that Darius, if you want him to be stable, you need to have a strong point somewhere else on the map. SBTC weren't able to find that. And that's why, Rolster Y ran away with it.
And while those old questions have been answered, a lot of new ones have been raised. And to answer some of those new questions, we're going to hand it back over to the State Farm Analyst Desk to break down game number 1 of this awesome series.
Thank you very much, Big G and Omo. And, we're asking a lot about who's got the right answers. Well, we need an answer here from TJ, who is saying, hey, don't worry, everything's going to be fine. SBTC is going to clean it up. The Darius on the top side of the map doesn't look good. The team fighting comp didn't quite work out the way that it wanted to. Please, I'm all ears.
Yeah, there are some problems, Digon. I'm not going to lie to you. I came in with the belief that what went wrong yesterday was a bad read, right? Things got thrown off by the way Darkun were playing. This is not that excuse anymore. We've seen KT, they're playing well, but they're playing fundamentals. They're playing solid late game scaling. They're playing well around the team fights. They're playing good macro. And unfortunately, SBTC are just falling apart in the team fights that they drafted towards. They built a composition that needed to set up defensive team fights. Use the Darius, use the Galio to catch aggression, set that up for Kirol to punish, TF to dive the backlines, and it never happened. They never got those synced up team fights, particularly their 2 tanks, Yanero and Arcano, just looked really lost during the fights. It's not the SBTC that I promised everyone, and for that, I'm sorry.
That's right. Your apology is okay, but that's only because there's a superstar on the other side who showed exactly what it means to be a Baron side carry. And Excandrel, give me your thoughts on Rattel and his play on Riven.
The man is a bona fide Giga Chad top laner. He is absolutely insane. Honestly, Riven is a really strong pick in the meta right now, and I'm so glad that we've seen the opportunity for Rattel to show his stuff on the stage. This is the guy that we were hyping up before we got into this matchup. This is the guy that was going to be the carry, and from the get-go, you could see that KT Rolster invested resources. It was a level 4 tower dive. We rotated the TF up early as well to deny Yanero a little bit more resources, give more over to Rattel, and boy, did Rattel deliver. This man had flanks and team fights. We didn't think the team fight was going to be as strong from KT Rolster, but Rattel made it tenable. He was finding these big picks on the side lanes, and he was essentially 1v3ing the backline while the rest of the team was getting run around by Julie. On a note, though, whilst I'm all hype about Rattel, I was discussing with you guys about this MF pick as well from Luna. I wasn't sure what the MF was supposed to do. And then I saw MF buy Seralda's Grudge, and I saw her hit teamfight ults over and over again. She slowed 4 melee in the middle of her ult over and over again, and it made perfect sense to me. The MF pick was big brain, Rattel on Riven, Giga Chad. I want to see more of this from KT.
Yeah, and what I like the most about this from Rolster is that SBTC was like, all right, we'll get rid of the Ziggs. What you got for us? They had the answer. Right now, SBTC is like, they've got to find an answer for what they're doing on the top side of the map here, TJ.
Yeah, and I'm really glad we talked about that top side. I'm really glad we talked about the way that KT Rolster want to play this series, because they did exactly what it said on the tin. They showed up in the top lane and they fed their top laner. I also want to briefly give credit to this. This was an absolutely heroic effort by TF. I'm glad we pulled this replay as he single-handedly managed to stall off that Baron take. And I'm gonna do it again. Here's the glimmer of hope.
Oh boy.
Here's the glimmer of hope.
Everyone.
Here's the SBTC defense.
Feeding us the goods. All
Look,
right.
it's still there. TF still got it. Did you see that team fight around the Ocean Drake where they almost won? It's there. It's just that it's not quite there. But they still have the individual mechanical play. And what seems to be missing, I don't even think is a draft mistake. I think they're drafting compositions that make sense. They're not executing them. And that's weird for SBTC, whose bread and butter, the entire Vietnamese region, is excellent execution. And I don't know if that's maybe communication issues, if that's maybe, oh, we're on the world stage and there's a little bit of nerves at play. SBTC have definitely shown those in the past. But something's going wrong in terms of communication on stage.
Scoundrel.
And I think also you saw KT Rolster's very heavy priority towards the Rift Heralds again. They knew how impactful they were going to be for generating priority in the mid lane around dragons. And they obviously transitioned very early into a 1-3-1 as well. They had Rattel in the side lane. They had TF in the other side lane, Twisted Fate, I mean, in the other side lane. And so I think they clearly knew that they didn't want to play towards teamfights early on, but as soon as Rattel became beefy and big and Seralda's Grudge was there on the MF, they said, actually, we can teamfight. And then they brought it to SBTC when they had that gold lead, when they had that edge. And SBTC, unfortunately, when they were losing out at their own game, really struggled to know how to come back in.
And what I also wanted to flag that Rift Herald shift, because not only did KT play towards the Rift Herald, and we expect the Korean teams to play on that top side towards that Rift Herald, but SBTC changed their own style of play. They shifted away from the dragon focus that they normally bring, the reliance on team fights that I think the dragons enable, and they matched on that Rift Herald. And that is a greater endorsement of Rift Herald being the most important objective on the map than anything I have seen so far.
Well, Big G and Omo, the longest game yesterday lasted 19 minutes and 33 seconds. The first game today clearly cleared that. So let's see what Game 2 has to offer. Guys, take it away.
Thanks a bunch, D-Gon. I'm glad to hear you have the stats to back me up there. I'm looking forward to see how game number 2 is going to pan out. SBTC, they have to kind of revise what they've been doing. I don't want to say get back to the drawing board.
Boy.
That was already
I will say that for you. I think they do have to get back to the drawing board. It's not just a revision at this point. This is like when you're a week off. You know what? Not a week off. This is when you're getting ready to go into your examination and you realize you've been studying all the wrong chapters. They're a patch behind. They're playing a meta too slow. And I feel like there need to be serious questions that need to be answered on the side of SBTC right now. And I think if you look at the players, you can see the frustration as well. You get Aquino tapping on the table, saying something to Kiro. We don't quite know what it is, but I can tell you that they need to figure out both their gameplay as well as their drafting.
Absolutely, but if you have just a pinch of copium, then you're going to say that, well, that team fight that we saw from them, TF still has it. They still have those playmaking potential in them. Julie still had a pretty good performance despite everything that happened that game. But it is going to be a problem seeing what's happened. Rolster being one of the first teams to be able to really adapt so well to this double Rift Herald meta.
Look, and this is what I said as well, right? The problem here is not that SBTC, they didn't study. I know, I'm just so smart. It's not that SBTC, they didn't study. They just studied the wrong chapters. Their Lee Sin is great. Their Diana is great. Their Darius, not the best. But the problem is the answers have been found to these champions. You come in playing what was good at C Champs, and you're going to get punished at the Horizon Cup. That's exactly what we're seeing. And I think double Rift Herald point race by you, race by TJ. You guys are pretty smart too. Extremely important right now in the meta, especially with the priority we see on strong Baron lane champions. It just lets you snowball the game.
I'm actually going to diss TJ a little bit here because when I messaged him and said, hey, I think something really important to talk about is that double Rift Herald meta, he said, I don't think that's going to be very impactful.
I love your TJ impression, but I also get the vibe, you know, we all know TJ, we love TJ, but he loves to be a contrarian. Now he's, you know, changed his tune a little bit. That double Rift Herald, so impressive.
So does that mean that SBTC, he's also going to have to change his tune for this team?
I mean, I think what I do love about TJ is he will stick with his guns, and I think I'm gonna stick here with him. I think SBTC, they have what it takes to reverse sweep this series. And we had a really long game 1. I think we're gonna have a really long game 2, and I think we're gonna have a game 3 as well. So stick with us, because I think we're in for a wild ride here.
Let's see how that pans out. We're going into Champion Select SBTC. They're now on the blue side, so they get the option to pick that first really powerful Baron lane, or whatever they really want to try and go for. We saw that first pick turn out to be the Riven the last time around. Rolster were able to make such great use of that pickup.
You see, but the problem is, if they had Minus playing, I would be more obliged to agree with you, because he has shown he can be a big carry for this team. And I think the narrative that we had in C-Champs was that whenever you never lose a game, maybe lose 2 games, you would sub in Minus, you would win every single game.
There
you
we
don't
go.
have that option anymore.
Highest play rate champion in the Horizon Cup so far, it is that Renekton. Likely going into the Baron lane. I wanted to raise a counterpoint, because while Yunaro might not be the one to play stuff like that Riven, he will play Renekton, and you know who will play Riven? TF.
That is true as well, and I think TF on this Riven is going to be very impressive. Now, if you look at the Riven-Renekton matchup, compared to League PC, it's less brutal and Wild Rift. It's much more playable for Riven. So I'm quite surprised that we actually didn't see it get snatched away by Rolster Y. And Grandin, I feel like at this point you're getting ready to take over my job. There we go, Renekton, Riven. I won't be surprised to even see a Varus here as well.
No, I feel like it's pretty good at this point to kind of get a good feeling for what TF is going to be capable of.
Yeah.
Right, his Lee Sin performance was spectacular. The fact that they banned away the Lee Sin and now going for this Riven.
Yeah. I think it's pretty curious that they're banning away the Lee Sin, because it's clear that this is a pick which is only highly prioritized by SBTC. It's a very Vietnamese pick, it's a very SEA pick, and I feel like other teams just don't prioritize it as much. Look at this, look at what we see from Rolster Y. Lee Sin, even if it was up, Riven was up, they just chose to take the Graves. These Chinese teams, these Korean teams, they are pivoting away from Lee Sin, and they recognize Graves is the #1 jungler on the patch right now. I love this from Rolster Y. You don't have the Riven anymore, but you still play the same draft. TF, Graves, we're going to the top lane.
Get that Camille in there as well. Have that additional lockdown. You have the power to split push. And one of the few champions that can get away from a Riven, that double hook shot, one of the only spells I think that's going to get you away from the grasp of TF. Loving what they're doing with their draft so far. Even as early as the WCK, Rolster Y have been getting ready for this Graves, I would say.
Yeah.
2.4, it doesn't matter. They were getting ready to see Graves being played. They were preparing for this. Now it's finally coming to fruition.
And I think that the first signs of life here on the draft comes from a mistake from Rolster Y. I don't particularly like this bottom lane matchup. You're picking Cocky and Solution. You can't expect to get bullied. You really need to heavily play around your package timings. And with your team wanting to play towards the Baron lane, you're going to have a hard time here as a Cocky. And we really, really need to see Kiro and Akino step it up a notch. The problem though is Julie, he's going to be on Orianna. He's going to lose a lot of priority. Same as the last game. You couldn't see Diana roam, you can't see Orianna roam either. And once again, Rattel might run away with it.
That was my initial expectation as well, but I don't want to call it too early, because we have seen Southeast Asian teams play Orianna in the Dragon lane, for example, and then
that is true.
Play the Lucian in the mid side, you know, because you want to funnel that Lucian, get him ahead early on, and Julie being, well, Julie, you know what happens when you get this guy ahead, he's going to be a huge menace in the game.
And Lucian is happy playing to Twisted Fate. That's a very potentially true flex that we could see here. And I want to point out, we do finally see Akino on this trash. He wants to show Salem how we do it here in SEA. I feel like a lot of high expectations coming in this tournament for Akino. We had him listed as one of the best, if not the best support player in the whole tournament. He's been dropping the ball a little bit, sad to say, but hopefully on a comp pick like this trash, we can see him step up.
Speculation going into this competition, though, was that Rolster had one of the best improvements going into the Horizon Cup. And now we see them take a strong game against SBTC. Both teams felt hard-fought. It looked like SBTC were on form. They might have definitely had some mistakes here and there. But for the most part, SBTC looked to get back in the shape that they were before. And despite that, Rolster were able to take that first game off of them. Is this finally a chance at a moment where Scrimbucks get to be cashed in?
It's definitely possible. It's really, really possible that KT, Rolster, they come in here and they take the 2-0 against SBTC. But given how the draft played out, I think both of these teams have a very strong draft. But finally, to me, it looks like SBTC, they've made the right adaptations. Maybe with the Riven in the jungle, the Renekton in the Baron lane, a stable pick at that. Not Darius. For once, this is the first game they are not playing Darius. Maybe it's time to turn their fortunes around.
You just don't have to default to Darius, man.
Yeah, please, there are other champions in the game. I get it, it's not minus. I get it, but still, just stop picking him Darius, man.
We saw how that was a huge problem in the Siege Championships as well, where Darius Renekton was basically...
To be fair, in Siege Championships, Darius was broken. No one could punish it. But when we're seeing the world's best Baron laners here, people like Rattel, like Z, who I guess is now a mid laner, but that's fine. We see the world's best laners be able to punish this Darius pick. Teams are able to kite away, play you at arm's length, and Darius can never engage.
Talk to me about this arm's length theory, because Orianna...
What theory is that to really talk about?
you were telling me before that does exceptionally well against short-range champions. It will go into the mid lane up against Isaac. Talk to me a little bit about this, because you say it does especially well against guys that don't have a very long-range fight.
Yeah, so what Orianna suffers against is long-range champions, like this Corki, who can just poke you out from a range and never have to walk into the vicinity of your ball. In this game, though, I think SBTC, I think Julie will be very happy with the targets that he has. This is a traditional mid lane counter pick. When TF was rising into prominence, Orianna was often picked as an answer because you do two things. You scale alongside him in lane, and you zone him so well in team fights. So TF, he is on a timer here. Rather, Isaac, he's on a timer here on his Twisted Fate, and he really needs to get Rattel going. Because if Rattel gets going, this Orianna bot doesn't matter at all. He's going to hookshot past it, he's going to hextech ultimatum you, and there's nothing you can do. So once again, the name of the game is get Rattel going.
So many make-or-break moments. And Julie now saying, well, I played Diana the last game around. I had so many good moonfalls this time around. You guys gonna have to do something that work too.
He's all about the AoE outs, if you know.
He's all about the AoE outs. He says, this time you guys engage. I'm just gonna press the R button.
Yeah, nice little hook here, but not gonna be able to do too much in this situation. Now, this trash Lucian lane really needs to be able to bully out the Corki. Corki's here, he's happy to just scale into the late game, but you really need to bully him and don't give him an easy time scaling up. Both junglers and mids are here. You can see it's coming.
Julie's maybe looking for something. Those going to take a little bit of damage. And Keo's coming in as well. It's looking a little bit too difficult to find an engagement.
I love this. I love that they get the bot prio and they move from Aquino first. They try to secure the double scuttle crab, and it looks like they will be able to do just that here.
And that was one of the defining traits, one of the success factors going into the competition, right? Because I've always been such a big criticism of a lot of supports that do passive, not rotating when they have the priority. Yes. Aquino is not one of those that falls into that trap.
Yeah, but there is a counterpoint to that. You can sometimes be guilty of over-rotating, and you know what? I don't want to see this. Maybe you should just look away from this. I don't know how that happened. How do you get solo killed by a Camille without any roam, without any ganks? Your team just came to the topside river to relieve pressure from your lane, and somehow you never got solo killed.
I'm gonna say Ignite.
Yeah, I mean, of course it's the Ignite. Of course it's the Ignite, but it's just how does that happen? You must have taken 1, 2, maybe even 3 bad trades before that to get in Camille lethal range at level 3, at level 4.
I'm sorry.
This is clearly a problem.
I'm sorry, Omar. I just have to say, I just like getting a rise out of you. I think you narrow fuse the same way.
Don't worry. I'm already really frustrated. How are you this low against Camille? Hookshot flash here. There we go. How are you this low against Camille? Have no honeymoon. This is just unacceptable.
It's a big problem, especially now looking at the goal difference, 1,000 up organically. That solo kill is setting the pace of the game. It doesn't feel like Unero's switch around is going to make any bit of a difference. That Camille is still going to be a major threat.
The Camille is going to be a major threat. Rattel, he's always going to be a major threat. And now with a lead that he found by himself, I think that's so important to keep in mind. It wasn't Do coming to help him. It wasn't Isaac roaming 3-man to the Baron lane. This time, he said, you know what? I'll do it all myself. And he managed to pull out. You know, he's close to Triforce right now. I don't want to hop too much on this Camille point, but this is game winning. And for the side of SBTC, that one solo kill could potentially be game losing.
I mean, feel free to, right? I'll stay 5 members that likes it as well. He's just going to get a little bit more assistance. I don't think he even needs it, really. Comes in with the hook shot. Should be looking to set things up pretty soon. The last precision strike takes down Unero for the second time coming.
And let's talk about why this is so great from Isaac. Why is this so great from Rolster? Why? Look at the timer on the clock right now. You aren't able to get your Destiny Gate up in time for the next objective, but this means you free up all the space in the world for Rattel to crash this wave, get a reset. Dole as well, he's resetting right now, and they get to be in position at any objective anytime they choose.
I still love Aquino roaming around, looking for some pressure around the map, especially knowing that things haven't been going in their favor. Now looking at that first neutral objective spawn. Package picked up, Luna's maybe looking to go towards that Rift Tower side as well now.
The one consolation I could see here for SBTC is there are no ultimates on the side of Rolster Y. You need to fight right now before Hextech ultimate, before collateral damage come back up. The problem is, you don't want to fight into package. So it's kind of a catch-22 with the full lock and a half place. What do SBTC choose?
Seems like SBTC is going to choose to allow Rolster Y to stop the Rift Herald. They're going to be watching for this. TF's on this ribbon, got the smite up just in time, looking to contest for this. They're going to kite back down towards the mid lane, preparing that gold card. That's the initial death sentence. TF's going to come in now, looking for a little bit more damage to get the two-man shockwave. Glacial Fissure comes across, a line in the sand drawn by Luna, but he has to flash away. TF chasing after, but gets caught by the Hextech Automator. Nowhere to run, nowhere to go. 3 down the side of SBTC.
They get the Rift Herald, but they lose the fight 3-0. That's going to be a big win here for Rolster Y. And I think the question on my mind is, why did SBTC opt to keep going? They've gotten the steal. They were clearly in no condition to fight. But I think, you know what I think here, Brandon?
What do you think,
They didn't realize that Unero died. I didn't. Did you notice that Unero died?
Was he dead?
Let's pay attention to the team fight right now. Let's look at the team. Let's watch Unero.
Okay.
Now you see him. Now you see him. Now you don't.
Oh
Where did he
my
go?
goodness.
He just gets evaporated. He's still behind. He doesn't have items. And he overdives yet again. Not on the Darius, but the song remains the same. He dives in. He gets destroyed. And SBTC, I don't think they realized. They just kept going, and they obviously lost the line.
That's the pain of the Blade of the Rune King first item,
my goodness,
right? Blade of the Rune King first item, you're not going to be able to stay
0-3, and he went for Bog, save me.
I love when you ask questions rhetorically, because I can't give you an answer for them. Maybe our AD might have a better chance for that.
It's alright, because we do see Rift Herald popped right now. This is all or nothing for SBTC.
They find the initial hook onto Salem, but difficult to find much more layered on CC because Rolster Y, they have the Unbreakable, they have the shielding. Turret's gonna go down. SBTC at least find something for the troubles.
They find something, and it's a big something. Getting mid the turret, especially against a TF who needs the space to rotate, who needs the space to security. Push his way, Destiny Gate away. The problem is they lose so much on side lanes, they lose waves, and it's gonna be a solo bolo again, I think.
Unero's barely gonna be able to survive. Gets back on the turret, but he's losing in life to the Ignite.
Yeah, he has no barrier, by the way. I don't know if Patel realized this. Maybe that's why he was hesitant to die. He was afraid of getting barrier baited, but it was still a couple of seconds.
I mean, even then, is it worth it at this point?
Oh,
he's only 3.
Dive him.
You know, you probably might have to use Flash or something. He's like, that's not worth it. I don't have to use my Flash, and I'm gonna save it for something else.
I like the cautious mindset that you're coming in here with, but I think with the way this game's playing out, with how dominant you've been, just send it. It's about sending a message. It's about breaking his mantle. And I think Patel, you know, he can't really just keep it up.
And we're starting to see the same issue we saw from SBTC in that first game.
They're trying to trade.
They are trying to trade. They like to play cross-map, but because of that, it also feels like their lane management, their wave management has been problematic. They've been having a lot of difficulty having Unero hold the silent. Look at this, just effectively giving that turret away, not able to defend it at all.
The problem is there are attempts to trade, but it's too little, too late. They're coming in so far behind. Unero cannot do anything. This could be a potential team fight.
That's the initial shockwave. They get the lockdown. They get the kill on the Doe, but that's only one kill.
No
How much more are they trying to invest for this? Glacial Fish is going to come across. Salem just dashes back, stand behind him. He gets away for free.
Gets away for free. He has to use the Glacial Fissure. I think he's going to be happy with that one, considering they get close to 2 turrets here. You know, Patel, he can just come over for 3 wave, kick it in the face once, and that's going to be a tier 2 turret. All the solo gold funneling over to him as well. So let's not think of it as they failed to get the turret. Let's think of it as Rolster Y investing in Patel picking up that solo gold in the future.
Okay. I like that framing. Positive Omo now. You're reformed.
I'm reformed, definitely. And I think the problem is, as SBTC, they didn't come into this reform. They didn't prepare this stuff. And it looks like, you know, they're playing things which they were playing in C-Champs. I know I hop on this a lot. This game, it's not working yet again. What's the issue?
So is this actually a problem, or has Rolster just come in too prepared against it?
Not just Rolster, right? We saw the same situation yesterday. Darkun figured out the answer here as well. I feel like SBTC, it's not over for them just yet. They have options in this game. They have TF as a potential carry. They have Julie as a late game carry. They have the options. So let's say they lose this game. there's still a chance for them to come out with the third team as well. They need to just figure out what's going on.
But SBTC is one of those teams that, you know, oftentimes is described as an intelligent team, teams that are able to adapt pretty well.
We'll have to see that. We'll have to see that. I'm not going to follow up at that point because I've been burned before, but we'll have to see how it plays out. I like the plays coming in here from Rolster Y. I like using the Destiny game to just catch waves. Now, people like to describe Rolster Y as a slow team. I don't think that that's the case. I think they're just a very methodical team. Oh, lots of people.
I will fight them.
But they're not a slow team. They're just very methodical. And they're not being pushed to the macro limits this game, which allows them to look like a fast-paced team.
I like seeing them fight around these objectives. I love their dragon fights more than anything else. The top side half of the fights, they're pretty nice, but I love it when they play to the bottom side. I don't know what it is about them, but they just make it look so good.
They do. Every team fight from Rolster Y has looked really good, and I'll tell you why. It's because Rattel has been finding these amazing flanks, brilliant angles, and he comes into every team fight, just destroying your backline. I'm pretty sure after the series, we're not going to see Kiro be very happy. He's been getting picked off every fight for Rattel, and who can blame him when the opponent barrel laner is this far ahead? I like the play here to use the Herald.
Get away for free. Riptide's going to be expanded in the mid lane, trying to invest something to make it an unworthy trade for Rolster, but it's so good as it collapses in on SBTC. Nothing much they can do. Kiro, like you mentioned, Rattel has been on him time and time again.
Look, I know I should be sad because our SEA representatives are losing yet again, but I'm just so impressed by Rolster Y. Look at the way they approach the team fight. Rattel from the left, I think it was Isaac from the right. They just had completely cornered. There's nowhere to run, and they just a clean house.
What did I tell you about those dragon fights, Omo?
Very good stuff. Very clean stuff.
Those also going to get the Ocean Drake while all that chaos was happening as we load up the Axe Effect replay.
Look at Rattel. He always finds these angles. And I think if your team prepping to fight KT Rolster Y, you better be prepared to identify these angles, ward it out, and prevent him from finding it. That just basically won the entire team fight. He couldn't kite front to back with the Ori ball, and that's what we talked about. If Camille gets a hit, your zoning, your arm's length initiative with the ball, it's all gone.
In the first game, when we got to this state, you told me SBTC had to just go next and look for a better way to play out the game better.
Well, when you're on a match point, you can't really say go next.
So what happens now? What does SBTC
They have a
do?
win condition, and that is Riven Orianna. You need to get to late game, play under the turrets, and play front to back with Riven Orianna. Maybe it's this. Okay, it's just a flash.
Initial engage comes through. Unaro gets locked down. Salem still very tanky. Has Gargo still play. TF loses so much health so quickly. Rattel teleports in now. Tactical sweep barely misses out the kill, but a little bit more damage with the Ignite. He gets the shield from the Dark Passage and barely survives.
Oh my goodness, they threw everything at TF right there, and he barely survived. They use the teleport, they use multiple ultimates, the Ignite as well, and he stays alive. But, you know, it's just consolation prizes right now for the side of SBTC. It's good that they're slowing down the pace of the game. And if you look at the goal, it's not unwinnable like it was in last game. I'm going to give you a bit of copium here. I'm going to give you a bit of hopium and say that it's still winnable if Orianna and, you know, Riven get one more item. Let's say 3 items. They take a team fight, play front to back. Don't let Rattel destroy your entire backline. And I think Unaro, he needs to find a new role for himself. He's no longer the engager. He needs to play mocking.
I'm a little worried here.
Stop Rattel.
I'm a little worried that if I start taking copium now, by the time I get to playoffs, I'm going to be hooked up.
Oh, don't worry, because the way things are going, SBTC won't be there with us.
Oh, that is terrifying. Right?
It's a terrifying talk.
Southeast Asia, despite how strong they've been touted going into the Horizon Cup, started off day one, now with the best performance. Didn't win a series. Won 1 game in the Secret series. Now going up against Rolster Y. We're looking to see if they can change that. Find Southeast Asia their first win.
Fine. I think this is the third turret of the game here for the side of SBTC. They're gonna face check though. I feel like this Death Brush might actually work out. Look at Aquino, he's playing around the lantern so well.
They're dodging away from it. Go Kart, locked and loaded. Once again onto TF. That's the primary target you want this on. Belly gets away. Glacial Fisher committed as well.
Yeah, I like the discipline here from Rolster Y. They say our team comp wants to play you with our pick spells. If we hit Go Kart, if we can one-shot you, there's no need for us to over-engage. We can back off, do it all again. We chunked you out, we're gonna choke you out. There's nowhere you can walk right now that you are safe in your entire top side. And Rolster Y, what do we say? Disciplined, macro-oriented, all the good stuff, all the positive buzzwords. They do it all methodical as well. Execution has been clean from them. I love that they're not feeling a need to over-engage. They're playing for the dub, and it looks like they might just get it.
Just one step closer to the win condition. But despite all the criticism we've had for SBTC up until this point, they really aren't that far behind in gold.
Yeah, they really aren't, right? It's just 3,000 gold, maybe 4,000 if you talk about it, if you think about it.
And the biggest gold gap is in that top lane.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's what I was going to say. The problem is, the goal is in the pockets of the person that you want it in. Rattel's the one who's going to take over this game. From the start, we said Rattel, both player and champion, completely can shut down the team comp of SBTC here. And he's doing it. He's set up for success. He has 3 items as well. Starex Gauge, Death Dials. How are you going to die with these items?
Destiny's going to be used to get some insight on where SBTC are to position themselves around that Infernal Drake. They want to sneak that one away, but it's going to be difficult.
Looks like it's
Isaac
gone to me. The
has
setup
been
is just too bad.
so good using his ultimate to just get vision and reposition.
He gets vision, he repositions, he recognizes his job. It's very simple. I need to go card to set my team up. Nero might get caught though.
They need to force something here. Kino's looking for an entry, looking for an angle. That's TF trying to dash in first. The Dragon's going to go over to Doe. Engage not there. They get the lockdown onto Rattel, but the shielding is going to be too strong. Nero coming in with the flank. Gets locked down, taken out by the Camille. His counterpart has been there to take him down time and time again. As the gold card comes in, flies across the map, takes down Aquino. TF there to kite for his team. Blocking, building space. They get the death sentence, the lockdown onto Isaac. This could be the turnaround that they need. Aquino still very tanky. Looking for the death sentence again. Goes on to Salem, but the health boss dropping low on SBTC. They don't have an angle to return on this. Rattel's joining into the fight. He's been out of commission for a while now. They bought enough time for Rattel to come back in, and that means that Rolster clean things up with the ace.
Granted, that might be the game here. They're gonna base because what are they gonna do? They're gonna get TPs. Okay, you know what? They're pinging the Baron.
All right,
okay, let's calm down a notch here. I thought they were gonna swap the TPs, go mid for the end, but they're taking it down a notch. And look at this team fighting. It's amazing. They flow like water. They kite back. They identify the targets. They one-shot to the next. And look at the call right now. They say, let's play this slowly. Let's take a step forward. Play around on spells. Move our spells down there coming into counter engage. Let's back off. Let's take 2 steps back. 1 step forward. 2 steps back. 1 step forward. And this discipline that we're seeing out of Rolster Y, it's amazing. I love their team fighting. It's so insanely good. And look at Doe, the man who's right now. I think he has Bloodthirster. He's life stealing insanely ridiculous amounts of health, and he just keeps walking forward, step by step. They take the team fight, and I love what we're seeing out of Rolster Y.
What did I say, Omo? I love seeing them play around those dragons.
Brilliant.
The way they dance around those objectives, it just seems like they're built for it.
They're just built different, a bit constructed differently, you might even say. And I think if you look at the items right now, Rattel, he's close to the Guardian's Angel. You have the Solari on Doe as well. What can he really do, right? We talked about the win condition being 3 items for SBTC, but that was assuming for the gold lead to not balloon the way it has.
Double the last time we just talked about it, just a few moments ago.
Look,
from 3
you
to
see
4,000
4
to
players.
8,000.
4 players on the side of SBTC just walked up to their barrel lane to share farm. That's pretty much all you need to know about this team.
We won't be able to respond to much more on that other parts of the map as well. Mid lane collapsed in. Rolster Y. They hear the call, time of death for SBTC.
Yeah, look at that. You dash into him, you try to stun him, the shield keeps him safe. No shield breaker mechanic for Renekton here, and he kicks you for half your health. Not much Unero can do, and the win condition really needs to be Julie. But what can Julie really do against these Baron buff minions? He can't stall the game anymore. Aquino, look at how he's positioning. He's desperate for a hook. They're desperate for a pick.
Good attempt so far to use Shockwave in the column to clear out that mid wave. They also jump onto Rattel, forcing the back away, so they continue to hold on to the inhibitors.
Okay, they live to see another day. They get one more shot at this. Now keep in mind, what's coming up next? It's Mountain Dragon Soul yet again, and you're gonna get the next Baron around the same time as well. With these 2 factors, Rolster Y, they can really close out this game. Gold lead approaching 10k very rapidly, a little bit too rapidly.
It is going to be that Elder Mountain Drake. Additionally, I kind of want to bring in Rattel because now he has that Guardian Angel. He needs to be killed twice. You had a tough time killing him once before. Now try and do it 2 times.
I have nothing to say about that. That's just a little bit depressing to me. I mean, I think Rattel at this point, he can do whatever he wants, but he won't. And that's why Rolster Y is so good, because they are disciplined, they are methodical. They cross their T's and they dot their I's, they do what they need to, they don't take anything more. They just do what they need to do to win the game. And that's what we're seeing now. This is desperation from SBTC, but Rolster Y, they're well aware. They know where they can and cannot be on the map. They know where the danger zones are. They wait patiently for the package, and what are we gonna do? You can't camp us!
Rattel coming in now, like we mentioned, he has a Guardian
Julie
Angel.
gets
Watch
sold.
out for Luna, because he dives into the back line, but he's gonna get taken down. He has a Guardian Angel as well, so he still has a second chance of life. Aquino gets spotted by the gold card, which goes across Unero. He's tanky, but not tanky enough, not enough to impact this team fight. Tries to body block, tries to protect his team, but the rest of them will fall. Julie, the next one to go down, is just down to Kiro and Unero.
Alright, I can tell you what SBTC need to do in the next game. Ban Graves. Let's start with that, and we'll see how it goes.
The hypothetical next game.
The hypothetical next game, because now every game that they've lost, 4 games, right, including this one, has had a Graves in it. Either they play that or they lose against it. So Graves seems to be a clear issue. And using my big brain theory crafting, I can tell you that Graves counters the entire champion pool of TF. So get rid of it.
So there we go, that's your answer. Results-based analysis will tell you that
We've
Graves
got
is a
the
great
stats. We've got the stats.
We've got the stats backed up.
They have a 100% loss rate when Graves is in the game. So
Okay.
get him out.
In a sample size of 4, right? Just get you.
That's a pretty big one.
Okay.
Yeah. Back to this game, I think we're very impressed with what we're seeing. I think Rattel, these guys have stood out amazingly for me. But everyone on the team has done what they needed to do. And that's what I love to see in these teams. They do their job, they play their role, and you're gonna get the dub.
Roster's gonna stop the Barons down to 2,000. It's finished off before SBTC can even come in, and it just feels like this is the final breath of SBTC fighting around the blue buff in their own jungle. Nothing much they can do. Unero might just get taken out here. Instead, Rolster Y just content taking down Kiro and Aquino.
Yeah, this is what we talked about. They feel no need to overplay their hand. They know they have to win. They'll take
coming in now. Roster, they're working on the base.
They're working on the base, but they won't be working for very long.
An easy pickup for them as they take down TF. The ribbon pickup hasn't quite worked out for them, but Rattel looks so good. It doesn't matter what he's playing. This Camille is going to bring them that series win.
Yeah, Rattel, I think that this man is definitely the man of the series for me. No questions asked. But I have to compliment everyone on the side of Rolster Y. I love that. I love that, and I think that Rolster Y, I mean, the players know their role, they have a clear goal and draft, they execute on that in game, they don't overplay their hand. What more can I say? Everyone does their job. That's my favorite kind of team.
And it just feels like SBTC coming in here have been stagnant and haven't been able to evolve. Even as we took a look at Team Secret. Team Secret has always been a team that has been known to play wild stuff. They've been able to come in with different kind of ideas, and even then, still showcasing that in the competition.
Brandon, if tomorrow you see SBTC come in and they start banning Graves, you'll know who they have to tank.
Okay. Statistically proven.
We'll find out tomorrow.
If they ban away that Graves.
Yeah. I mean, I think just an amazing performance coming out here from Rolster Y. We had questions, right? We heard that they were improving a lot in scrims, but we didn't see it for ourselves until today. And I think with a performance like that, they'll be very happy coming into the Horizon Cup.
Exactly, because they have so far been playing more or less in a vacuum, but Rolster Y coming in here today to the Horizon Cup. In that first game of day number 2, they've shown us a form that is comparable to some of the best.
Yeah, and I think I want to touch a little bit here really quickly on regional matters. Knowing that 2 SEA teams came into this event, I think it's fair to say they've been scrimming against each other, and that's why you see the Lee Sin priority from both Team Secret, from both SBTC. And I think that Lee Sin pick has been figured out. Teams have the answer to it now. A lot to answer in terms of draft, in terms of gameplay, but I think let's start from that. Let's start from Lee Sin, let's start from Graves, and let's break it down from there.
I absolutely love the player taking pictures at the end of the game.
So cute.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
And even at the start of it, when they were going into game and getting ready, they were so prepared and they were so focused. I would say dead set on that win.
Grandin was trying to talk to the players in the dressing room, but you could tell they were having none of it.
I wouldn't put it that way. They were getting ready, they were warming up.
I'm twisting the narrative a bit.
You're not twisting it a little bit. Right, hopefully you don't twist the narratives for the stats that you're kind of giving me right now. We'll see how that turns out. Rolster Y coming into the competition have showcased a very impressive first set. And I think that's answered the questions for a lot of our analysts' desks. So we're going to toss it back over to them and see what they think of the litmus test for SBTC and what this means for the rest of the competition. So back over to the State Farm analyst desk.
Thank you, Big G and Omo. We saw a lot of emotion there from Luna when they won, and you're getting to see a lot of emotion here from TJ.
What?
TJ.
Yeah?
You okay?
I'm doing better than SBTC.
Well, do you remember how good you felt October 20th with the tweet on the screen that was over there?
You know, I remember that time fondly. It was a time when SBTC were one of the best teams I'd ever seen play Wild Rift. It was a time when I'd cast them win regionals. They looked coordinated, deadly. I'd say they'd beat your favorite team in 15 minutes or less.
And now, it's not quite the same, is it, Scoundrel?
No, KT, Korean dominance. I for one, welcome our new Wild Rift overlords here in the Horizon Cup. And it was a bloody good performance. They played really, really well. I think they had SBT's number. They really funneled resources to top side of the map, Baron side of the map. And Rattel was the name of the game once more. He was solo killing Yunero. Look, I know Yunero didn't have the performance of his career in this series, but Rattel certainly did. We hyped this guy up like crazy, and he absolutely popped off. He delivered on that hype, and it's very rare, I think, when you're casting esports that the caster curse doesn't strike you. This time, we got the caster blessing. Absolute monster on the Camille this time round, was the real catalyst for this team. But I don't want to just talk about Rattel either, TJ. Luna, for me, was really surprising. I think he had a great series too.
Yeah, this is one of the picks that we've seen a lot of Luna play on during the WC or the local Korean league. They played very, very well around the presence of that Corki and in that bottom lane. So seeing Luna get to step up and bring that international and play these team fights as he did regionally, hovering in the middle of them, pumping out very good sustained damage, and most critically, finding these really good defensive packages. We saw some package play yesterday that was wild and rifty, and here today, we got to see some really clever use of that kind of wall of fire, setting up team fights, setting up a place that the other team just can't go through without getting their HP shredded.
Yeah, and I think, but whilst we hype up Luna, it really was all about Rattel Digon. That man lived up to the hype. I'm so glad he got to show himself on the international stage. I think looking into the further games of Rolster Y, we were expecting much more targeted bans towards the guy in the Baron lane.
Well, perfect transition there for us, Scoundrel. It's time for our Oppo player of the series, and who else? Rattel. Yeah, TJ, it was fantastic. You had Rattel rated highly. Let's hear your thoughts.
I mean, we came into this series talking about Rattel being the star player for KT. Here it is.
Yeah, there it is.
They give him the gold in the top lane, and he takes over the game. Over and over and over again. And it's very rare, or it was very rare, to see teams play towards the top side of the map. This tournament, that's coming into meta. That's beginning to be the defining trend of the Horizon Cup, and that puts KT in a very good position.
Yeah, hey, did it on the Riven, swapped on over to the Camille, didn't step a beat, and again, flanks was scary. It was great there. Scoundrel, you got thoughts here?
I just want to highlight some of the stats you're seeing in your screen. 25% average damage share across 2 games with like a 75% KP. That is a very, very impressive stat for a Baron laner who traditionally, much like the League PC counterparts, are often left on islands a little bit more than not. That is ridiculous. Like, this guy is an absolutely amazing player, and I think got a very bright future ahead of him in Wild Rift.
And I think it really speaks to, again, the way that Rolster were playing that series. I think there are teams that understand what their strengths are, and that's what we're seeing here. Rolster know who their best player is, they know how to give them gold, they know how to enable them.
Rolster take the win in game number 1. And as we step away for a second, check out TSM's fan-voted anthem, Levanta e Anda by Emicida e Real, and the rest of the teams competing at Horizon Cup on the official Horizon Cup playlist on Spotify.
What's going on?
Jake from State Farm, the perp just confessed. I think. I don't know.
What?
Oh, can't afford streaming anymore, so here we are.
Oh, don't give up what you love. State Farm has options to personalize your policy so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Oh, that's great. The subtitles would be nice.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible. Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, you can never fall. Feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible. Oh, we are invincible. Invincible, invincible. Invincible, invincible. A million to one. So wild and so young.
Following that Rolster-wide victory, I am so happy to be here with top laner Rattel. This is the second day of the Horizon Cup, but it's your first time playing. What has it been like getting to watch the teams yesterday and now take to the stage for the first time?
오늘 호라이즌컵 2일차신데 그래도 라테 선수에게는 어쨌든 첫 매치셨잖아요. 어저께 먼저 플레이한 팀들 보시고 어떤 생각하셨나요?
스크림 때 더 잘했었는데 적팀이 근데 대회 오니까 못해서 좀 아쉬웠어요.
So the teams that played yesterday were much better in scrim games. So I was a little sad that they weren't playing as well as they could have played.
Elaborating on that, looking at your opponents in this matchup, a lot of them see them as favorites. Are they one of the teams that you feel is underperforming compared to their scrims?
그러면은 호라이즌컵 오시면서 가장 견제됐던 팀들이 그 중에 하나였나요?
네, 아무래도 SBTC가 잘하기로 유명해가지고 견제되는 팀이었어요.
So I was aware that SBTC was a very strong team. So I was afraid of them coming into the match, but they were unfortunately one of the teams that I mentioned.
And you were playing very strong today, obviously in the regular season being a focal point for your team. I think you had 72% kill participation. How do you feel that you performed today compared to your performance throughout the season?
라테 선수는 뭐 지역 대회에서도 에이스로 유명하셨고 72% 킬 관여율도 보이셨다고 알고 있는데 오늘 본인의 성적은 어떻게 만족하시나요?
잘하긴 했는데 긴장을 너무 해가지고 제 100%는 안 나온 것 같아요.
I think I played well, but I got a little bit nervous, so it definitely wasn't 100% of what I could have done.
Well, I didn't really feel the nerves at all looking at the performance. Your team has been so good with the fundamentals throughout the year. How much does that preparation help you keep that level head here on the international stage?
롤스터 Y는 뭔가 기본기가 되게 탄탄한 팀 같은데 그런 기본기를 다지는 경험들이 어떻게 도움이 되셨나요?
코치님들하고 감독님하고 팀원들이 다 같이 노력을 하고 막 해가지고 이렇게 된 것 같아요.
So our coaching staff and my teammates really worked together to build on those fundamentals that you mentioned. So I think that really led to a good result today.
And you'll be leaning on those more further on in the competition. Based on the performances you've seen so far, who do you think are the top teams now then compared to who you thought coming into the tournament?
그러면 호라이즌컵 전에 굉장히 강하다고 생각하셨던 상대팀하고 어제 매치들 보시면서 느꼈던 점을 모두 통틀어서 지금은 가장 두려운 상대가 어디라고 생각하시나요?
중구팀 두 팀이 둘 다 두려운 DKG가 제일 두려운 것 같아요.
So the two Chinese teams are both formidable, but especially DKG.
Good call-outs there. Thank you so much for stopping by for the interview. And what wonderful play that you had today. Back to the rest of the show.
Thank you very much. Great to hear from Rattel. But we're turning to match 2 where TSM are facing DKG, who have adapted to the double Rift Herald meta seemingly better than any other team, and Hueba sounds very confident.
有点小紧张，就有一种我感觉有种就是那种对胜利的渴望，有一股荣誉感，就是想为中国赛区拿个冠军吧。就我感觉比预想中的难了一点吧，因为我们之前看了他的比赛，我们预期会打得更简单一点。
Hueba's he's going for it! Oh, Hueba! What a beast, man!
因为就整个队伍70%的局吧都是围着我来打的，我觉得我占据了上风。我觉得他们没有 SE 厉害，我觉得我们应该能很简单的拿下他们。
So, Scoundrel, what do you think?
Honestly, Hueba might be my standout MVP of the tournament so far. The guy has... Rattel definitely made a case in that last series, don't get me wrong. But I think Hueba from yesterday stepped up. He was a huge carry. We had a lot of expectations for him, and he definitely knocked them out the park. He's looking like an excellent jungler, maybe crowning himself best jungler in the world by the end of the tournament done.
Yeah, but they've got a tough test against TSM here, TJ.
Yeah, TSM obviously aren't coming into this tournament as favorites. They've got a lot to prove. But they had a good start yesterday, and I think they demonstrated some versatility. Not only that team fight heavy style we know and love from the LATAM regions, but also adding some really organized macro play, finding isolated picks in the side lane, bullying Chuck, the TSM top laner. That sort of thing is the path to victory and competing against better teams.
Do you have any tweets for us here about TSM
no,
being better?
No, I'm staying off Twitter. I'm never tweeting anything again. It's all going wrong.
All right. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure here before we hopped on into some of those things. Now, when we talked about that Tribe TSM series, TSM fell down in that first game, but then we're able to battle back. We saw their evolution because we've identified them as a great team fighting team. But then what was the way that they came back with those picks?
Yeah, so the big thing with TSM is that they are very good at those team fights, but they've been historically kind of bad at finding them, kind of bad at forcing into those 5v5s. And what we saw them get very good at over the course of that last series was finding isolated top lane players, forcing fights there, but also using global mobility on things like Pantheon and Twisted Fate to grab players who overstayed their welcome and start fights off of CC, force entire rotations from their opponent's Tribe Gaming. And that's the sort of macro control, kind of command of the enemy team that lets you leverage good team fighting. And I think that's going to, if it continues, allow TSM to kind of punch above their weight class because they are genuinely very good at team fighting.
Right. And so when we compare these two together here, Scoundrel, you've said one of the best teams when it comes to split pushing. How do we see TT not getting sucked into this type of style, or DKG gets sucked into this type of team fighty style against TSM?
Well, like I said, I think at the start of the day, we mentioned DKG are one of the few teams that have actually activated a split push win condition and fulfilled it. And I think you can very clearly see that they are good at pushing away from team fights, not getting involved in them if they don't have to. And that's what I really like about DKG. A lot of it was facilitated through Hueba, but I also think that the whole team has got their head on their shoulders about when they should and shouldn't fight. So with TSM being so good at team fighting, again, with DKG being able to play away from that as a win condition, I think they've got TSM's number. I don't want to set any false expectations. I do believe this is heavily DKG favored, but as TJ said, if TSM can punch above their weight class, if they can find those big fights, especially off the back of the picks like the Galio, there might be that thread of hope where TSM could potentially be competitive here. But DKG are just, they look a bit of a class apart right now, Digon.
All right, well, it looks like the teams are ready to get on to the Rift. So for all the action, let's send it on over to Big G and Omo. Guys, take it away.
They're not just back in the Rift, they're also back in Suntech Convention Center where they are playing in day number 2 of the Horizon Cup. Like I mentioned, I'm Brandon, this is Zomo. Let's take a look at how this one's going to play out because yesterday, I still remember this, you guys can't run away from this. They thought that TSM was going to lose handedly to Tribe Gaming. TSM showed us a different story this time around, Omo. Am I coping a little bit too hard?
Look, it's not even going to be close here. I think that what the analyst touched on, but I'm going to lean into a little bit more here, is that this is a horror of a mismatch for TSM. What are TSM good at doing, Brandon?
They are good at team fights.
There we go. TSM are good at team fighting. They want to 5v5 you, and a lot of that comes from Carlito. He's the man that I want to watch on the screens right now. His Rakan, to me, was particularly impressive. But the problem is DKG, like our analyst said, are just never going to team fight you. And with that in mind, DKG are amazing at team fighting too. I remember one particular team fight I saw against SBTC. They just did so well to completely shut Aquino out of the entire team fight. And he was playing Rakan as well. So Carlito, I don't think you're going to have an easy time finding these engages.
I want to raise 2 points for that. One, Carlito mentioned that he felt much more confident towards the end of his set against Tribe Gaming.
Of course he won!
Before he won, he started to feel a lot more confident, got rid of a lot of those stage nerves. The second point that I kind of want to raise is the fact that we just saw SBTC lose the game against Rolster.
Oh boy.
Does this mean that that matchup wasn't truly the case? Does it feel like DKG is a much more playable opponent for TSM?
So we'll do this quick since the draft is getting really spicy here. I think the main thing you have to keep in mind here is why does Carlito feel more confident as the series progresses? He's playing against Tribe Gaming. I think it's fine. He even swept them. He's playing against Darkman now. It's a whole different ball game. And you just gave YK Fiora. I don't know what we're gonna say about this one here. We said split push. We said Hueva. Now YK is gonna be running the game from side lanes as well, very likely.
I love DKG's bans. They are very custom, tailored to TSM. Get rid of the Senna, get rid of that Nunu Gallo as well.
Easy team fight options. We are not letting you force a fight with that Nunu. It's never gonna snowball onto us. And brilliant stuff. Wave clear from Vera's ability to make pickoffs when you need to. Other than that, what are we gonna do? We're gonna use Fiora in one lane, we're gonna use Diana in the other, and we're gonna side lane you until your Nexus breaks.
Unable to team fight. You can't team fight when your side lane's being broken open.
Yeah, I mean,
you have to make a decision.
But you just lose the game.
You just lose the game.
Yeah.
TSM, on the other hand, have identified the Riven Camille too big of an issue to deal with. And Ziggs, of course, like we've known at this point, he just kind of cheats the game, kind of breaks the game a little bit, changes the way it's going to be played. They're going to go for this Yasuo now.
Something that I think we need to touch on a little bit more before going to this Yasuo point. I do believe this is the first time, or at least second time, we're seeing Fiora. We will need the stats checked really quickly because this champion has been understandably perma-banned away in this tournament. And I love the adaptation. We talk about how TSM, they want to force fights, they want to team fight. They're adapting away from it. They can still force fights, but now with Lee Sin Yasuo, they're very able to make picks on the side. And Brandon, what does Lee Sin Renekton do?
Lee Sin Renekton stuns you and then point and click CC kills you to damage. But I want to give a nice point for our viewers back at home.
Oh my god, it's here!
Yeah, wait. All right. For all you people back at home, I know Omo, you know what this is. Garen, make a guess where it's supposed to go.
Where do you think Garen is going? You have a Baron laner. I just want to say Garen jungle. That doesn't make sense. Oh, we set them up and we got baited.
I don't know what you're talking about. I never said anything.
So Emo, to put it in context, in their regional finals, Emo played Garen support. We thought it was coming this time around, but they're just gonna be using Garen in the Baron lane, and once again, to nobody's surprise, Hueva is gonna be running the split pusher. He's gonna be piloting the Fiora in the jungle. It's something we did see a little bit in the regional leagues, and I love it. I think it's perfect for Hueva. We saw him on Jax run a game, so why not on Fiora?
And Garen might have disappeared from the meta for a little while, but it's kind of just showing up again. We start to see its presence, especially against champions like the Renekton, who want those quick, short, bursty trades. You're able to deal quite effectively against them, and with the fact that you need a tank to fill in that position, Garen does that perfectly.
So in the draft, DKG, they asked themselves, what does Renekton Lee do? They point and click stun you, they one-shot you, they chain the CC. And Garen is amazing at dealing with that. Builds tanky, has the W to negate most of the burst damage, and I think the draft coming into DKG, a lot of confidence, and I love that. They're saying, Huiba, we're gonna let you side lane, we're gonna let you side lane, and then you guys are gonna come collapse onto mid lane, we're gonna engage with Chains of Corruption, we're gonna use Solar Flare, you guys are gonna come one from the left, one from the right, and we are gonna run team fights.
And while we've talked so much about DKG, let's bring it back to TSM as a team that wants to look for these team fights. Carlito, the player that you were looking to watch out for, now in this problem, how does this change things for you?
It's a good answer to the Leona. They want to play a safe bot lane, and what I do love is that they are taking the fight to Huiba. They draft an extremely strong top side, and they're saying, we are gonna fight fire with fire, we're not gonna back down from you in game 1, and we are here to take on the challenge.
I really like the Ezreal pickup. I feel like Ezreal is a little bit underrated for its power. It is able to scale up pretty decently well. Varus does a different kind of, actually in a similar branch, but I feel like Ezreal has a little bit more flexibility in that sense.
Carries way harder than late. Are you ever gonna get there against Varus? That's the question you need to ask.
Well, that's what we had. That's what we thought against Tribe Gaming. So let's see how this
Tribe Gaming. This is Kun Gaming, Brandon. They both have gaming in their name, but that's as far as the similarities go. To me, I think coming to this after the performance we saw out of Kun yesterday, I feel confident in saying they might be the best team here this entire tournament. And TSM, I was impressed by their performance against Tribe yesterday, like you said, especially from Carlito. This time around, he does not have any initiative. What can his team pull off?
Yesterday, I said it was fun, explosive. It's Wild Rift Esports. Today, I'm going to toss it. It's unpredictable. TSM going up against DKG, loading into the Rift.
I want to touch really quickly on the items from DKG. I have no real point with it. It just looks nice.
Aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, and you have the Ruby Crystal on the Diana. I think that's a nice little touch as well. You don't want to let the Yasuo run over you in the early stages of the game. You just need to be stable and do your part. And I think that his build, his itemization speaks exactly towards that. And what did I say just now? I love teams where your players just play their role, and that's exactly what we're seeing from you here in game 1.
Taking appropriate steps to make sure they have all their bases covered, making sure that they have vision in appropriate places. But we already start to see how these lanes are going to play out. The DKG matchup, a bit of a snooze fest, but also a little bit aggressive. The bot side, TSM, they're going to lose a little bit of pressure in the bottom end, but shouldn't be all too game.
Yeah, in the early stages of the game, this Garen Renekton matchup is actually a little bit spicy. Before the Garen gets the tanky items, before he beefs up a bit, he can actually do pretty well in the 1v1, but they can actually butt heads, and we can see Renekton come out on top. But until he gets the tanky items, that is, once tanky items come through, it's just going to be a great wall for YK, and that lane becomes uninteractive. The main thing we need to focus on is what plays can we make for Tatis on the map, and it looks like it starts with the bot lane rotation.
They're trying to walk down, but that's good timing from Emo to make sure they have vision, so nothing's going to be collected in the bottom end.
I mean, to be fair, it is very telegraphed.
It was very telegraphed. Let's actually talk a little bit about this, because I'm very curious how this is going to play out. Huiba now on this VR, he needs time to scale up, needs time to farm, grabbing the Skull Crab. Now Tatis was able to play on the other side, but it was a little bit more effort on their end.
Yeah, it was a little bit more effort, and I think that that comes back down to the telegraphing of the play. TSM, they devote a lot of resources. They invest the mid-roam to make sure they get Scuttle Crab, and I think that speaks towards, their caution as well. When you're playing against a team like DKG, you cannot afford to make a mistake. Give them an inch, they are going to take them out. You have to cover your bases here, and I think that that's definitely in the minds of TSM as well.
You mentioned earlier on that this Lee Sin pickup is something very much seen within these Southeast Asian teams. They love going for these aggressive pickups, these junglers that are able to impact the map early on. What is this kind of
we already
fit in
see
for
a
TSM?
difference. We already see a difference. If this was a Southeast Asian Lee Sin, if this was TF, his item right now is gonna be lethality. He's gonna be
Ghostblade, right?
Ghostblade, 100%. He's gonna try to one-shot you. But Tatis is going for a bit more of a bruiserish build, and I think that this Lee Sin actually plays two very, I think, instrumental roles here in the draft of TSM. You do two things. Number one, you set up your Yasuo. That's huge. You need to set up the Yasuo. We always talk about how
the better vibe
needs setup. It's the better vibe. Everything is the better vibe. All right, but we won't get into that. Number two, this is something which people think less about. Everyone sees Lee Sin, you think flashy insect kick. One thing he can do this game is just completely mock the Diana. Every time she tries to come in, charge up the move for, kick her out of the fight, get her out of here. And I think that that's really just so much flexibility from Tatis, basically. He can do anything he wants, and I like the Bruiser build to indicate that.
Really a lot more freedom to play the way they want to try and play it. It's just going to have to back away. A little bit of danger there, looking for a solo kill down the bottom side. Wind flashes away from the Glacial Fissure. No knock-up, no stun, but at least takes away some opportunity there. That's going to be the counter game coming in now. Nice kick from Tennis. Sets up for his jungler and his first blood from TSM.
Very, very impressive start to this game from TSM. I love what we're seeing. All right there, YK. Take it down a notch. Garen, you're supposed to be a tank, but he flashes forward. Demacian Justice, Ignite, gets it all done by himself. Sacks a bit of creeps, but that's fine. I think the game, the start, the way this is playing out, very impressive for TSM here. But looks like Dragon KG.
4 minutes means the neutral objectives are now up. TSM get a nice window to pick up the kill in the mid lane, but as a result, they've lost the chance to fight for this Dragon. They're going to have to be content with this Rift Herald, but arguably, Rift Herald has been the more favorite objective.
It has, and I feel like, you know, DKG, they might still want to go for the fight, but we'll take a look at this replay. Two things get done very well here.
We don't have time for that because the fight continues. Yo's losing a lot of health very quickly. Once again, dies before the fight really kicks off.
YK just doing a bit of spinning. That's gonna be all. I love what we saw there. We didn't quite catch the start of the fight, but given the positioning of the team fight, we can make a couple of assumptions. TSM, they swung away from the Dragon. They camped the topside river. Now DKG, they assumed that the Rift Herald will start it off, but TSM, they were camping in the bush, and they caught the Diana. That just swung the fight completely around, secured them the Rift Herald, and that's gonna be huge here. Because if Yara gets a Rift Herald, you know what happens, right, Brandon?
Yes, sure, definitely do.
Gets themselves a couple of turrets.
Okay, there we go. That's the answer right there. TSM, on the other hand, are the ones who get the Rift Herald.
They camped the bush. This is just so good for TSM. I love the start that we're seeing. I know that I kind of wrote them off, but they're proving me completely wrong here. Very good shot calling through that.
A long presence of mind to know what they want to try and go for at these specific points in time.
Yep.
And building into that, they've been able to get a couple of nice kills, especially on the targets that matter. Onto Mike, onto Tennis. These two guys are going to be the pure bulk of damage to kind of bridge them into that late game.
Well, for now, yeah, exactly. For now, Tethys is going to be instrumental with his build path. I think he's going to devolve into a kick bot pretty soon, but that's fine because you just need to buy time for your team. Patroni, Mike, they're going to be your carries later, and here we go.
TKG with a nice pickup onto Sony. He's just going to try and make his way back on the turret towards the Honey Fruit, but gets taken down in time. In the mid lane, they'll take trade back for win.
Yeah, and tempo is a pendulum. If you make a play on one lane, you have to sack something in the other lane.
Riftero as well. This is looking a little bit dicey.
Here, right?
YK might just get taken down. He comes in with the ultimate, but still falls, and a Rift Herald finds that first turret.
And the Rift Herald, we talk about why this is the most important objective on the map. Take away the Rift Herald, and DKG wins this play by a huge margin. But because of the Rift Herald, they might go for
That's not a kill. That's another kill in the mid lane. Surely, as Emo jumps in, Patroni's the one that picks it up.
Hueba's coming in. They're really low right now.
You have to deal with this guy. Hueba's come in now. The bulk of the carry on this man. Taking out a lot of the damage with the repulse. Is the re-engage coming through from Mike, but they've taken him down. Raid boss is gone. He's too early in the game to be that threat.
And I can tell you, Hueba is frustrated right now because everyone that he tried to get on flashed away from him, healed away from him. And let's take a look at the Axe replay. This starts off, we talked about this pendulum, right? You have to sacrifice tempo somewhere. DKG, they don't want to give you an inch. They're going to come in, they're going to fight every inch of ground you want to take, we will pay for it in blood. And that's exactly what happens. They try to contest you at every turn, but they invest too many resources.
That's very graphical, though.
On the graphic, I like to describe things in depth. You know, we'll go into the gore.
Oh, a little bit into the gore realm. Does it feel like TSM have embraced that for himself right now? They woke up and they were ready to rumble.
I'm going to use a bit of an overused meme here, but I think it's very fitting. TSM woke up and they chose violence.
They chose violence.
And they're doing it also well. I think the TSM that we're seeing here today is an elevated form of the TSM we saw yesterday. And I don't know, I think that this TSM, look at this, the discipline, they know when to fight, they know when they can't fight. I think the calls from them have been very good, but that's so cheeky.
He's going to get caught out though, barely misses out the tornado, so he won't get information of where they are. Right as the Dragon's about to spawn, so this is going to be a pretty critical team fight. They're looking for a trade back on the EMO, but it's difficult. He's still very tanky. Damage coming through for Patroni. but that's about it. They have to kind of recollect their efforts now.
Look at the Baron lane as well. YK managed to shove in the way, get a little bit of gold here. Keep in mind, TSM, they are winning the fight. They are getting the turrets. But DKG, they are winning by little increments. And this is why I said it's a horror of a mismatch with TSM. You want to take the fight, DKG will split push you to death.
Khalil, he's off by himself. He doesn't have anyone to back him up. He might just get taken down. Nice exhaust to keep way by pace to get caught out by the repost. Keeping him alive, slowly flashes forward, comes in with the dominance, with the damage to take down. It's a trade back, but DKG will come ahead with one more kill.
Brilliant stuff. It was a fight on two fronts right there. You came back as well. Yeah, that's exactly what you picked up on. I hate his name. I'm just gonna come out and say it. It's so frustrating. It's not you, Brendan. You would never be able to make that play. But Diana found an amazing play on Petroni into the backline. 1v2 them while his team was trying to save Hueba. And this right now, what we're seeing from DKG, it's death by 1,000 cuts. TSM, they are team fighting so well. They're finding the place at the right time. But DKG, they're just so smart. They know which fights they can take. They're just so good. They're saying, if you want to team fight us, you have to invest more resources. You with the backline as well. You waste no time. You instantly flash into the Yasuo, and that's just going to be a clean pickup.
I'm sorry, I don't think we can go into any more replays because every time we do it, TSM chooses to take a fight. DKG willing to handshake the Glacial Fissure, not going to find much impact. YK walks right past it.
Yeah.
And yet again, these two teams happy to team fight.
Oh boy. Now, Brandon, for our viewers at home, every time we see a Fiora, there's going to be a bit of a ticking sound. You hear a clock just in the background go tick. And when the Rift Herald gets picked up, I could, but I'm just going to get fired right after this, guys, if that's the case. When the Rift Herald gets picked up, the timer goes a little bit faster. The clock starts ticking more incessantly. And Hueba, with this Rift Herald in his back pocket, he's free to do his thing. That's why TSM identified this. They say, we have to shut him down. We have to kill him.
You know what I absolutely love, though? Sony is not afraid at all to take these fights against Hueba. He has that confidence that he can make plays happen. Tennis comes in, gets the initial catch off, gets the damage down, almost taking down Win, but he's bought enough time going into stasis. That's the power of the Hourglass. Full-on team fight in the mid lane. Mikey trying to do the best he can to hold on as TSM gets dismantled by Hueba in the back. The Rift Herald comes out alive as well. And it's just fight after fight going to DKG.
Amazing stuff. Give me 30 minutes, I will break down that team fight. But the little things, it's all the little details from DKG. And I think we've seen this before. They're getting the Rift Herald. They're going all the way. They might go for the Nexus, Grandin.
That's 5 more seconds on the death timers.
Just the inhibitor.
A little bit too much to try and push for the end there, but 10 minutes and 50 seconds. Did I see that right?
I don't know what to tell you here, Grandin. This team is just so insanely good. And I think there's a reason I feel like DKG, I don't know the stats to back it up, but my eye test tells me, and this might be a bit of a biased thing as well, but I feel like DKG might be the best team here. It's all the little details. The stopwatch, the counter engage position. The way Hueba plays this, picture perfect. He flashes in, he gets the one shot onto the backline. He drops the Rift Herald to tank the turret as they keep the dive going. And it's just, I can't really cast this game anymore because I'm just gonna fanboy gush over DKG for the rest of it.
Well, surely DKG have been able to perform incredibly well against TSM, but I don't want to discount this team because they came out the gate swinging.
Look, TSM played extremely well. I think DKG are just on another level.
They got first blood. They got a second kill once again onto Yo.
Yeah.
But despite their best efforts, DKG understand what they need to do, and they are playing into TSM strikes. They are taking team fights against the team fighting team, Omo.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about here, but you know, Hueba, he's just gonna one-shot a Renekton.
Just leave him to his devices. He's gonna do what he needs to do to get it done. Taking down yet another. It's the second to fall from TSM. TSM roster.
Look at the minimap. Look at Diana on the minimap.
They're looking pretty tanky, but Diana's walking in the wave right now. Yo's gonna be there to try and end things off. Petroni doing the best he can to take down Win. The volleyball is gonna be there. Flashes out, gets to safety. Yo decides he wants a piece of the action, and TSM will crumble to the face of the edge.
Now, I thought Diana was running for the Nexus. I'm a bit let down that he didn't. He comes in, he says, I want a piece of the action. Gets the cleanup on the fight. What's there to say? Hueba comes in, he eviscerates Sunny, and with that in mind, even though he drops, his job is done. The rest of DKG, they come in, they clean it up. Amazing stuff here from this team. 13,000 gold at 13 minutes. This means 1,000 gold a minute. DKG, they're running away with this one.
And I want to say that Petroni has damage, but he has 2 items up against the 3 items
He has
on
damage.
YK.
He has damage. It's just
And
DKG
EMO,
is so accelerated.
That's so tanky, exactly. Accelerated is the perfect way to put it. They're just able to deal with the Ezreal so well. Win is still a vulnerable threat for them. But even after you take down that priority target, that's still multiple. Here we go. There to take you down as well. Patroni commits his heal to try and escape. YK is there. He's back for revenge. And he's looking for the kill. Take down this Ezreal. TSM,
who's escaped?
Fall back to the turret that's not there anymore, so they don't have a means out. Mike is going to come in. Patroni goes down. That's a Moonfall to write things off for TSM. DKG are walking into the base. They don't care about the turrets. They have a wave in the mid lane, and the Nexus is been exposed.
They're going for the end here, Grandin.
It's the end. It's game 1 over to DKG as they close out the last few kills. Hueba's going to get caught under the fountain. It's a nice knockout for Mikey, trying to at least pull something back. But in the end, DKG will close this off with the first round win.
I don't know what to tell you there. TSM, I think they looked really good from the start in this game. They found the solo kill in the bot lane. They identified tempo windows to make plays. But DKG, to me, this team, they are just on another level. And we saw Hueba saying in the interview, we didn't expect our games to be that hard yesterday. You remember what happened yesterday? They rolled SBTC. I think this is kind of more in line with what they were expecting. 13, 14 minutes, we march on your Nexus, we break your base open at 10 minutes. DKG, extremely impressed by that.
Even then, DKG, I want to say, have been able to show us a different flavor, not having to kind of rely on Hueba so exclusively. We're able to play to their own style. We saw a lot of standout performances. YK, despite being on this Garen, he kind of baited us. We thought he was going to the support role.
Maha was a bit broken there.
Despite that, was still able to have a lot of impact, was able to get a good lead against Sony as well. I think Sony had a great showing on the Renekton, even in very bad positions. Their team fighting still looked amazing. I want to see more of this TSM going into that second game.
Yeah, definitely. I love that they weren't shy to draft into the way that DKG want to play the game. Aggressive topside, we will skirmish you, and they force Hueba to have to dodge these fights in the early game. But when it goes to the mid game, when it goes to the late game, everyone on the side of DKG steps up, plays their part. And I want to see, you know what I want to see next game from TSM? I want to see Carlito play something with more engaged potential. I want to see him run the game a little bit more here. And I think that when TSM look their best, they function as a cohesive team fighting unit led by Carlito.
Let's break down what TSM need to do or need to change if they want to pull away this series from DKG, if at all. But the world is still right. The energy of the universe is still flowing the correct direction.
Well,
DKG take this first game.
Group, so.
Let's hand it over to the State Farm Analyst Desk once again to break down this first game.
Thanks, guys. Welcome back. TJ, I gotta ask, what's going on here, man? Because TSM wasn't quite able to get in front here of Kun Gaming, and Kun take game number 1.
We're riding the waves of the universe or something. I'm not quite sure where Gravin was going. But the waves of the universe were pretty much how we called them, right? TSM has continued to demonstrate this incredibly, I think, surprising evolution at this event, which is they're showing up in the macro.
Yeah.
And yeah, they have these scary team fights, but they're also starting to make plays through side lanes.
Yeah, and we have a great example of that if we take a look at the replay. Early on in this game, TSM with the Yasuo pick, finding fights that they want, looking right here in the mid lane. They lost someone down on the bottom side of the map, but then they get a fight.
Yeah, so the huge push comes through in the bottom side and things go wrong for TSM, but they grab the Rift Herald, they throw it in mid, and they execute a really clean turret dive, knowing that because there's presence down bottom, they can get away with earning that gold late.
Yeah, and Xcandrel, here's the thing. Although that they got the fight, they get the towers, and they do get a massive amount of gold based off of that single play, the gold lead wasn't that big because of the side lane play of Kun Gaming.
Yeah, again, we saw the same man, Hueba, just coming through on the Fiora, taking that role of jungle into a side lane threat. I don't think there is any other team that does this as good as Kun Gaming. And I've got to be honest with you, they play side lanes better than any other team in this tournament. They were able to claw back so much global gold through plates in both Tier 1, in Baron lane, and in Dragon lane, that by the time that we got to some of those mid-game team fights, we were uneven footing. And I think once Kun Gaming had righted the ship, once they weren't essentially walking off the cliff like lemmings into TSM, they were actually very easily able to kind of take control of these team fights. It was very impressive stuff from them.
Yeah, it definitely was. And we have that one of those team fights where TSM trying to continue to find the engage, get a good one, but a great outplay here by Daku.
And the way this starts is super cool. They have this really interesting combination with the dive and a true shot that's supposed to just shut down the entire Dakun backline. But Xscoundrel, as we see when we come in here, it just goes horribly wrong.
Yeah, I think we just missed the very start of that fight, but the key moment was we saw Varus use a stasis. As Lee Sin was trying to find the kick to set the Yasuo up, wasn't able to do that, and as soon as the stasis dropped, Moonfall was there. And by that time, we'd seen Hueba rotate from Baron lane towards the mid. Ezreal had overextended because they thought it was a 5v4. They were throwing everything in the kitchen sink at that DKG fight. And then, obviously, as Ezreal has no mobility left, Hueba comes in, finds the grand challenge, and then shuts him down very quickly. And once Ezreal's down, it's a little bit easier for Kun Gaming to clean that fight up. It was a lot, as they said on cast, lots of mini micro moments in that team fight that made it so excellent, but it just shows you the level of skill expression that Kun have in every moment of the game, both in macro and in micro.
Right, and a lot of the accolades goes to Hueba, but again, Yo in that fight, Wind in that fight with the stasis, the timing there just felt so good against this TSM squad that wanted to fight and scrap. So TJ, you're coaching TSM now, game number 2. What are the adaptations that you make?
Well, first of all, if I'm coaching TSM, I give them a big high five. Because genuinely, their performance in that last game is impressive. This is not a match that they're supposed to win on paper, and they are performing very well, showing up in the side lanes, finding fights, delivering solid team fights against one of the best teams in the world. But if we have to make improvements, if we have to do some tuning, I would say play faster. Because when TSM did have an advantage, it was in those quick 1-2 punches that turned into team fights. And where things go wrong is in the slower, wider game, where you let Dakun play through the side lanes, farm the jungle a little more efficiently, add up that gold lead. So if TSM can pick up the pace of play, focus in on those team fights, and force them more often, I think that's their best shot at victory.
Xscoundrel, what do you want to see from this next game?
I really want to just reiterate TJ's point. I think TSM did themselves proud that game, even though it was a quick game and it very quickly snowballed towards Dakun from about sort of 7-8 minutes onwards. I think TSM had a really excellent early game performance, and I think they need to build on that. What I want to see from TSM is more risk taking. When you get those, kills that they managed to pick up on the Varus in the mid lane, you need to be looking to convert them as much as possible, commit resources to the side lanes, and I think that is the name of the game when it comes to Dakun. Finding a way to make your Baron lane and your Dragon lane very safe. Either having someone that can clear waves easily or just being able to sustain in that lane versus whatever Dakun throw at you. That is the way that you're going to shut down the early gold generation for Dakun. So I agree with TJ wholeheartedly, though. I think TSM definitely did themselves proud considering we had relatively low expectations going into this match.
Right. I mean, they did get the win earlier over Tribe, so they are sitting in a good spot. You can see the players on your screen right there. Still feeling a little loose, stretching out a little bit. You like the, I guess, the air that they had going into this next matchup against Dakun. And there's Dakun. They're locked in, loaded. They're ready to go. So are our casters. So let's send it back on over to Brendan and Omo. Guys, take it away.
Thanks a bunch, D-Gon. We're taking a look at the second match between TSM and Kun Gaming, and I have to say TSM came out of that first game swinging. Xscoundrel brought up some nice points here, Omo, but I have to feel make this a faster game, play faster. I have a big question mark beside this point because I have to say this is what, a 14-minute game?
Yes.
Are we looking for a 9-minute one? Is that what's happening? We had the longest game of the Horizon Cup today. Are we also looking for the fastest?
Look, I'm telling you right now, any game that Dakun plays in could potentially be the quickest game of the entire tournament just by the nature of how they play. They're so fast, they're so explosive, and don't forget, they are so good as well. Pick up the Rift Herald, and what do we say? Hueba's gonna take a couple of turrets. How many did he take? He took 3 turrets! As many turrets as there are to take in a lane, he took them all.
But I love the points that they also brought up about TSM having to play for a more risk-taking style. While they had an excellent early game,
maybe not more risk-taking, but something that allows them to pull the trigger more easily and more decisively.
Right, and that's going to come down to Carlito, your player to watch, right? He's the guy that needs to be engaged. We saw them play Rakan previously. Now with this Braum, while it did seem like they had a similar look, it wasn't quite the same.
It wasn't Carlito pulling the trigger, it wasn't him calling the shots. All you have as engaged in that game was you had the Lee Sin kick, Renekton flash stun, that's about it. And that leaves you with very few options. We need to see Carlito be able to pull something out of his bag of tricks. Now, we can expect Galio to be bad, so maybe set up for a Rakan. Maybe that's the play here.
I love how composed TSM are at this point.
Yeah.
They're playing with this in mind, that they still could just take the next 2 games, like what they did against.
Yeah, they have to keep that in mind. You know, it's a different caliber of opponent, but they did reverse sweep yesterday. Who's to say they can't do it again today? I mean, I am saying it, but...
Same bans from Kun Gaming going into this second match. It's still going to be the Senna, the Nunu, the Galio. Those things are going to remain constant. TSM change things up a little bit. They're going to ban away to Fiora this time around, but again, still holding on to the Ziggs and Camille ban.
You know what they say, right? Curiosity killed the cat. That TSM, they're saying, how bad can Fiora really be? Let's leave it up. Next game, nope, ban it, get rid of it.
But it doesn't answer the problem, because now Riven comes through and we've seen
that's the problem.
What
you
a
have
problem
to
it
pick
is.
your poison. There's too many things to ban. Something's gonna get through. You have to just find an answer. What's the answer to this Riven pick? We saw in the last game, TF, although he didn't manage to win, he played it to a moderate degree of success in the jungle. YK can play it, Hueba can play it, maybe even Yo can play it. We'll have to see.
But TSM are willing to play for strategies that are a little bit more unconventional stuff that isn't necessarily played by a lot of these Eastern teams. TSM, they've been a big proprietor of that setup pickup, and now if they're banned away, I'm curious if they have anything left in the tank of this is them running on fumes.
I mean, it's hard to say, right? They might have strategies prepared, they might have a couple of answers, but it's all about gameplay caliber. Dakun, I keep saying this, they might be the best team here. With that in mind, whatever your answers are, even though they might work against another team, they just might not work against Dakun. And that's something TSM have to keep in mind as well. Don't let a loss here, don't let even getting beat up here dissuade you from these picks that work for me. But we're looking too far ahead. Let's focus on this game. Main thing to keep in mind, I want to see Carlito on Engage. Even this Gragas would be acceptable.
DKG, on the other hand, are going to double back
Hey, if
what
it
we
ain't
saw
broke.
from them before.
If it ain't broke, right?
If it ain't broke. And not necessarily having to show too many of their cards as well.
Exactly. I think that's something very important to keep in mind. Now, I wouldn't say they were tested by SBTC yesterday, but they were forced to review some picks. And I think the Jax was a big one. And I think that's something they would have been happy to hide to playoffs if they could have.
Absolutely.
SBTC, yeah, they were forced to show their hand in game 1 against what was potentially a top team in their group. Now, DKG, I think they're happy, sticking with what works, not revealing a thing. And TSM, well, it looks like they're going to change things up quite a lot here. We're going to see a last pick AD and a Lulu pickup. You know what this tells me?
What does this tell
You're
you,
looking
Elmo?
to set up for the Vayne, but you don't want to play Vayne into Varus. So what else? What else? Maybe a Jinx? But that doesn't look good against the dive that DKG have. So what's the pick here? It has to be a Vayne. But you lose lane. I couldn't tell you.
It is problematic because now if they are trying to set up for the Vayne, you're going to see stuff like that Nami show up and it's going to be disastrous.
Okay, it's a bit of a reach here. Yasuo, Gragas, bot lane, Lulu mid. I don't know.
Let's
right?
see what happens. Let's see what happens. There's so many things still left unanswered. TSM could pivot out into any direction they want to try and go for at this point. If it does mean that Yasuo, which has been seeing a lot of play, which has been seeing a lot of regional play. There we go. That's that Varus Nami, a very powerful matchup against a lot of laners, especially Pat for Lulu.
You 100% cannot pick Vayne here. We saw what happened yesterday. The one game, the Team Secret, the one game that SEA won was with this Varus Nami against a Vayne Lulu. So Vayne is off the table. What is your answer here for TSM? Real quick as well. Well, I don't know, man. I mean, those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. TSM, it's gonna be a tough order. It's gonna be a tough call.
It is going to be a tough call. That Vayne might have seen its fair share of success in the regional leagues.
Yeah.
But now we're in the big stage. We're in Suntec Convention Center. As Horizon Cup goes underway, I just feel like this Jax, this Varus, this Nami, everything on Kun Gaming. I don't think I could state enough how easy it is to deal with this Vayne.
Yeah, I mean, we'll break this down a little bit more in game when we have the visual to go along with it. But I like the idea here from TSM. I just think that the execution could, they could do better.
But this is a problem for TSM as well, because now Carlito is no longer going to have that engaged support.
Yeah,
He's on support duty. He's on the Lulu. How does this change things?
Well, I mean, he's not going to be able to engage. And once again, the burden of engage, it's going to come from Mike, Tatus, and Sunny. This three-man unit really needs to step up big. They need to make space for Petroni and Carlito to scale. We'll touch on that a little bit more in game. But I'm hyped to see Hueba back on this Jax.
had an amazing game
Amazing,
up against Kiro, zoning him out, being able to also find a triple kill for himself in the Dragon Pit.
Yes.
While all of that was happening, I don't know how one man can single-handedly kill 3 people while zoning out a 4th.
Power.
No one man should have all this power indeed. And just like that song, this is aged pretty well. Huiba is designed to perform just right up to our expectations. Let's see how this one's going to play out.
Yeah, I think Huiba definitely performing beyond our expectations, even I might say. We came into this saying TF might be the best jungler here.
Low expectations for Huiba.
I had very high. But that's the thing. I had extremely high expectations of Huiba, and he's surpassing them all. I think he came in here, he's popping up. He's showing that he is making a very real case to be the best player in the whole world.
So now if it's not Khalidal, if he's not the primary playmaker, he's not the engaged that we need to see, who on TSM do we watch out for then?
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you.
Is it this Lee Sin? Is it the Lee Sin that was playmaking that first game?
They drafted themselves into the corner. That's the problem that I see here, right? We'll touch on that a little bit more because I want the visual representations. I want to describe it to you guys while you see Vayne Lulu get pummeled under their towel by Paris Nami yet again. We need to see it to really understand how brutal that is. But I think TSM, game 1, I like their draft. I think they could have made a couple of changes, but still the idea was there. Game 2, it feels like desperation to me.
Let's see what TSM has in store for us this game. With this Vayne Lulu, they're looking to play for that hyper carry, something similar to what we saw from the Senna in their matchup against Tri Gaming, but Kun Gaming not willing to let up at all. They said, we are here to play, and what isn't broke, we don't have to fix. They're running it back for game number 2.
Fiora's banned, but Jackson functions the same way. Okay, this is what they're gonna do. Okay, it makes sense now. Now let's break this down. This is the idea that TSM had in mind. Now, Gragas is a champion which functions very well in a 1v2 scenario. Why is that? He has built-in sustain on his passive, and he has the barrels to farm way far away. He can dash away if trouble ever comes his way. So they'll put this 1v2 situation in mid. Vayne can farm for free. They get to control both sides of the map because you have a 2v1 in mid lane. And Diana hates being in this scenario. She hates being not able to farm in melee. She has to farm in range. She's gonna get zoned out. It's a good play here for TSM, but now I need to see DKG respond to this.
And trust TSM to be the team to pull out these kind of strategies, to make these things work. And early on up against Kun Gaming, I just feel like they have so much still left available to them that they are not concerned about this.
Exactly, and we do see Laneswap come back in here. Emo, I don't think he's in any trouble. There's not going to be a condemn available for Brony. Now the thing is, even though they swap it back, even though the lane matchup is still going to be good for the Varus Nami, the problem is, mid lane is a short lane. You have less space to work with if you want to poke them out, if you want to zone them out, if you want to pressure them on the turret.
And susceptible to ganks from multiple sides.
Exactly, yeah. But still they're doing pretty well. So I think it's not a bad start from DKG's bottom lane. They lost a minute or two. I think they'll be a bit frustrated. We lost a minute of pummeling you onto the turret, but it's fine. We're back now.
And just looking to really get into that state of the game for TSM to be able to tap damage on Petroni. The Ezreal wasn't the look they wanted to try and go for. Yeah. They need to be able to change. This Vayne might be what they want, but at the same time, it's going to be difficult to get to that point. So up to win now. He's gone to base very quickly to pick up some new items.
Oh, bit of a botched stun there from YK, but it's fine because he just wants to reset. Emo's here to help him do so. Now, I want to touch a little bit on this Vayne pick, right? Now, you might think Vayne and Ezra are pretty different champions because of the way they function. One wants to auto, one wants to throw spells. They're actually very similar in Wild Rift. Why is that? Because both of these champions are hyper carries. You sacrifice your laning phase. You don't have a laning phase to try to carry the mid.
Right, that's true. So not having a laning phase it seems like something that TSM have recognized and are trying to resolve by bringing Petroni into the mid lane.
Like desperation, right? It just seems to me that we're not confident in taking these laning fights against you, and we just want to scale. We just want one miracle team fight, and just give us a win, please.
Interestingly enough, so far, we have been seeing a much slower tempo game. And so while that early aggression that Excalibur and TJ were hoping to see hasn't quite come to fruition, this is a TSM that looks calm, collected. I like this from this team.
I don't like it. I like to see them go a bit chaotic, send some chaotic energy in the game, get fights going.
That's never quite winning with you, Omo. If they play too slow, you say they're boring. If they play too fast, you say they're running it down.
I mean, there's a way to win. Just win the whole championship. I'll say you're a good team.
Okay. Results-based analysis.
Well,
out
what
here
I
for the
do like
casting
in this
desk.
game is this mid lane play has really slowed down the pace of the game a lot. Because when you're stuck on a side lane, what we do see is you will stack a wave, you crash the wave, and you dive on that wave. You can't do that on the mid lane, and that's keeping Petroni and Khalito safe. They're getting poked out a little bit, but that's okay. With Petroni's farm, he's the richest person in the game right now.
So what happens once Rift Talent's available? We do see a little bit of pressure onto Mike, but he's probably going to get away. That Aqua Prison's not going to hold him in place for much longer.
Oh, nice little bit of damage. Voivod with the Sheen drop.
It's actually going to force Tetris to respect this a little bit more, despite the fact that they were there first. DKG say, we call dibs, we're getting this Rift Herald and taking it away from you.
Here we go.
TSM start the engage. Tetris with a nice cake isolates the single target and take down YK. Tidal Wave won't find much more presence. Yo's joining in now, but he's been knocked back by the Condemn. Nice lockdown to take down Petroni. That's that early game. Vayne, no damage, no health. He jumps back in, but Hoiba secures it with the smite. Tetris still no kick available. And Mikey, he's tanking for Gragas, but not tanking this early game.
It's doomed. It's all over. Credit. It looked so good. Yet again, it's the same story as last game. It looked so good for TSM until it wasn't. And this is exactly what happens here. Yet again, look at the setup here. I love the decisiveness from Sunny and Tetris. That's what we talked about. I want to see TSM goaling. Go, go, go. Take the team fight. Don't be afraid. He did it. He did well. And what happens? Vayne's not a champion right now. Just look at Varus.
So mechanically beautiful.
Yeah, it looked really good. It was good. But look at the damage. Vayne does not offer a single time, and one piercing arrow takes off half your health bars. There's nothing you can do. It's a bit of a rough game at this stage of the game. It just sucks for TSM. No, it's just sad, right? Because they play well. They are playing well. It's just the draft is not allowing them to succeed. Because either they're scared, they're desperate, I'm not sure what it is. Maybe Scream results have screwed them from the draft.
And also the fact that Hoiba got that Rift Herald, right? He was in a similar position on that VR before, but now with the Jax especially, so I feel like he's just going to get such a good time in the side lane, do whatever he wants. If they get this kill onto Sony, it's doomed. Like, he's just going to run down the Dragon Lane.
Yeah, and it's very likely that that's going to happen as well, right? It's what we saw in the last game, and they're going to trade sides.
Tatus here with the response. YK gets the initial stun off, a lot of damage back over onto Tetis. He's coming in clutch. The rest of TSM fully supporting this endeavor, but only one kill to be found here.
Yeah, and look at this. Rift Herald has not been popped. You get the kill as TSM, but the response from DKG, they just stop you from pushing. You are not able to get a single turret. You invest everything, and you get a kill. What did DKG get? A turret for free? And they still have the Rift Herald. They didn't even need to use that credit.
Let's take a look back on how this was set up. Initially, a little bit of a miscommunication. Both ultimates expended at the same time, and that causes Son away from this. Thankfully, Khalito's in here to save his jungler.
He got bounced 3 times.
That could have been much worse.
Could have been much worse indeed. I completely agree with you there. I mean, there is one thing Ruby can do very well in the context of answering DKG's team comp, and that is Polymorph is really broken against Riven, Diana, and Jax. In addition to that, Wild Growth is also really good against Jax and Diana. So those 2 factors make the Lulu a good pick. Problem is, paired with Vayne, she can't do much.
Nakun Gaming just doing such a great job of rotating around the map. They've broken open the Dragon Lane turret, they've broken open the Baron Lane turret, Mid Lane turret broken open as well. All the auto tier turrets gone.
Quick side note, let's just segue away really quickly. What I would have liked to see from TSM here, if they were planning for this draft again, would be an Olaf. I think that solves a lot of their problems. Olaf does amazing into all 3 of DKG's champions at the top side. It runs down Varus and Nami as well. And I think an Olaf pick here could have changed the game for TSM. Unfortunately, that's not the case.
Let's see how much this matters. Nice flash away from Mike. Hoiba won't be able to catch up with his own flash. Head is coming in now. This Rift Herald is going to find them a little bit more pressure, but the rest of DKG won't be here as TSM take it down.
Yeah, well, TSM took down the Rift Herald, they saved their tier 2 turret, and I think that was a bit ambitious there for DKG. They didn't secure Prior, they didn't secure the kill. They tried to force it too hard, and they wasted the Rift Herald.
But TSM still on their fighting stance, they're still on their feet, looking to try and make a play to turn things around. Sony's going to get caught out. He's slowed out quickly, but Tennis comes in, buys enough time, and now it's CKG. They're on the run because you watch out Petroni. He's picked up the Wild Growth. He's coming in here with enough damage to pose a threat, but Hoiba doing a fantastic job. Talk about zoning, talk about Hoiba. He is textbook perfection in the way he plays out these fights. Petroni finds no impact. DKG with 3.
Granted, it's just so heartbreaking for TSM because they start things off well every single time. Every fight, every early game, TSM looks good. Now, when you get into the mid game, when you get into the fight in this X-Ray play. Take a look at how well it started. It looked doom, but TSM turned it around with some good mechanics. The problem is they stacked the flash, they stacked the wild throw. Petroni wants more, he smells blood. You have to remember, you're playing what is potentially the best team in the world. You cannot make a misstep. He gets too greedy, he gets too ambitious, he gets punished. Once again, EKG give them an inch and they take not just a mile, I don't know, they take like 20 miles or something like that.
They take 3 turns.
They take 3 turns.
Weber's gonna get a nice pick off on the Tetris there. A little bit of backup from Mike, but I don't think there's much to be found there. DKG will just be content.
Call him Jeff Bezos right now.
He's rich, he's 5 digits. He's 5 figures.
This is like the gap between a billionaire and a millionaire, you know, something along those lines. It's just insane. Huiba on his Jax. I don't know what to tell you here, Grandin. He's gonna run the game. He already is running the game.
Absolutely.
100% kill participation on a Jax jungle that wants to farm.
We've seen a lot of different looks from these teams, right? Teams that like to play around the Baron lane, teams that like to play around the mid lane. Junglers, a little bit less love, but with Huiba, the way he's been playing it out, I think we could very well start to see a move towards this jungle focus.
He's an innovator for sure. I think he might even be the progenitor of this new jungle style that we see teams play very heavily around here. Now we'll have to see how teams adapt as the tournament progresses, as playoffs approaches. We're still a bit far off, but I would like to see more teams play around.
And this in our preparation, we were discussing Huiba, you were mentioning that this is not his preferred playstyle. This is something that he's brought in new for the Horizon Cup, but his preferred playstyle is to deny the enemy jungler and not let him do anything at all.
Well, he did show that, right? He did show that on the Graves yesterday, and that's something he's more than capable of doing. It's just, why do I need to come counter jungler? And I can get 6 items in one shot, right? So I think he's more than capable of doing both. Get you a jungler that can do it all. Do it both, and that's Huiba. I mean, he's good.
Looking for a pick off, maybe trying to take down YK.
Yeah,
he has been the target of focus for TSM time and time again, but DKG this time around will come up ahead.
Get you a partner like Huiba who takes care of your every need, who carries you when you're down. I mean, what's there to really say? You try to dive YK, Huiba's waiting in the wings. You can't look away from this guy, you can't take your eyes off him. He's my MVP so far for the 2 days that we've seen. He's amazing.
Definitely one of the discussion pieces for best player in this competition, one of the MVPs for the competition.
Oh, I don't think there's any discussion to be had. From what we've seen so far, there's no discussion to be had.
Let's see if DKG can hold on to their mental.
Yeah.
And maybe start pushing for the title of the best team in the world. TSM are going to be another step in their way, but TSM, they are also looking to turn things around.
Yeah, I mean, what can they really do right now?
Team fight, that's what they're known for, that's what they have to try and aim for. Looking to try and displace the waves, that Rift Herald is going to make a huge difference.
Yeah, the Rift Herald's coming in, and we saw what happened with the last one.
If that pickoff caught them, they might have just seen DKG push in to end the game. Wynn's going to get caught off. TSM might just have a team fight entry and go back in there. Nice pick for Tennis, and suddenly things don't look so straightforward, not so clear cut. But Yo's going to buy so much time, take down a majority of the backline of TSM, put them so low. Petroni's coming in now. This Exxon is going to reduce a lot of his damage. But YK joining into the fight means TSM have to get back to base.
Brandon Petroni is so aggressive. How does he walk around like that? This man, he runs into 3 people. He dashes, he tumbles into a ribbon, and he just heals and flashes and gets out. He says, I'm good.
Even as this fight starts, it starts with Petroni coming in here, looking to take down Yo, finding a couple of auto attacks.
Great condemn.
And getting the condemn on the way, but sets up for his team. They were able to buy for enough time. Sony's just a little bit too unfortunate there. Gets over the wall, but still dies in the end.
Yeah, look at this here from Petroni. I mean, this is just amazing, right? He tumbles in, he heals, he flashes, he gets out of all the members of DKG. The fight don't stop.
TSM comes back in. They're contesting for this blue buff. They say, this is our jungle. Hand it back over to us. Petroni looking for the catch on the YK, but the tidal wave's going to force them back, route them once again.
Look, Grandin, 5 members there to try to kill Huiba, and he just jumps out to safety.
And Huiba gets out. Meaning TSM have committed 4 ultimates, summoner spells on top of that, as this Baron spawns.
Yeah, imagine if he had a real weapon.
Alright. I don't know what to do with you anymore. I don't even know if people get that reference.
I'm sure they do, right? I'm sure Jack says it all the time still. It's so annoying, but it really gets the message across.
Absolutely. Baron available for DKG is also a message, I think.
Do you remember in the last series when we were talking about Rattel on Camille and how he had 3 items, he can't die anymore, things along those lines?
Sure.
Let's look at Huiba. He's got 4 items on an even earlier timer. It's ridiculous.
Absolutely, will never die anymore.
Absolutely will never die, and he has 2 damage items on top of that. You know what? He even says, I don't need a Zhonya's. You know what I need? I need more access to your backline. I just want to kill you guys. I'm getting a proto belt.
Does this not to mean that Group A is going to be about DKG, about Kun Gaming's dominance over this group?
Well, it's not just that, right? Who else did we see that dominated? Rolster wide today. I want to look towards this matchup, and I want to say that the winner of that matchup might win the whole thing.
All right, but let's not get ahead of ourselves because TSM still have a fighting chance. That last grab hit them is Yo looking for the engaging, barely clips it down Sony. Pulls the Renekton back into his seat. DKG find the first pick off. That's emboldened them. They're looking for a little bit more, looking to chase them down, but TSM back off, and so DKG go for the Baron instead.
Yeah, and that's a bit of the Unero syndrome right there, where you get offered up as a sacrificial lamb. Your team has to make it out alive. It's that scene in the movie where you say, go on.
No Baron.
Yeah, no Baron. I
they
mean,
don't want
it. I think at this point they can take anything.
Huiba with his 4 items is looking to make a statement, making a statement piece. TSM, we'll see Tethys fall. He gets the kickoff. But where's he supposed to go?
No, they messed up. Tethys wanted to kick Huiba into his team, but Petroni wanted to condemn him against the wall. Not on the same page means they end up kicking Huiba away, and Tethys pays with his life. They get the Baron, and I mean, it looks to me like it's lights out for TSM here.
Let's see what happens here. I didn't quite catch that. Let's actually see if he does end up using that condemn as well as
so
the
how
kick.
this happens, he goes to flash behind him, and
Oh!
knocks him away, and then he ends up kicking him away. So a bit of a bouncy castle,
Right.
not in the right direction.
Not in the right way, not in a good way.
Not in a good way, yeah.
If it was just half a second after, could have seen a difference. But that's Baron gone while we're taking a look at that replay. DKG are closing this one out in such good fashion as well. TSM gave us a good showing that first game, but against DKG's full force, it just doesn't seem like there's much to be said.
Yeah, and I want to drive home the point right now that Bane as a champion is just too niche, too much time.
And here we go. Yo pulls the trigger. He's gone under the Nexus. He doesn't care about anything else. TSM, they're making a statement piece. They're using your name to win this game out. A little bit more damage. Petroni comes online looking for the auto attacks. The Polymorph will stop Huiba, but stop it for how long? He's going to reposition, and TSM hold on for one more fight.
Honestly, despite the fact that I just criticized them if they were playing against any other team, not called Kun Gaming, this Vayne Lulu combo might have taken over by now. I think Petroni is playing extremely well. I think Carlito is playing really well as well with the buffs and with the wild throw for Polymorph. I think he's doing his job for sure. And I think that the way that Petroni has been navigating these team fights has been very impressive. His timings, his dodging of spells, his knowing of when he can go in and when he has to pull back out. I think it's brilliant from him. But the problem is Dakun, Huiba, the rest of them all, they're just too good. A Ramble Best is off of Huiba, he's never gonna die.
They get a catch off, taking down Mike first. He's going to lose a good amount of health as well. Petroni's coming in, but has been caught out by the corrupting chains. And Stasis will only buy you time. But there's not enough gold in the world to keep you safe for Kun Gaming as they take down the Nexus 2-0 in this series.
Amazing performance coming in from Kun Gaming, but it's not anything new. They looked this good yesterday as well. They showed off pretty much the same picks. I think what I want to drive home is that TSM, they looked pretty good in this set.
Absolutely. They were able to show us a level of play that seems comparable with the rest of Group A.
Yeah.
And I really feel like that match against Tribe was not a fluke.
Of course, it was definitely not a fluke. Anyone that tells you that is on copium right now. I mean, the thing I like that we're seeing from the side of Carlito and the rest of TSM is it's a different look from what we saw from them yesterday. They were extremely reliant. I mean, look at the winners on your screen right now. I think earlier on, I want to touch on this a little bit as well. Huiba, he was saying in the video, he starts to smell success. He gets a bit nervous because he feels like we can win it all. We want to win it all. And the 2 performances that they've put on here today are definitely indicative of that.
2-0 and 2 series. This also puts them 2-0 in Group A.
It's not just about the scoreline. What I want to see from Kun Gaming, I want to see the match timing so far. I want to see how long they've had to play. Because I feel like they played 4 games so far, but they barely had to play an hour of Wild Rift on stage.
Well, when you put it that way,
yeah,
it just seems like you mentioned, any game with Kun Gaming involved could just be the fastest game of Wild Rift in Horizon Cup.
It's honestly amazing to see, right? But back to the point about TSM. I mean, what can we say about Dakun that hasn't been said already? Amazing team, led by Huiba, amazing player. I want to touch on TSM. I think that a new change of pace here for them, a new style that they're bringing out, it bodes well for them. This is a team that, I mean, it breaks my heart to say it because I was cheering for SBTC, but this is a team that has the potential to make it out of groups.
Not afraid to play compositions and strategies a little bit different from the norm. TSM have definitely given us a treat here today in their match against DKG.
Yeah, definitely. I think they had some really good moments, and I like the aggressiveness that we see. Despite a different draft, this time around, the trigger is in the hand of your top side, not in Kalito. And I think they definitely performed the way they were expected to. They did their jobs, they did well. It's just they faltered at the finish line numerous times, and against a team like Dakun, who can blame them?
Does this mean that we're starting to see the rise of Petroni? I feel like his two performances, the Ezra in the first game,
Ezra was meh.
It was difficult because there were a lot of tanks in his way. He couldn't really get much done. But on this vein, felt like he was a lot more comfortable. He was able to get more done. It was towards the end of the game, like you mentioned, if there was any team that was not called Kun Gaming, that could have been a chance that took that game away.
Definitely possible. And I am honestly very impressed with TSM. Of course, I'm impressed with Kun Gaming. I'm off from the cast after this, and I'm going to go start the Kun Gaming fan club.
Sure.
But the one I want to talk about, TSM, keep your eyes on them. I feel like this team can surprise.
Absolutely. We're looking for the rise of this team and see what they can bring in store for us. But this also means that we have to take a close look back towards guys like Tri Gaming, like SBTC Esports, who are starting things off on the back foot, who are needing to climb back up in the last 3 days of competition, the group stage.
It's a group of death for a reason, Brendan. I mean, we might honestly be seeing two of the best teams in the world in the form of Dakun and KT, and we have other teams fighting to get out of group as well. NA #1 seed, SCA #1 seed, TSM, who've looked amazing. It's just a lot on the line here.
Well, to break this one down and give us more insight on what's happened in this set and how TSM and Kun Gaming have been playing, we're going to toss it back over to the State Farm Analyst Desk to give us their thoughts.
Thank you, Brandon and Omo, and it's Kun Gaming. Still have yet to drop a game, another 2-0. It was clean, it was methodical, and again, just over the whole series, really hyping up your point, Scoundrel, of it's the side lane gold manipulation that they're able to get. Next thing, you know, all of a sudden, it's close, and then all of a sudden, whoa, they're 13,000 gold down, but they're only 4 kills up?
Yeah, you actually mentioned it right there. You don't know that Kun Gaming get that far ahead until you really take a look at exactly what they've done on the map to get there. And Huiba himself, absolute man of the moment again. Jax, a pick that not many people consider particularly competitive, but I think DKG and Huiba single-handedly changing the perception here. Got to give it to TSM, though. Again, their early game, the ideas were there. They were willing to fight DKG, but I think just right here, this Moonfall really shut everything down. They managed to pick up that Rift Herald, and then once again, DKG's a very heavy reliance on the Rift Herald to help them accelerate those side lanes, pay dividends for them. I don't even think TSM picked up a single tower this game. The wave manipulation, the side lane wave kind of like control was so good from Kun Gaming all the way through this series. TSM never really got a chance to get their hand into that global gold pot, TJ.
Yeah, and I think it goes across multiple layers of the game, because this play is a highlight of the other thing that happened, which is Pepperoni was playing really well. TSM had this late game win condition. 3-item Vayne comes online, shreds entire teams. We've seen it before. It's a team secret favorite strat. But in this game, we got to the late game, the Vayne came online, T-Gon, doing massive damage, and never got to properly teamfight. Because of a combination of really good focus, we had Huiba every single team fight diving in, burning down that Vayne, stunning that Vayne, and then you also have the ability of Dakun to disengage from those fights. The second it starts going sideways, they're able to cut their losses even from a massive gold lead and recognize when it serves them better to play for different map angles.
Right, and you could see how TSM were at least thinking about the game, right? With the lane swap of Vayne going into the mid lane, so you're not worried about getting dove under tower without letting things go crazy and out of control. It's a little bit safer for the Vayne to scale. And before we saw that first Rift Herald fight, Vayne was actually the most fed player in the game.
Yeah, it was a really good game from Pepperoni. He's been one of the key carries over on the TSM side, certainly one of the best performers, did very well in the Ezreal last game as well. but it just doesn't matter when you're playing against a team that can read your game plan so well. And yes, they make that mid swap. Guess who follows? It's Varus. That babe's not getting an easy farm, constantly held at arm's length, constantly harassed in the late game teamfights. And TSM play well. They should be very proud of their performance. But Kun Gaming have demonstrated why I think they are the favorites in this tournament now. I think they are the team to beat globally.
Yeah, well, let's look back at a moment from Kun Gaming's game number 1 for our Cisco every second counts play of the game. Right here in the fight, we're like, oh, here comes TSM with the combination, and then Stasis, and here comes the Moonfall on the Diana. A quick second decision there. Very, very huge play. Every second counts by Cisco play of the game. Man, that was great.
Yeah, Yo goes above and beyond there to turn the fight in a millisecond, not even a second. He manages to land a massive moonfall that completely counters the dive and ensures that on the other side of the stasis, his AD carry, Wind, is going to be safe.
Yeah, and we have one more breakdown for you. It's the Kun Gaming selfie breakdown because, you know, their selfie game is, they should probably be working on that one a little bit because they're getting all these wins. What? Hands in the face? What's going on here?
No.
Excalibur, break this down for me.
A 6 out of 10. 6 out of 10. Covering the face of one of your players with the hands. Needs to work on the selfie game, I think.
He's getting ganked, Excalibur. The hands coming in from the side lane, interrupting the middle of the photo.
Excalibur, I think you're grading it a little nice there, but 6 out of 10 for Excalibur.
Give it a 3.
A 3, okay.
A 3, half credit.
I'll put it in the middle of 4 because we got to see 4 faces in that selfie. So hopefully they'll be able to level it up, and I'm sure they're going to get a couple more wins and opportunities to do so. Now, as we go to break, let's hear from EBRO Gaming's Teaks ahead of their upcoming match against Team Secret. That series is coming up next. Stay tuned.
Realmente creo que salimos medio desconcertados, no dando lo mejor de nosotros. También nos afectó un poco un problema que tuvimos con el draft. Nada, Team Queso son muy buenos, el resto de equipos también. Vamos a dar todo para remontar la situación. Realmente creo que el mental es nuestro fuerte, lo que nos hace ganar los partidos y no nos afectó en nada perder, la verdad.
If you're this far, like, they love it, though. They love it.
Fue hermoso, la verdad, fue hermoso y muy linda experiencia. Que confíen en nosotros, que vamos a dar todo para revertir la situación y que confíen. No es EBRO si no se sufre. Sí creo que es uno de los equipos más fuertes, pero vamos a dar todo y vamos a salir a ganar, como siempre.
Would you ride for me? Handshake, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. I'ma be me, vibe on the wave. Look.
It's invisible, but it's always with you. It's the defender of your decisions, the bodyguard of your buffs, the guardian of your greatness on the Rift. It's the Cisco Network, powering every epic moment at the Horizon Cup, so you can go wild on the Rift.
I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed.
Welcome back, and thank you for joining us for our next matchup of the day, where we have Team Secret versus EBRO Gaming, teams with vastly different approaches to the game. And here to break it down, we got an analyst swap. Here comes Rafa. Rafa, set us up for this one.
All right, well, we got Team Secret and EBRO Gaming. First up, Team Secret. First, when we got into this tournament, D-Gon, Team Secret was kind of known as the Philippine hometown heroes, the comeback kings, because of their late game scaling. But then in yesterday's series against ThunderTalk, even though they lost, their first game showed that they're very capable of setting up early game plans. Trevor on the Lee Sin was one of the most fantastic games on this champion pick I have ever seen.
Yeah, definitely. And again, that game 2 and 3, though, Trevor went to Trevor. And you're kind of wondering what happened on the Lee Sin here.
Oh, we don't talk about that, D-Gon. we just kind of rolled past it. And Scoundrel and I were just like, oh, okay, next game, please. You know, we'll try it again tomorrow.
Scoundrel.
I think you need to add context, though. They are playing ThunderTalk, who are another one of these Chinese powerhouse teams. And yes, I guess there were some doubts about ThunderTalk because they did, of course, change out a lot of their roster coming to this competition. But man, these Chinese solo laners are absolutely cracked. They're so good. And I think Team Secret had a really good showing versus a region that has clearly come to the Horizon Cup as one of the strongest regions that we have here. So I think Team Secret looked okay. I think if you put it in context, this is a team that still has a lot left to give.
Well, if Team Secret looked good, well, then what's left for Team EBRO Gaming? What do they have left?
So it's no secret that EBRO are coming in as probably the underdogs in this series and one of the main underdogs of the tournament. But you got to really love the passion and the spirit that this team is really putting forth, because these guys came in as the 3rd seed in their respective region of their respective group, and they took down the 1st seed in Leviathan Esports, which makes them just, I don't know, man. Even the post-game victory interview, you had Kite, the Dragon Laner, giving thanks to his dad, who had recently passed away before the tournament even started. And it just goes to show that these guys are playing not only for the pride of their region, but also the pride of their families.
Scoundrel, real quick point on EBRO before we get into the game.
I actually really loved their drafts yesterday. We talked about it in the post-game matchup. They actually had some really sensible drafts with clear game plans that could be very, very easily executed on. They just need to right that ship a little bit. There is definitely sort of diamonds in the rough there with EBRO. And if they can show it versus Team Secret today, I'll be very impressed.
All right, well, as we throw to the casters, I only have one question for Pastry. Did you get TJ anything for International TJ Day?
Thank you very much, Tegan. Is that a real day, or did he make it up for you?
Yeah, I'm on all day. We're across all the time zones. It's International TJ Day, Pastry. Are you telling me you didn't even know?
I got you some Wild Rift games. How does that sound?
Well, that's my favorite.
Oh, good, because that's what we're here for here at Horizon Cup. This is going to be an absolute blast. Definitely a fun one on the cards here, as EBRO going to be taking to the stage once again. Secret, of course, did take a close loss, as we heard from the desk, but definitely a very competitive series and a team I think still many people have high hopes for.
Yeah, for no reason in particular, I am suddenly a huge Team Secret fan, and frankly, I think they're one of the best teams at this tournament. And certainly the leading hope out of the SEA region, which is, of course, what I am referencing. They finished 2nd place behind SBTC regionally, but they looked good at that tournament, and they looked even better here. They played a very close series against ThunderTalk, came up short, and I think you have to keep your eye on them as we move forward in this tournament, especially with the absence of SBTC.
Yeah, definitely fun to see if you can curse another team, TJ.
Oh, no.
We'll see what happens here. But definitely been developing day on day here. It's only day 2, of course, of the Horizon Cup. We're just barely halfway through, but already I feel like we're seeing a lot of differences in metagame and champions and teams kind of clearly adjusting to the field.
Yeah, and I like what you put on Team Secret there, because they are a team that just kind of keeps getting better. Every time we've seen them, they've kind of improved. They showed up, they've first finished 2nd in their local Icon Series, the regional competition in the Philippines. Then they placed 5th at the Summer Super Cup, which was the first SEA regional competition. And then they came into the 2nd season of the Icon Series, the PPGL, and over-delivered. Looked better, finished into the 1st place, and frankly, despite looking a little disorganized, still were terrifying coming into a finals for SEA, where they came out 2nd, come international in their best form yet.
Yeah, definitely a team you never really doubt, and it is nice to see them mix some early games in as well. But you're in the Champs League tier. We'll see what happens. Team Secret on the blue side here for the first one. it's EBRO over on the red.
And we've got two teams that love to get spicy in their team fights, which I think should be our main lead into this game. We have to talk about Team Secret's constant late-game team fight threat, oftentimes coming out of Chewy and Tatsuri. Both love playing scaling characters and tend to really show up once we get past that 10 to 15 minute mark. And they're playing into a team in EBRO that's never going to turn down a team fight, but do also look especially good once we get to that late game. In particular, I'm going to highlight Kite, who, coming in late game, oftentimes on characters like Xayah, benefits from the inherent scaling of those characters, and for the fact that his team likes to build tanks around him. Just set up front lines. Both these teams are very similar in that way.
Yeah, a little scrap. Definitely EBRO not one to shy away from any sort of scuffle. So I imagine we'll be drafting pretty similarly there. We do have Rakan, Renekton, and Galio all taken off the board. Lee Sin, Camille. On the other side, I've just seen so many different Baron laners get taken away, but Ziggs has definitely been the other mainstay of the ban table in many games, and that will be taken as the final ban here in this game, and that leaves Fiora wide on open.
Wide open indeed. With the Fiora locked in, you can expect that to be thrown over to Azur, who is one of Team Secret's secret weapons. He's intermediately the best player on the team, and sometimes just a stable carry. And the great thing about Team Secret is they have that flexibility. It can be Tatsuri that steps up and carries a game. It can be Azur that steps up and carries a game. Chewy, the insurance policy, safe in that bottom lane, farming, and it's down to the way the game goes as to where they put the emphasis.
All right, well, Riven actually going to be locked in there. I think this is the first time both Fiora and Riven have been allowed into a game so far in Horizon Cup, so curious to see those two powerful champions battle here in this one. But Twisted Fate, I feel like every team has a Twisted Fate player. Not unsurprising pick there from EBRO.
Twisted Fate is really good because he can kind of repair macro mistakes. He's like a Control-Z button on your gameplay. Because if something goes wrong, if you get out-rotated, if you've got 3-4 players suddenly ganking your bottom lane, Twisted Fate's the only character in the game that can reliably respond to that on the opposite side of the map or teleport into the fight himself. You obviously have other global movement and stuff like Pantheon, but they don't have the pure impact that Twisted Fate does.
You know, if you're trying to show up to every party, TJ, Twisted Fate a good one to bring along there.
Party animal.
Gragas Varus. I mean, if there's one, EBRO is definitely, as far as in-game at least, obviously can't speak for their personal lives, but in-game they're definitely showing up to every single festival that sprouts on the Rift.
And we got another party boy here as Akshan joins. Akshan, a little bit more of a late game threat. This will probably be given to Kite because it kind of fits into that Xayah mold I set up for you. I really like the pickup of Nunu here as well. This fits what we expect from EBRO Gaming. They're going to have a tanky frontline. They're going to have a late game scaling insurance policy over on Kite. The interesting part of it is, to me, is the adaptation here to the Horizon meta, bringing out the Twisted Fate, bringing out the Riven, characters that are going to give them a little bit more mid-game skirmishing power.
Yeah, definitely like Nunu kind of joining the party train here. Definitely another bro that likes to show up at any single moment. Orianna continuing to get, I would say, a somewhat surprising amount of presence. I thought we'd see a lot more assassins in mid lane, but definitely Orianna seems to be a stable pick of a lot of these teams because people, again, they like to brawl. Lots of 5v5 so far this tournament.
I mean, she's good in the late game. She's especially good in late game team fights. When you have a player like Tatsuri, you want to give him tools to add value. And at range, it's going to be a very safe pick as well into the Twisted Fate, which I think is the big appeal. You can clear a wave without being at risk of getting gold carded and shut down. I do also hit on something else from the Team Secret draft. This is Hamas's Gragas. General Hamas getting his key character. You'll see a lot of his Gragas roaming on the map early, arriving in side lanes and delivering massive explosive casks to set up for ganks. That's going to be key for this team, because it is a lot of their engage. You're looking at the explosive cask, you're looking at the chain of corruption, and now this Jax coming through at the very end to start these fights. And kind of only the Jax is going to be the major ball carrier to get those Tatsuri Orianna balls into the back lines of these team fights.
See, Tatsuri does the job on his own as well. Definitely a very competent mid laner here. Last pick is Lulu. So EBRO is definitely bolstering the kind of late game power of Akshan and definitely building into that 5v5 once again. I mean, they have a little bit of a bridge here with the Twisted Fate and the Riven. And Nunu, I guess, can be pretty active if he wants to in the early game.
Yeah.
But it's, again, a lot of leaning on the fact that they just want to fight often anyway.
I really like this EBRO draft. I think this is very good for the way they want to play, which is all the time, fight.
Yep.
Because, yeah, Nunu shows up early. People think of him as a late game tank, and he certainly is that, making him one of the more interesting and powerful junglers in the meta right now. But he also can do a little bit of Lee Sin. He can do a little bit of a scuffed Lee Sin cosplay in the first couple moments of the game and show up in lanes with the snowball, providing stuns and enabling early kills. Particularly look at that mid-jungle duo with Teeks. If they can set up for early gold card-enabled kills, they'll get off to a very scary mid-game, and the second EBRO have a lead, their team fights get easier. And the second their team fights get easier, that's a team you got to watch out for. We could have an upset here on the main stage.
Yeah, it's not something I think we'll see from EBRO, but I think the other Nunu look we got was from ThunderTalk, actually, and they used it as kind of a trio just to zone people out and let the side laners happen, right? So I think Nunu does give you a lot of value.
Flexible.
Yeah, really flexible. Kind of like a support jungler, right? So kind of adds to a lot of different styles, very reliable as a frontliner, and again, a frequent party goer, which for a lot of these teams here at Horizon Cup is something they're looking for.
Which one would you invite to the party, Nunu or Willem?
Both. They have to be both.
You are absolutely right, Pastry, and I am sorry for doubting.
They bring twice as many drinks. It just makes sense. Bring Gragas along as well, you know? Get a real...
a little too.
That's true. It might be a little too. It is, you know, late... I don't know where we are. I don't know what day it is anymore. I'm not even going to pretend to remember what day it is. It's all fun here.
We do have a very interesting draft over on the Team Secret side as well, though, and I fear that we have somewhat neglected it because while there's this entire philosophy of fight, fight, fight for EBRO, Team Secret have drafted some tools to disengage from that, and I think that's very important to highlight. You have between the Explosive Catch, the Chain of Corruption, and the Orianna Shockwave, and to be fair, the Jax as well, a whole lot of things that could shut down Engage.
All right.
So I want to see them do exactly that.
Excited to see what happens here. Level 1 could get a little frisky. EBRO grouping up here as Teeks has Ghost, but as a reminder, make sure you don't miss out on content that you're already paying for by linking your Prime account with your Wild Rift account, where you will receive, a random skin chest thanks to our friends over at Prime Gaming.
I think it comes down a lot to the way that EBRO find these early couple of levels. I'm looking in particular at Teeks and at Azez to get early value.
All right, we'll see what happens early on. Had a little bit of a visit in mid, but that does peter out pretty quickly, as suspected it is Jack's jungle. No flipping around is going to be kind of the expected roles for those champions.
Trevor hasn't historically been the most aggressive jungler, but I think that works out for Jax, who really does want to farm for a lot of the game, so we probably won't see too much early ganking from him, but that's okay.
Nice little trade there on Az's side. As you said, definitely kind of a hidden carry sometimes for Secret, so eyes on the Fiora, who's an extremely powerful champion. We barely see her get through any drafts. She has one, I think the one game she got let through in, so definitely eyes on Azza there to be a key piece for Secret in the mid-game especially.
This is a really good matchup for Azur as well. Azur Snowball arrives early.
Oh goodness, almost curves around the corner there, but not quite enough. But you can see the pressure that Nunu is able to put on.
I heard the tires squeal on Nunu Snowball as he tried to drift around the corner. And we do have a counter gank here. Trevor also arriving down bottom.
I think Nunu must have visited again.
Yeah.
Because that's a dead Fiora on my screen.
We didn't catch it on camera, but I believe a lot of that came from Arche finding a very risky engage, the sort of thing that gets you killed, judging by how quickly the HP bars went down. But because he took that sacrifice play, it worked out. Here we go. Yeah, deep dive in. He takes the hit. He lands the stun. And that's all we get to see, because there's another dive in the bottom lane.
Gonna have to complete the 50% of the play in our mind's eye, TJ, because Team Secret are trying to apply pressure here to that bottom side. Trevor with a visit. Doesn't quite find it between the two towers, but does at least, you know, make him think about it there in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and it is a little out of character to see Trevor going for those kinds of dives, so Team Secret obviously trying to get a little proactive here. Another gank on its way here.
Once again, the snowball's there. Oh, riposte wearing off is not a good time. Azardo is going to be chased down there. There's the easy route, and that's the easier kill. Nice one there on the top side for EBRO.
EBRO have watched a ThunderTalk game, and they know that if you put gold in this Riven, it's going to be real scary, putting so many resources to make sure that Azur, who is a fairly favorable matchup, at the very least a survivable matchup with that Fiora, into this top lane Riven. This is very solid. The Fiora normally does very well into Riven, so you're just constantly re-ganking that lane, and if you can get Riven through the first 5 minutes of the game, it doesn't matter that the lane matchups are right, because the map matchup is terrible against Fiora.
Yeah, and the thing is, you look at the gold, you say, oh, that's pretty nice, like still even despite the 2 kills. Well, Riven has all that lead. It's 1,000 gold up right now in the top side for that Riven in the 1v1. So probably only going to get worse there for Azar in the top lane. We'll have to see how the lane develops, especially since we did highlight Fiora as being such an essential champion.
I do want to talk about the opposite side of this map. Chewy, who is playing one of his best characters, the Varus. This lane matchup is also getting prioritized. We saw Trevor come down here. They didn't get any kills, but Kite missed out on an entire wave, so he's significantly behind in gold. And that feels like the way this game is going to play out at this point. Team Secret losing the top lane, going to be scared of the team fights. This Riven gets very big as this composition comes online for EBRO, but they have the tools to keep those team fights at arm's length. Poke in with the Varus arrows, play an anti-melee composition, as our good friend Excounter would say.
All right, well, I thought that, kind of with that map split, we were going to see a very quick start on the Herald here for EBROs, but instead, just going to take the crab there for Easies and just back off the gas a little bit here. Team Secret are grouping around mid, maybe wanting to contest there. They have TF as well, though, on their side, so Teaks can join a fight very swiftly if one does erupt around the objective. And we've kind of flip-flopped the sides of the map we were strong on, as EBROs are now overloading this right-hand side.
Yeah, EBRO trying to repair this Akshan. And I'm not sure how I feel about it, because Akshan is the kind of character, the kind of carry that if they don't have a lead, it's very hard to play. Because you need enough gold to step into the front line and threaten for the resets to get full value out of them. Otherwise, you're just sitting at the back of the fight providing soak, which is not terrible, but it's not the greatest use. Here's a Rift Herald.
Apparently decided that the Herald was worth it in the end, but the fight is on for Secret. Herald goes over to Nunu, but can they get out safely? Justly in the top side is in trouble. Shockwave doesn't quite connect. Nice flash there is going to keep H alive for a little bit longer, but there's the kill that Varus is looking for the whole time, as Secret will trade 1 for that Herald.
And you see the power of this composition from Team Secret in that fight, as it's very difficult to walk up to Chewy. He's just able to spend that fight chilling, throwing out arrows, living his best life, and there's nothing EBRO can do to really access him, and when they try to step forward, Hache goes down. They did get this Rift Herald, though. That's going to charge against the mid-turret and get a little bit more gold onto the other side of them.
No, he took aggro. That's a tragedy. Varus just collects the sitter there, gifted over under the mid-tower.
Chewy being a bro, though.
Yeah?
Catching the full ult. Little sad for Ezez, but life be like that sometimes. Here's another look at the full team fight. Hama's starting this off around the top side. Chases away Jastly, chases away a lot of the defense. And then as you can see, when the pressure is coming in from Hache, he's zoned back by the Shockwave. Ideally, you want the Shockwave to land, but it's the Shockwave, it's the arrows, it's the presence of the tank frontline that just keeps everything away from Chewy.
Well, EBRO's doubling down on their objectives. They already have the Herald. They may have dropped already in mid by the looks of things. But gonna go for this Dragon. We'll be able to get it. That Ocean is theirs, as they do claim that first break off the Rift. But that gold's starting to slip away a little bit. That first little skirmish win kind of feels like it's letting Secret into this mid-game a little bit more than EBRO's would have wanted.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good mid-game for Secret. It is so scary for Team Secret, because if they mess up once, if they go into one team fight unprepared, it goes bad. But EBRO are struggling to make that happen, and Kite...
Oh, that's not a spot you want to be in. Tamez, of course, on the signature pick, an easy body slam, and a slap down there from Trevor.
He threw out the grappling hook, but there was nothing in range, and the second you've lost your mobility as an Akshan, you are just dead.
And definitely evident there on the screen.
One of the reasons you see a little bit more priority put towards things like Vayne, who can survive that experiment.
All right, top side once again. It's more action. Oh, it's less action. It's apparently Nunu loving every tower hit in the game.
Medium-sized amount of action. As takes a couple of turret shots. The gold card doesn't get in range, so Tatsuri can just walk through it all.
Now Secret again comes their own, wrapping around mid here. Kite in trouble. Chewy. He's going to get defended there by the Twist of Fate. Ulti straight in we go! Gold card into the rest of the team, and that's a kill! Gifted on a silver platter for Kite. Very nicely done from EBROs.
More team fighting! EBRO benefit from that Destiny teleport on Teaks. He arrives right within gold card range, and for the first time this game, EBRO get to fight on their own terms. The gold card lands, they have the full damage burst they're looking for, and the only thing Team Secret can do is back away, which they do correctly. They manage to disengage in time, but it shows how scary EBRO are within range.
Needed gold there as well, just one again. I thought this was a one-way trip here for the Twist of Fate.
Lands the gold card, and there's just nothing to do. Really good target selection as well onto Chewy, making sure that the main source of long-range damage is away.
Oh, we're at it again. Grappling hook over, stun is going to land out of the Twist of Fate. The snowball, good. But Azar gets away, forced to burn the flash, so tower goes down. Harmez is there, and now Nunu's getting in there. Absolute Zero is going to try and reduce their health fast to just that as Harmez in trouble. Red card's not the one, but it's not going to matter. Oh, Fiora knocked over the wild growth. Did Azar give a second away? He sacrificed his own life for the support.
Justly, that's so good! The wild growth timing manages to interrupt the re-engage. And Azar's gone. EBRO have managed to string together a couple of plays. The tempo advantage they earned in the mid lane immediately converted. They spend that in-store currency down in the bottom lane, get a very good deal on a turret, and everything's going well for them.
And the map not even as open as it could be. It's just the one tower still for EBRO. It is really nice what Secret's been doing to keep their map advantage.
So now Rift Herald 2. If EBRO want to keep this kind of train rolling, they need to fight and win for this Rift Herald. This is a good opportunity for them to get those close range 5v5s that they want. They just need to make sure that Team Secret can't disengage, as they have done previously. Keep them at arm's length with the Jax, with the Varus.
Little mini snowball there as the shadows were popped as well, but EBRO can't get in. It is going to be the Herald over. Destiny a little late. Another Shockwave's going to find one. In the front line they go, diving in for the river, but now a literal 1v5 on the hands. It is going to have the Broken Wings over the wall. Does get out, but not without sacrificing the jungler.
And EBRO are unfortunately a little too slow to make that play. It takes some time to get everybody in position. The Rift Herald's already gone, and Team Secret are ready for the aggression. They separate the initial engage, and there's no way for Team Secret's backline to fall under those circumstances.
So again, despite all of the good that EBRO have been doing in a lot of these skirmishes, it is the gold lead starting to grow even further with that Rift Herald as well. Should be even more damage done. It feels like the Fiora and the Jax are getting scary. It feels like Secret are starting to put a throttle on the map they're not letting go of.
Yeah, I mean, they just want to cruise control this more than anything. They want to make sure we don't go too fast. As long as EBRO don't get within range to do any big combos with the Riven, with the Nunu, then there's no way Team Secret lose this game at this pace.
Chewy throws the ulti straight in. Nice little disengage. Shockwave's nice. And the re-engage is there for Secret. Can't find a kill just yet. Wonderful cast out of Harmez though. And Azar's going to grab the kill as a result. Now Teek's in the front line, going to get queued to death by everybody. Hamas again! Rocket belts in, gets the body slam, and now it's trouble in paradise there as Riven's going to fall and Orianna snags the double.
Hamas fears nothing. He just goes ham. Manages to get so deep behind the turret and convert the kill. And here comes the Rift Herald. This might be the game, Pastry.
Yeah, I can see why this guy is known for the Gragas, because that's some real nice work there out of the support player on Secret. Super Minions now going to spawn through the mid lane. The game isn't over yet, but it kind of feels like it, as we are going to watch the Axe replay here.
Man, what a combo. Chewy landing the Chains of Corruption to deny the initial engage. And Team Secret realize, well, hang on, we've got a combo here. Focus in on SS, force the wild growth, then shift focus immediately to the AD carry, because he's no longer protected by the threat of that wild growth. You burn down the damage now, there's no reason not to get in range. And so Hamas takes advantage.
Yeah, Polymorph a little late there from Jastly. Just couldn't stop the Rampage, and Gragas flashing into your backline. And Secret now very far ahead here in this game. What, 8,000 or so? They've got supers forever now in the mid lane. They've got so much pressure over this map, and EBROs know they have to walk over to this side of the map and try and get something happening as Trevor, the jungler, is going to straight 1v1 kill the top laner, and now it could be more here as he's just going in. 2v3, doesn't matter, 2v4, 3v4 with Shu reinforced by Harmez from downtown, just skates on in, and now Jastly kicked back there by the cast, gets absolute carnage.
He's on 3!
Finds the triple kill, and Fiora, not even here, not needed.
He's on 3, and I thought for a moment that Trevor was going to look for more, but having spent his entire kit, he doesn't risk the close range of Akiche. And this should be game, as Team Secret managed to control EBRO across 12 dominant minutes.
Looking good here, Tatsuri just zoning them out of their own Nexus. As Secret and guide the minion wave up here in top. Fiora is busy running interference in the bottom side, but it doesn't matter right now as Trevor's going absolutely off. Might matter a bit more as the snowball's rolling down through, but it is grasping at straws, it feels like there. Akshana not going to find it. Easy's again in trouble, absolute zero pop. Bahamas tanks it straight in the face. And there's the kill, this time for Tatsuri.
And you just get stuck in glue if you try to dive this team. There's no way to access Chewy. He just sits there with a giant field of slime in front of him, like on an old game show, and everyone who tries to run at him just gets stuck in it, and it's either the Shockwave or the Chain of Corruption or the Jax Trevor just standing there and receiving this pressure. Here's what we didn't see. Hache stepped into this. Hache chose to take this 1v1, and he didn't reckon on what late game Jax does to your forehead.
And then James, again, another wonderful play here on the Gragas, just rocket belts straight into the team.
What a cast. And
another great cast as well. If you don't miss, it turns out very, very proficient on this champion. It's the game. You've said it twice now, TJ. I believe you. It just hasn't happened
yet. All right,
yet.
this time, it should be game.
It's not that they aren't winning, it's just that they haven't exploded the Nexus yet.
Well, I mean, it's the opposite side of this team composition that Team Secret are running. It's really dangerous for them to go for game and push.
Oh, goodness, that was a nice shockwave. Finds two. Flash is burnt, but no follow-up there from Secret.
It's scary to get within range, so it's always, and you see this whenever you see a Varus Orianna composition. These are the kinds of characters that want the other team to walk into their spells, into their range, and they're worse at chasing.
Into maybe this, when they start the Baron, and he's going to get zoned out. Baron is now finished, and James is fancy himself another go. Rakobert's in. Tatsuri, just straight QWs the Lulu. James with an amazing flash body slam to find two more. A double kill for Fiora and TJ this time. The game is over.
I don't believe it. Third time's the charm. As EBRO are finally pushed back behind their Nexus, and Team Secret will clean things up.
Some nice moments there from EBROs, but the overall picture looking very pretty there for Secret.
Yeah, I mean, they understood their composition. They needed to keep that team fight threat at arm's length. They used their CC tools brilliantly. They benefited from Trevor's Jax, who sat in the jungle, farmed until he was ready to fight in the late game. Everything kind of went to plan. And if you're EBRO, you're sitting on the other side of that, and you need to start thinking about how to disrupt a game plan that's just going to be executed to the letter on the page.
And, you know, we saw Secret till the game yesterday. We know their team fighting. That felt definitely just like we got to lead the mid game and we know what to do from here. Very clean execution. Very, strong understanding of the picks they had. I mean, you said it already. I was like, oh, yeah, I guess I'll watch this guy's Gragas. And it's just a complete montage from minute 1 to minute 14.
James has this amazing ability to always find the explosive cask that gets behind the enemy team. And I don't know how he does it, because whenever I try to play Gragas, I end up knocking people away from my team. But James has this superpower to always come in on a flank. And I think it's because he's the shot caller for the team. So he has, like, the picture of the map in his head, and he's able to come in on the side, come in on the flank, have the extra vision.
And, obviously something we'll dive in deeper as the tournament goes on. But I've seen a few Jax games in a row now. And I'm starting to think, you know what? Pick looking pretty good in this metagame.
In a meta where we're not seeing the tools to just destroy the early game, in a meta where so many games are being decided in the late game, picks like Jax are going to be incredibly valuable. And I think what also adds to that is if you're looking at what else is popular, if you're looking at the Vayne, if you're looking at the Riven, again, characters very strong in the late game, Jax answers them both very well. The Jax can jump on the Vayne, chase her down. The Jax can deny the Riven's engage. That's everything you need.
All right, well, Secret for a second time looking very good in their opening game, but now we'll check in with our friends on site in Singapore.
Yes, welcome back to Singapore. We are once again here to break down game 1 of this series. I got Omo, I got Grandin. You know, you were just casting over on the other side. We had to steal you back for some analysts here at the end.
Yeah, they had to bench me because I was simping too hot for Huiba, so they brought me back here.
Yeah, and we've now brought you guys to make sure you can simp over for TS. That's the whole reason why we needed you. Now, I think there's some really cool stuff for us to dive into, right? Because the casters were just talking about the impact of Jax and the fact that he's coming up in prevalence here. So I want to kind of get this groundwork going of, do we see this tournament meta developing, kind of a shift in style from what we saw in the earlier parts of the season to now at Horizon Cup?
Look, I'll put it this way. I was so busy watching the game and watching this Jax play so well. I don't have anything on my notes. It's blank empty right now. I'll show you guys after we come back for the clips. But I don't have anything here because I was so focused on what was happening. Secret finally, well, they get that second win, but they have to close out the series. But I think it's a good look, and the fact they were able to effectively steal away the strategy from the Chinese region teams is just such a good look for them.
Yeah, and I don't want to be all doom and gloom here, but we got to keep in mind that yesterday against ThunderTalk, Team Secret had a really good game 1 as well. The Varus Nami that they pulled off yesterday would look amazing. This time around, game 1 looking good yet again, but they have to close it out.
That is a question that we are asking ourselves when it comes to Team Secret as well as SBTC. Was it just a matter of them warming up their game 1? Was it a matter of opponents? How are they going to be performing on game 2 as some of the clarified favorites coming into this? So do you feel that Team Secret have proven that they are still some of the hottest contenders?
I really do think they are still a very strong contender. I think up against EBRO, they need to set a statement piece. Not to say that EBRO is going to be an easy opponent, but against some of the things that they do, because they do have these larger lapses, I would say, it should come down to Team Secret to be able to punish them better, and especially as we take a look at this game, where the draft was a little bit suspect. You know, there were some strange things going on there.
Okay, allow me. There's a lot to dig into here.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I was not a fan of this one, and I think that the win here from Team Secret means a little bit more, because I think they had to struggle uphill with the draft that they had. They picked the Fiora early, and they failed to plan around it well. Like you mentioned early on as well, they doubled down on another duelist, another split pusher, Jax and Fiora on the same team.
I'm going to pause you for a second there, because those are the 2 points that I have. I have Jax and Fiora, the only thing I've written down in that game, because I don't think those are the only things that matter.
Get it in there.
I feel bad that mine is so blank.
You gotta do the homework
need...
before the teacher collects it.
I don't even know if you can see that. I just wanted a smiley face because I'm so happy. It doesn't even. I can just say whatever I want is on this card at this point. Just lie to the audience. Don't worry. We got you here covered with the truth, because we got to dive into the truth even more about this continued development. Because you talk about the Fiora, we talk about the Jax, and I think in Wild Rift specifically, duelists are something that have been so prevalent. Do you feel that it creates kind of a volatile situation in some of these games if they don't have the opportunity to pop off for the rest of the team?
That's why we love Wild Rift, right? Because the nature of the fights, the way the game functions, it's so fast, it's so active, and duelists really excel in that environment. But yeah, like you mentioned, if they start faltering, if they start falling behind, it can get pretty brutal. Fortunately, we haven't seen it yet here.
Yeah, and also very curious about the fact that we're mentioning that, oh, they're bringing over the Jax. We saw some of the Chinese teams with Kun Gaming bring it out. But Hamez and Team Secret, I hope you guys can hear some of the cheering going on in the back as well. But Team Secret are known to have a lot of flexibility within their drafts and have that, nuance come through. Do you suspect that this is something that they may have also been working on their own to be able to counter things like Graves when that comes through at some point too?
I don't think it's too far of a stretch. That little bit of scrimbucks being cashed in right now, they probably had some stuff going on in the woodworks, and finally being able to pull it out on stage. And the great part was the Chinese teams pulled it out first, so they get to be like, oh, well, since it's already been shown, we get to just come in and make use of a strategy that we have been practicing as well.
Bringing a little bit of the conversation over to EBRO Gaming, though, because this is a best of series and they have the opportunity to bring it back. We saw TSM in their match yesterday pull off that reversal. What do you think that they have to do to try and find their own strength to take down Team Secret? I know I'm putting you through a lot by having to make you say something against TS, but I'm gonna have you do it.
Look, I'll be real with you here. There were some things I really liked from their draft, but at the same time, I feel like they faltered at the finish line. Yet again, same as what we were saying about TSM earlier. Some good things, but then you kind of failed to close it out in the end. I like the start to the draft. Riven Twisted Fate, very reminiscent of what we saw earlier on from Rolster Y as well. Very effective duel, but when you're running a Nunu TF mid-jungle combo, you are so short on damage that your Riven really needs to pop off. Round that off with you picking an Akshan Lulu bottom lane. I don't really know what to think of that one.
Yeah, second team to bring out Akshan here alongside Tribe in this tournament thus far. I'm curious to see if they make any other changes within their draft as they continue on in this series. So let's get back into the series itself. We got Pastry Time and TJ continuing with the call.
Thank you very much, Tigris. It's gonna be a fun one here. I was here for 6 games yesterday, TJ, and you know what? I'll take it if it happens again. Let's just put it that way.
You think we're going all the way?
No.
Okay, all right. Well, you answered that question before.
But I also cursed myself, I feel like, by saying that. So now I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, because you've cursed yourself both ways.
Mm-hmm.
That's dangerous.
Can we get half games? That's not a thing, right? Oh, no, that's really bad.
Pretend
I ever said that.
That's called
Pretend I ever said that. Erase that from your memory, chat room.
I think
the producers hate me now for saying that.
Oh, 100%. I think the big thing that needs to change if EBRO are going to bring us all the way, if we're going to ruin Pastry's voice, is EBRO need to develop the tools to get in on Team Secret. That was the thing we saw go wrong during game number 1, despite the fact that EBRO drafted a pretty solid teamfight composition, drafted a pretty solid dive composition. They couldn't ever get in range. They were held at arm's length by stuff like Varus, Gragas, and that's going to happen again unless they demonstrate the ability to kind of manipulate Team Secret around the map, use some better macro tools.
We'll see what happens here, see if there are any changes. But we can relax. It was quite a lengthy process last time, although perhaps they're going a little bit faster this time around. Lee Sin off the board.
Yeah, you can expect to see Lee Sin and that sort of thing. Pretty much as standard at this point. It is kind of interesting to me that this Rakan is meriting a ban from Team Secret, because that is just a Hastley focus. He's so good on that specific character. And he had a bit of a rough time on it yesterday. It kind of went very bad for them, as Hastley frankly looked completely out of sorts. He was my highlight player for EBRO coming into this tournament. Very good on the support, very good engages, and just had a bad game, had a bad day. So to see him performing a little bit better today, and not only that, but meriting target bans, I don't know, it's got to feel good.
Yeah, I think if you are Secret though, and you're trying to keep EBRO at distance, taking away all the good engaged supports, feels like a pretty good formula.
Hastley unable to play either Galio or Rakan this time round. EBRO on the opposite side, getting rid of the Riven is interesting because they wanted the Riven, so this feels like a kind of tacit admission that it didn't go the way they wanted. They don't feel they can win into stuff like the Jax.
So respecting the Twist of Fate here was a very nice tool.
That's the commonality here. Just every single engaged tool that's better than good, gone.
And I was going to say that leaves Fiora open, but Ziggs instead is the pick here. And of course, Fiora is the easy response there for Secret.
You get good at this, Pastry.
It's almost like I've watched a lot of Caves of Wild Rift at this tournament in the last 24 hours.
Interesting Team Secret pull out both Fiora and Renekton. This is going to mean, of course, that this Fiora is in the
mid lane.
jungle.
Oh, jungle.
A Trevor special. And it's going to be a decent amount of engage for Team Secret, which suggests a little bit of a flip, a swapsy-doozies, as you would say, from game number 1, with Ziggs receiving that pressure this time round, trying to poke.
I wouldn't say that, but now I will say that, because that's an excellent way to put that.
I feel like you would say swapsy.
That's true, I definitely would.
The Lucian also flag here, as Lucian has been kind of coming into meta. He's a very powerful lane duelist, can again interact in kind of a poke way with his high mobility. But what's kind of a flag here for me is EBRO don't have a very coherent composition. You have the Nami here. Nami is a very good CC source, very good at slowing down engage, but they don't have anyone to set up for those stuns. Of course, neither Ziggs nor Lucian have the tools to slow down engage, and by herself, Nami often struggles to receive that kind of pressure. She needs somebody to set up. That's why you so often see her paired with a Varus with a Twisted Fate.
All right, well, I like the Varus revisit here for Chewy. You know, on vacation on Varus in the last game, feeling like he's going to go back to, you know, the Zen mode of just chucking arrows at your enemies. But I was extremely impressed with James' Gragas in the last game. And Thresh is not something we see that often, but he's starting to pick up some presence today. And Thresh, a lot harder to play than he looks.
Yeah, I mean, James is one of the top supports, I think, in the world, and being able to pull out the Bone Father and throw out some long-ranged hooks is a key element of any team that wants to be finding aggressive engage in this meta.
What do you think of these picks, though, on the EBRO side? You kind of mentioned, you know, lack of cohesion. Definitely needed a front line, and they have drafted that with these last two.
Well, it's better in terms of they have a tool to synergize a little bit with this Nami. You can see the core coming together. They're using that Jarvan very likely in lane. I feel like this Olaf is going to be in the jungle, but the way that Latam plays, it could be flipped. You could see the Olaf top. But very likely it's going to be lane Jarvan coming into these fights and starting them.
Holding it together.
You follow that up with the bubble, you follow that up with the Ziggs.
All right, well, if you heard my little outburst today, it is the last pick that has got my eyes very wide.
I was looking you at the eyes, I was gazing at you, Pastry, and so this is completely just hit me from the side. As to be fair, Team Secret will be trying to do to EBRO. This is kind of interesting. So, North America, for a long time, thought the Catarina was good. And I was pretty adamant the Catarina was not good and North America was wrong. So I feel like this is almost Team Secret trying to push the limits and see if they can pull out some pocket picks, see if they're competitively viable. EBRO are good, but Team Secret think they have the wiggle room to play at the side of the meta. They're the sort of team that always tries to have 1 or 2 secret picks. They're the sort of team that always tries to surprise people in the latter half of tournaments, and this feels like we're getting some testing ground.
Yeah, Katarina, not the champion I expected to see today, but I'm very welcome for any sort of flashy mid laner.
She'll be very good into Ziggs. You can get up close to that Ziggs and just absolutely destroy him, and he, of course, doesn't have any CC. This team doesn't have any real CC, which is going to make it very, very hard to interrupt Katarina. You basically got to save Nami wave for it, and if you don't land the Nami wave, then the Katarina is just going to chew through the backline every single team fight.
Definitely a fun one to watch. I'm super excited for this draft. I feel like we might get a bit of a faster game here out of Secret. We'll see what happens though.
I mean, it's such a Tatsuri pick as well.
Yeah.
Tatsuri is the kind of mid laner that goes ham every single game.
My kind of mid laner.
Yeah. He's the kind of mid laner you get in solo queue every few games where you don't really know why you're winning, and then you look over to the mid lane and he's up like 20 kills. That's Tatsuri! And Katarina's the perfect character for him. I just never thought I'd see it in competitive.
I'm basically the same player, but less highly ranked, and you have to flip the first column with the second column.
Right.
And that's me.
Okay. Well, you know what? I think you're
I'm very active. Alrighty then, we'll see if Secret can get all the way there and finish off the series in a sweep, or if EBRO are indeed going to give us and me my third full best of 3 here at Horizon Cup. I know I say it like I'm complaining. I'm not complaining. I'll never complain about more video games.
No, and EBRO have the tools to give it to us here, and also I think kind of slap down Team Secret a little bit. Team Secret trying to use this series as a test bed for their pocket picks, trying to see if Katarina is viable. And if EBRO were able to slap him around, shut him down, you got the possibility to tell him off.
All right, so I was going to say that James is fully testing it by not buying items, but both supports have actually started with boots, which I don't think is something I've seen yet this tournament.
Yeah, we see it a decent amount in Southeast Asia, especially on picks like this Thresh, like Galio is the other character that typically does it, where you're waiting for engage. The boots make it much easier for you to get in and land those hooks. It also tells Tsunami into Thresh, because you don't want to be hit by either of those CC spells, the hook and the bubble.
All right, well, team's just setting up
this
here.
Just sucks. You ever just want a lane into somebody keep you at 5 feet range?
Doesn't seem like a very fun time. It's kind of Varus' thing, though.
Yeah.
He stands back and shoots you from a different game away.
Lucian and Navi just desperately trying to get in range. And every time they're going to trade, I would say about even, but the second that hook lands, as it just did.
Prophetic there. Does land there. Trouble in paradise here, though, for the mid laner. But Ziggs going to eat some honey fruit and backaways. Trevor did come in early for a gank.
Yeah. So you have kind of what we were talking about happening across the map. This mid lane sucks for Teeks because there's not a whole lot he can do when Tatsuri decides he's going to start gaming. And down bottom, the
gaming.
CC lands.
A lot of gaming.
Oh! Some wild gaming happens here as well.
But no kills. Very close there in the 2v2. He's like an aggressive treble though. Ooh, goodness, not sure I fancy this one. There's the lantern. Better click on it. Oh, no, it's a bait! Hook's in there, Tatsuri's popping up! He gets himself bubbled up, but he still gets the kill! Now resets! Back around the crowd, pulls back through! Oh, God, are you kidding me? Tatsuri is going absolutely off, almost snags the Penta in under 2 minutes. The man's got a triple!
We're 2 minutes into the game! Tatsuri, please! He's already huge! He's just completed his fast pastry!
All right, well, the testing bed is fully open for service here. As we can't even get the replay loaded up fast enough. Had to get paused so we can take a breath here. Trevor, I thought, was just setting it, but Tatsuri had the bait all along.
Hook lands, so there's nobody to insta-focus Tatsuri. He gets bubbled, which is the dream, and it doesn't even factor. The team's there supporting him. Tatsuri can't die. A triple kill picked up. He's huge, Pastry.
And the Axe replay is a very spicy one here as James gets that kill, and then they get the kill topside. But we might get it all here, because it's just a win across the board for Secret, and there it is. Flash auto spin on you, and kind of a delayed ace for Secret here in 2 minutes.
Oh, just a grin. Just a smug grin. You know, things are going. Oh no!
All right. Well, perhaps we'll keep playing catch up with the replays here.
Can we get a replay of that?
I think we will. We'll have to find out. But Tatsuri find themselves a solo kill there in mid lane. As at this point, every time I see anyone dueling, I just assume they're gonna die. Yeah. No one is safe.
Azure doesn't quite have that kind of damage yet, but you certainly see the dream start for Team Secret to get a little bit more into. Oh, cool, we have a replay. Tatsuri onto Hub.
He just has no health.
And there's just nothing he can do. Like I was talking about this, there's legit no button that Teeks can push that turns that. The game plan there was they were going to bait, and Azez was going to come in and shut him down. But Azez, he's just walking. He's just got long legs, and he's hoping he can keep up. Tatsuri can teleport.
Yeah, definitely some differences in the champion construction. As Tatsuri level 7 now, this is just terrifying.
Diffie and the champ kitty.
There is definitely a big kid difference. As Trevor even just going for the invade, Azez just zoned off the red buff. It's Tatsuri waiting in the wings as always. Teeks can't go anywhere near this Katarina.
So normally, the reason why Katarina and other assassins struggle is you need to be able to one-shot people in order to... I'm just keep
TJ,
talking.
we have an ongoing investigation.
Just keep talking.
It's open in the top lane. What happened? Find out later.
We also have an Infernal Drake. You can't, EBRO.
Couldn't script a game with this much action. Not only is it a million kills in a few minutes, but this Drake is now going to get flipped. And oh my goodness, the steal happens for Azez. That's actually huge out of EBRO's, but Seek going to try and take the fight to the back of it as Tatsuri is going to make a YouTube video right here. Live on screen, a triple kill already out of Tatsuri. Godlike in 5 minutes.
His second triple of the game. And Tatsuri's still going. Running down the mid lane now to take this turret. And Teeks is watching with a pair of binoculars, some opera glasses, as the first turret gets taken, shredded, a single play.
All right, well, this is what happened in our investigation. It's still open in top lane. Case closed, though, as Azza just now has the ability to overwhelm this 1v1.
Oh, that feels bad, just standing there, knowing the Ignite's gonna kill you. Turret does fall down bottom, the mid turret got tanked as well. And normally, the problem with Assassins is that you don't have enough gold to one-shot people if you don't find an early kill. As you may have noticed, Pastry Time, that is not the problem with the Assassin in this game.
It is not. We'll have another look here at the Drake fight and watch Tatsuri's montage in action.
Yeah, it really is just that. Azure helping out here with the stunts. That's a big contributing factor, but Tatsuri's just teeing him up and knocking him down.
Who's Reset City? It's the Katarina Dream of Team Secret. One tower already. Tatsuri's gone legendary. They're already dead, mate. You don't have to do that. Leave them alone as Hermes is going to rescue him with a lantern as well. That's the whole reason they picked the Thresh, TJ. Got to exit Agent Katarina diving through the enemy nexus.
It does help. Katarina needs to pull him into fights in order to do damage. The lantern provides an escape vector. I kind of like that. There's some cool tech here from Team Secret, as there always is.
Yeah, just add some mobility to mobility. I love... Look at the items in the mid lane.
Nope.
We made a stop off.
I can't
We just stopped. All right. Yeah, that's
taking
fine.
my glasses off, I'm blind.
I will say that the first item he was looking to complete is not the first item he completed, if you want to know how Tatsuri's day at the office is going. Secret, by the way, are also already 10,000 plus gold ahead at 6.5 minutes. That is just unreal. This is probably going to be the fastest game of the tournament at this rate.
Yeah, we're 6 minutes in, and this is the kind of lead you could normally only generate plus 20 minutes. So, I think the real question here for Team Secret is how far can they go? What does this set them up for? I hyped them up earlier. I said that I do think Team Secret punched above their weight class during their first game of the tournament. And this is proof of that, a very synced up Team Secret. This is a team that always thrives on their communication, on their team fighting, and we've seen that even here. I know Tatsuri is popping off, but the setup for him has been impeccable.
Yeah, for all the fun and games, it is worthwhile to take a step back and just say, hey, this is why people were excited about Secret, right? This is the kind of crisp gameplay you can expect, and yes, they are obviously using their gold lead and just aggressively skill checking their opponents because they can. That is the right you earn when you build this kind of lead, but how they got here and their execution in doing so is still something worth celebrating.
And our next objective here will be Drake, the second of the game, which is what Team Secret are setting up for. They'd like to get control of the jungle. Not as simple a matter as Tatsuri walking up to it.
Oh, Hummus, that's so nice. Rockabelt Flay finds 2. Ragnarok forced out. They look just a little wide as Trevor is diving in. Onto Kai. My goodness, Tatsuri's starting to spin. That's a very nice little disengage there out of EBRO there as Tatsuri knocked around by the satchel, but not dead. A good attempt, but just not enough gold to get those kills.
That's the full CC train. It's only 2 cars long, but they landed it all onto Tatsuri, and it cancelled the play. Very well done by EBRO, demonstrating they do still have a good team fight in them.
I mean, getting that Infernal, no joke, is something that's very important if we're going to see, 12 plus more minutes in this game out of EBRO. As they are going to have to push it late to get there, but at least getting that one here, I mean, they'll give this cloud over. They're not happy about it, but I mean, could be worse.
The damage from the Infernal Kite, oh dear.
Yeah, went a little long on that one, and of course the next kill's been lined up already out of Secret. Tatsuri in trouble. Oh, the legend has finally been felled, but Trevor is going to scoop up that status nice and quickly. A double kill out of the Fiora already. Make it 3 on by the looks of things there as Jarvan. Not long for this world. It is Varus that collects it, but they'll take the 3rd.
Acer just
Wait,
stopped.
where did the 4th happen?
Acer just walked up like he was about to join in. He got the kill. And he walked up like he was about to join. And he was like, I'm not needed here. Walked back over to the mid lane, started farming. Drake is going to get taken during this time.
One died. That's collateral. Oh, I think it's Cornell.
Yeah. Rough time. And I do really like what we're trying to do here. You can see them punishing Katarina ult because the second she's spinning, she's not teleporting nearly as much. So, get that with a mega Infernal ball. They do have the Infernal Drake, which adds up to a couple hundred, like 200 to 300 at this point in the game, gold per player in terms of damage. So I'm not trying to give you hopium. This game is pretty rough for EBRO, but they're doing a good job with what they've got, and they should be happy with that as Team Secret giggle on the opposite side of the stage.
Yeah, definitely a good time right now as Tatsuri has made a 2nd stop. Perhaps he was never finishing that first item. Just wanted to grab the mask for a bit of extra headgear, because now the hat is ready to go. Rabadons, your very standard build order here out of Katarina. I'm not a Katarina expert, TJ, but I'm going to say this is more about context than it is about clinics. Azama is down the bottom side, does get the engage happening. Wave is decent, a trade kill perhaps, fresh low but not dead. And instead it's going to be the triple. Ziggs throws the Hail Mary, but doesn't even get the kill. And there's the 3rd, the double out of Chewy. And now Teek's in trouble. Trevor is going through. Tatsuri, of course, is diving one. And it's an ace across the rift on my screen. As Team Secret are going to find Chewy the triple. He doesn't go down for it, but hey, the ace was worth it.
Dies for his cause. And that may very well be the game. In 10 minutes, Team Secret dominate. Shoutouts to our production team, our observing team for managing to catch all this. Excellent little start to the team fight for EBRO. There's just one problem. The numbers don't add up. Azur and Chewy hold the front line. Chewy starts pumping out damage. And look at these arrows.
That's the ultimate, alpha move there out of Rasa's flash it and just charges it. Just straight charges it. And eventually left to go around the apex there as Chewy does eventually get felled. But hey, you know what? Get the double buffs off the map. Don't give EBRO any way back into this game. Keep your lead and try and close it out as swiftly as you've built it, because this lead is absolutely absurd.
Yeah. I mean, okay. I'm going to say the things because I do feel we have to. The way back into this game is Ziggs, Lucian. They can combo. They scale into late game decently. Watch the Archangel scap. I don't think we're going to get there. But you have solid wave clear between the two of them. They can sit back behind the turrets and get rid of these mini waves as they push in. So Team Secret are going to have to force a team fight behind the turret if EBRO play well. And I don't know, there's hope there, there's a chance there.
I think if they can get to that state, EBRO are the kind of team where that is something they can do, right? They're comfy in that spot. It's just that the road to get there is so long and so arduous that, of course, seems very unlikely. But hey, credit to them for continuing to fight as Secret is streaming into the base. Jarvan in trouble. He's going to have to run away. Will get out with his life this time. A rare occurrence in this game. The Secret still just sieging. Already broke mid. Looking for the bottom side as well. It could be the last call here out of EBROs, but neither team can pull the trigger.
Team Secret have such good long-range poke here, because you're just fishing at this point if you're Hamas. See that? He's throwing out the line, seeing what happens. The second he lands the hook, this game's over.
Alrighty. Ooh, good Lantern, great Lantern actually. Trevor using the Express to get out of there.
Sometimes he's a fisherman, sometimes he's a ferret. We're all working on the water.
Still a good day's work here for James, who's had an excellent series so far. And Tatsuri's busy trying to kill somebody. Kaido is going to live.
I swear that damage is getting a little low. Not getting a whole lot out of the ultimate. You got the orb, which of course empowers your abilities at the expense of AP. So, pretty suffering for the build there, but still hurting in every other facet.
Does get the Morello's done now as well, so maybe had some excess gold to go and spend. We'll see what Tatsuri gets done now. When he looks to take a tight slide the next go around. James is busy waiting in the shrubbery.
What are you doing, James?
He's just vibing.
There's nobody nearby. He's proto-belting it to just see what happens. It does successfully scare ESPG away, which of course means Baron. Blink, it's gone, Pastry.
Yeah, I mean, I'm partially surprised they're even taking the Baron, but at this point, like, probably ends the game faster than not taking it.
It's a big worm. What are you going to do? Not take it?
That's true. Fisherman James does want to catch the biggest fish on the rift. And that is Baron over to Secret as a result. And now James is once again just vibing. Deadman's Plate just streaming behind him, looking to try and find anyone. Any customer is good at this point for him.
Yeah. Take him on a ferry, give him a freshly caught fish. Make him a freshly caught fish. This James is stupidly fast and just looking for engage opportunities, kind of playing this Thresh like a Galio, which is a sort of interesting turn of affairs.
No righteous glory, but oh, finds Flanks in the back there. Now James has to get out of there. EBRO is still fighting, of course. But no kills just yet as they're in the front line. Oh my goodness, that damage is filthy. And Tatsuri, once again, is looking to maybe find the pen. Gets himself killed. A bit silly there, but Asa flashes in for the stun, takes out the Ziggs, and that means I think the wave clear is dead, and the Nexus is going to be the likely finish here as Secret. I wouldn't say a stumble, but they make it a little slower than it looked in the end, but at the end, the result is still the same. A massive dominant early game, an absolute pop-up for Tatsuri, and a Team Secret 2-0 is their result.
We've tested the tech Pastry. I'd say it's a banger.
It is a banger.
I want to see more of that Tatsuri Katarina. I'm not sure I'm convinced that it would work without the early game injection of gold, but they did such a good job engineering that early game injection that maybe that's repeatable. I also really like the other half of the tech we were talking about there, that James Thresh. That is a character he's played before. He's never played it exactly like that. Going Deadman's, going Proto Belt, using it sort of in a Galio-like way as CC engage in the primary. That's all good stuff for Team Secret, a team that are, at this point, very reasonable contenders, except for the fifth man who took a little extra second to get there on the main stage.
Must have been Trevor busy split pushing a lane or something.
Side lane.
Definitely seeing perhaps the rise of the Baron laners finding their way into the jungle. Definitely seeing picks and games open up more as the teams get comfier on the stage and maybe look to experiment more and find...
Good judging. This better be a good one. Oh, I love it. Look, they're all lined up, Pastry.
That is incredible.
That is coordination.
You know what that is? That's the James dip.
That is. It's the team captain getting them all lined up. You see how they were like behind each other in line, so they all fit in frame, but they're leaning out. And they take two, just to be sure.
And a big old Chiefs there in the middle, a Secret.
It was Tatsuri.
Celebrate. Of course.
Too busy getting a penta.
Yeah.
Still playing Katarina.
He's having a great time, man, by the looks of things. That was a great time to me.
I don't think there's any greater time than getting a triple kill a minute 30 into game on Katarina.
At the first major international tournament for Wild Rift, yeah.
I mean, the game's just over at that point. You could pencil in the win, and I think for Team Secret, that's got to feel very good. They are in the, I hesitate to say weaker group, but they are in the group of life. They've got an easier path out than a team that's having to play against SBTC and the entire first seed conglomerate over there in Group A. But what we're seeing, what they're demonstrating, I think will measure very well if they're able to get out of groups at this pace.
All right, we'll see what happens, because that was an awfully fun one. And let's get a little bit more on that one as we send it over to Dagon and the desk.
Thank you very much, Pastry. And from Metro Manila all the way down to Davao, you can feel the sigh of relief that all fans of Team Secret for the Philippines breathed out after watching some of the other teams falter. Team Secret not only looked good, but they looked dominant, Rafa.
Oh, I think that's an understatement, Deacon. I think there's not a word in the English language that can describe how incredibly just overwhelming is the more accurate term just for Team Secret against EBRO Gaming. I mean, come on. That game one, 2 double split pushers, both in the Jax and the Fiora, and I don't even want to talk about that Katarina game. That was gross.
Yeah, Scoundrel, I mean, Katarina here, but before, playing a composition that looked similar to something that we saw earlier.
Yeah, they are taking a leaf out of the Kun Gaming book. I think Team Secret have adapted their jungler. We know that Trevor's a great jungler in his own right. He's now become this kind of split push, threat. He's allowed himself to enter into that pool of like Jax and Fiora that we've seen someone over like on Kun Gaming pilot, and I think it has been really good for them. It's shown that they're adapting. It's shown that they are playing to the pace of some of the stronger teams in this competition, and Team Secret looked as dominant as we wanted them to be versus EBRO Gaming. Because of course, whilst EBRO Gaming have got a lot of heart and soul and passion, we know that they are clear underdogs coming into a lot of these fights. So if you're a Philippines fan, if you're a Team Secret fan, you'll be really happy with how they performed here, and especially Tatsuri getting the opportunity to style with one of his signature picks here on the Katarina.
Yeah, great stuff here from Team Secret, closing this one out in style. I also feel pretty good about this one as well, because again, at the beginning of that first game, Azar gets killed twice. The plan seemed to be in place there for EBRO, but it didn't quite go the way it needed to. Right?
Yeah, like, I understand the game plan from Ache and Ises. Like, they're saying, you know what, if we get Riven off to a great start, then, you know what, we can get this train rolling. But then they didn't really accelerate it hard enough, because then once it got to the mid-game skirmishing, oh man, it was just absolutely a train wreck.
Yeah, definitely wasn't quite the way that EBRO wanted to go. It was a pretty good pace of game, though, for Team Secret. And speaking of pacing, if you ever wondered how Rafa watched an EBRO Gaming match, here it is in a nutshell.
No, man.
Stress personified.
No. How did they get this?
I was sitting there in the back, quietly, and I was like, hey.
No. Ex-Scoundrel, comfort me, man. How do you get through this? I need a moment, man.
You can take that moment.
It's
all day
okay
long.
to pace, man, especially when you've got a lot on the line. I completely understand. I think your pacing was taking the sort of the anxiety away from Team Secret. You had it for them, man, and they played really well. So do you know what? I think you can take part of that win. You can take part of that win, Rafa.
Okay.
All right, and as we go to break, listen to Get Jinxed on the Horizon Cup official playlist, and more music like the updated Caitlyn theme in the Wild Rift profile on Spotify. We'll see you here for Sengoku Gaming versus ThunderTalk in just a few minutes.
It's invisible, but it's always with you. It's the defender of your decisions, the bodyguard of your buffs, the guardian of your greatness on the Rift. It's the Cisco Network, powering every epic moment at the Horizon Cup, so you can go wild on the Rift.
你们
得一起，
九筒让我
小心抄底，小心抄底，
别急，不得去
丢桶，再打，四千，
他们状态不好，
他们状态不好，拉波，
拉多，等着，我在，没事，他们打不了我的。能接，怎么说？
我进龙坑了，
先打架吧，
打，
看鳄鱼，
站回来，这个打龙，
死了，鳄鱼杀了。
That was ThunderTalk starring in our bow sounds of the game. Welcome back to the final match of the day where ThunderTalk welcomed Japan's Sengoku to the tournament. Sengoku is a roster of players who have no shortage of experience when it comes to competing on the big stage, Rafa.
That's right. And for Sengoku Gaming, this roster comes from a lot of mobile esports history. I know Japan is not necessarily known for having the most competitive kind of trophies to its name, but a lot of these people on this Sengoku roster has experience over in Arena of Valor, and then Hawk and Rush. These are the two people that you have to look at, and honestly, considering them as a dark horse despite Japan being a region not really known for accolades in esports.
And is that the main reason why they're a dark horse and one of the dark horses to keep an eye out for viewers who haven't been used to Sengoku Gaming?
Absolutely. I mean, Hawk and Rush, probably one of the best 2v2 jungle mid combos that we have within this entire tournament here. Obviously, this is going to be our first look at them throughout Horizon Cup, but I mean, especially talking with TJ over on the casting desk as well, I have a lot of faith in these guys to pop off, even against ThunderTalk Gaming.
Well, I love a good dark horse story, but they're going to have to deal with ThunderTalk Gaming, and specifically the man from the roster that we've spoken about, and of course, that's Z.
Yeah, Z to me is the key to unlocking that strong part of the Sengoku Gaming roster. Obviously, Hack in the mid lane, very, very popular player. As you said, got a long history in mobile esports, but Z is just absolutely monstrous. My pick for maybe the best laner in the entire tournament, and even despite the role swap, by the way, I need to reiterate that. Coming into this tournament, he role swapped to mid and is still absolutely dominating in that role. I'm pretty certain that Hack will have his hands full with Z. If you don't have mid lane priority, you're not going to unlock Rush on the map, and that kind of limits the power of your 2v2 in the mid jungle. If Hack is not able to get Z under control, and Z is able to completely dominate the mid game, or the mid lane rather, that does limit what Rush can do, and it probably unlocks TT more than it does Sengoku. But I completely agree with Rafa's analysis. I do think that this is a roster that is definitely under the radar a lot of people for Sengoku. But look at this for Z. This is the stats that he's had. 35, almost upwards of 40% damage share. That's ridiculous. Yeah. That is absolutely ridiculous, the damage share that this guy has got from the mid lane. He is an absolute talent, probably widely regarded as the best laner from China, and clearly staking his claim to being the best laner in the world right now.
Yeah, and again, that first game was on Zed when he fell behind. A Zed that falls behind, not normally known for dishing out damage, kind of like a moving ward, get in, get out, but still finding ways to be effective in game 2. We got to see that in full fruition in game 3, did his job, and still had a massive damage share.
I mean, Z is just absolutely playing out of his mind. I think both he and Weiba are starting to kind of be contenders for MVP of the tournament so far, just playing like the best players in the tournament. But I do want to give a little bit of kind of star power over to Hawk. In a little interview with over from Taz from Wild Rift Competitive, he's talked about, you know what, we've been scrimming with the Korean teams, we've been scrimming with the C teams. I want to play against the Chinese teams because I want to show that we're not a team to be messed with.
Dang, those are some big words. And, you know, again, if you're looking for a team that has a little bit more experience behind it, looking for a team that might be able to come up with some surprises, that's Sengoku Gaming, y'all. So if you're out there at home trying to figure out, you know, I don't know exactly who I'm rooting for yet. You know, maybe Tribe Gaming, you know, they haven't got that win yet, but I want to find another team that can try and find a win. Sengoku Gaming, a good one there. All right, guys, prediction time. So how are you feeling about this one? Rafa, let's start with you.
You know, ThunderTalk did drop a game to Secret yesterday, and I'm looking for some spice. I'm going to put Sengoku 2-1, and I have our only full 3-game series today against ThunderTalk Gaming.
Ooh, all righty, Scoundrel, you're up next. How are you feeling about this one?
I have to go with the prediction that I had at the start of the day, despite maybe some second thoughts. It is going to be a 2-0 ThunderTalk. I think Z's just too good.
Damn.
All
No
right.
faith, not even some Spicek scoundrel? Not a 3-game series, bro?
No, don't get me wrong. I think Hack and Rush are really good, but I just think that if you've got Hack in a matchup versus the best laner in the world, you're limiting the power of that 2v2. You're not going to unlock Rush on the map, and I think that's going to be the problem that Sengoku are facing. Z, I just think, is that cut above pretty much anybody that we have at this competition.
Yeah, and remember, ThunderTalk Gaming took care of business against Team Secret. We just saw what Team Secret did against EBRO Gaming. Only time will tell how this one is going to play out. So let's send it back on over to the cast of TJ and Paige.
Thank you very much. We have our last match of the day on the board now, TJ. It's going to be a spicy one, to say the least.
I feel like you thought about saying banger there and then course corrected, and I appreciate that. Yeah, this is maybe my favorite match of the day. I know we put a lot of emphasis on game number 1, but Sengoku are close to my heart. I, of course, cast this core of this team in Arena of Valor. Hawk and Rush won the very first Arena of Valor World Cup all the way back in 2018. Surprising the world because Korea, much like Japan right now, didn't have a huge esports scene for that game. And seeing this kind of Seoul team step up and dominate the way they did was huge. Those players bounced around competitively. They played in Thailand, they played in Taiwan, they won both those leagues. So to see them here in Japan, I don't quite know how the order of operations happened, but they're no stranger to coming into a regional league and winning it. The only other player from that team that has made it competitive in Wild Rift went to Kun Gaming, where they're the team captain, and that team was the second best team in the Korean League.
Which turned out pretty good. Yeah. Especially if the Korean team at this tournament is anything to go by, given their performance earlier in the day. This, again, I think it makes sense why we are talking a lot about ThunderTalk coming into this. I think in some ways they are still the favorites, although I think, given that we haven't seen Sengoku, it is quite close. I do love me some Z, but I do think after games yesterday, Azure definitely deserves a lot of credit, because if Z's the one starting things, Azure was finishing them all series long.
Yeah, Azure put on a really stellar performance as the AD carry. The Lucian in the backlines of those fights, just pumping out the damage numbers. That's got to be the focus whenever we're talking a little more team fight heavy. And on the flip side, Sengoku to receive that down in the bottom lane. I know there's been some Arena of Valor trivia. Here's some trivia for you.
I'm ready.
Deja
I won't know the answer, but I'm ready.
Well, this is like a split where we'll both get some value out of this.
Okay.
Deja he also played Arena of Valor. He played on the Japanese international team that didn't do very well.
Okay.
But he played on Rampage, which is a team in the LJL.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to guess what year that was in?
Was there even LGL in 2016?
Older.
Like further back?
2013. He was playing in the LJL.
Wait, what? Was it LJL in 2013?
Yeah.
Jeez, that's wild because they were the last. They're the youngest competitive League of Legends region. That is the youngest league.
Yeah.
So that's wild that he was playing that long ago.
I don't know if it was the official LJL.
Okay.
I don't quite know how the record keeping. I'm a Zoomer. I was 13 in 2013. I was not watching the LJL. I'm sorry, I had terrible taste. But I could find the records of him playing on Rampage. He played on Rampage's academy team and got promoted.
Right.
So
that's awesome.
I'm psyched for him. We got some older players, some experienced players.
Mm-hmm.
I know you like to be referred to as an experienced caster.
Thank you. Yes, I do.
And I'm hoping that we can see that kind of bring to bear here.
Right, and as you kind of highlighting, Sengoku for a team we haven't seen yet, for a team that we're maybe not sure how they'll stack up against the competition here at Horizon Cup, they certainly have the experience to get through a big tournament like this, which is very valuable on this kind of stage.
And I think hearing Hawk and Rush say in interviews and stuff that they're excited to play the Korean teams and they're excited to play the Chinese teams, I think that says a lot more than it does usually, because these are experienced players. They're not just out here trash talking. Every time those two players in particular have said they're going to do well in a tournament, they've been right. And I'm excited to see what they can do against ThunderTalk, who I think have rightfully been included among that upper echelon as this tournament has come on. We had a little bit of a shock to the system. Hey, these Chinese teams aren't just good, they're probably the best region. And ThunderTalk, even after all those roster swaps, the visa issues, still look terrifying. I need to know how this plays out.
Yeah, that to me is going to if ThunderTalk make a deep run especially, I will not stop touting that storyline because it's just so cool to have a team reconfigure everything, reconfigure their style play into a different role, figure it out on the fly almost, as you're going to have the teams walking out on stage. It is our final best of 3 of the day, and it should be a fun one.
And they did it twice as well. I don't know if we talked about this yet for ThunderTalk, but they not only, of course, had to reconfigure due to the roster issues, but that was already the reconfigured team. They reconfigured the reconfiguration because this ThunderTalk roster, Sino Dragons was their former name if you're an LPL viewer, and they came into the preseason WPL Wild Rift tournament and kind of bombed. It didn't go well for them. They went out in 12th place in the tournament, and they scrapped the entire team, save for Feibai, who stayed on and rebuilt the roster, brought in Z, brought in entirely new players. That team gets scrapped due to these issues, and they're still here, still strong.
All right, well, I don't talk about it too often, but the metagame is developing for the player poses, which is always fun to see. So I think, you know, some flair from the Sengoku lads, which you like to see. It was a full team effort, Penta double thumbs down on the ThunderTalk side. That is the message they were sending to Sengoku.
And I was thinking about it. I was trying to work out whether I should be interpreting that as like the League of Legends emote, the Legends of Runeterra emote maybe, and then I realized it's the Gladiator thumbs down.
Oh.
It's Julius Caesar in the stands telling Sengoku they are to die today.
The coach did it too. He's looked at his team. He's like, yeah, this one.
Are you allowed to have 6 players?
I don't know. They're taunting him. You know, it's saying, hey, Sengoku, we were here yesterday. I don't know if you saw the series. You looked pretty good. Welcome to the stage. Time to beat you up. And I think Sengoku going to have more than just words for that statement.
Yeah, steely-eyed glares from the opposite side of the table. I want to start setting up the draft, kind of talking about what we should expect to see. And one of the big question marks for me is Rush, of course, the Sengoku jungler. He plays a very conservative jungle-focused style. He wants to be able to contribute to the mid-game as a damage source, which in the old meta meant he played a lot of Vi. Now, Pastry, I see the gears turning in your head over there. This new meta has been defined by a whole lot of junglers doing a whole lot of damage on characters like Jax. I want to see if we can get Rush kind of branching out. He plays an incredible Vi. He finds a weird amount of personal assassination value on a character that's normally just used for utility. And I think he could be terrifying on what we've seen so far at Horizon.
Rush is aptly named. He does tend to put his face directly into the enemy whenever he finds an opportunity. And I personally, you know, you talk about what you want for drafts. All I want for Christmas is Huxakali. It's so good. We haven't seen her yet, I don't think, on the Horizon Cup stage, if my memory is serving me, which is not a guarantee at any rate, as we are going to get ourselves into the opening for Sengoku, their first time here in Singapore on the stage for Horizon Cup, up against the currently undefeated ThunderTalk.
Yeah, well, they played one series. But yeah, currently undefeated. On the opposite side of that Hawk matchup that you were talking of, it is, of course, Rush and Hawk is the main focus for Sengoku, that mid-jungle duo. It's a mid. It's a big boy. Z, who's been so scary so far in that mid lane, adapting from the top lane, going back to his previous role as a mid laner. And Hawk, one of the most mechanically impressive mid laners, is going to have to bring out his very best to go toe-to-toe with the player some people have been touting on this broadcast as the best player in the world.
He's definitely gotten the hands for it, I'll tell you that much. After watching Z's games yesterday, very impressive mechanically, as Riven is going to get taken off the table from him. Not too surprising. Fiora banned on the other side, and we got Senna, Rakan, Renekton, and Camille to finish things off.
We do get a very early Ziggs pickup here.
That's not a Kali.
I know, I'm sorry.
Could be bot lane though. I still have hope.
It's kind of a Hawk pick. He'll run it pretty often. And he loves it because he can just stall out mid lane. He can just hit the hold button. The hold music starts playing, and Z, who's this incredibly mechanically talented player, if Hawk plays this as he wants to, will just not get to press the buttons.
Which is never fun. Varus once again making an appearance. I feel like especially for all of the Eastern teams, they definitely latch onto this pick.
Varus's damage is a little more spread out. It's harder to land sustained damage on Varus because all the damage is concentrated in those arrows. So if you miss any of the arrows, you're doing less DPS than other AD carries. Here's a wild idea though, Pastry. What if you don't miss?
If You got the aimbot on, the Legolas buff.
Don't say that. Okay, you can't say that.
There we go.
And you're going to have a really solid front line for it as well. That's the kind of 1-2 punch of a good Varus composition is, okay, you've got the Varus, one of the other things he offers is a ton of CC with that Chains of Corruption. So if you can build around the idea of stopping engage, setting up defensively, then you're going to have a great time. And we're not only defensive here, we've also got a Malphite.
I forgot Malphite was in the game.
Yeah, you know what?
Everyone's been like, what are all these bruisery tanky champions? They just play like tanks. There's a real tank for you right on the screen. They take Yasuo. They are deadly afraid.
I'll tell you why you might have forgotten. Sometimes I have a Malphite in my games, and I forget that he's in the game as well. Because you can do two things on Malphite. You can go AP, which I assume we're not going to see here because it's a meme, or you can go all in on just providing CC value in the top lane, being a big BP boy. And
What
I think
is going
that's the
on?
direction we're going. ThunderTalk. Wow.
What is going on?
I don't know where this Zed is going.
I don't know where the Malphite's going.
That's top. Malphite's top.
Okay. What about Diana?
Or support. You're right. I don't know. Okay.
Is Nunu even a real
Diana
real
top,
juggler?
Malphite support, Zed mid. That's the call.
Also, there's no marksman on the Sengoku side.
That's
like their draft is also sweet.
Because they had to take the Yasuo away.
Right.
So the Yasuo gets ripped away from the Malphite Diana, obviously. That's terrifying. And they need to play the Yasuo mid now, so this marksman will be a Ziggs. So we're going to put that Ziggs down in Juan's hands. Juan, not bad, kind of sustained damage dealer. He'll do all right on the Ziggs.
Definitely feel like, your read for Hawk there was correct. Someone that does love to have the Ziggs. I think that was the original intention, but as you mentioned, a very good pivot.
Break glass in case of Malphite. Absolutely cannot allow a Yasuo to go to that team competition.
If they had taken the Yasuo, what would have happened?
Who's counterpicking Malphite? It's not going to get taken away from you.
This is so spicy, but it does seem like... You know what? I'm just going to wait. I'm going to wait until
I was right. I'm going to call it early. I was exactly right. Malphite's going support.
All right.
Dead mid.
S12K. Whipping out the Malphite support for the first time ever in the Horizon Cup. You know, that's normal.
Are you convincing yourself or me? I'm not sure.
I'm trying to convince the audience.
All right. You can't do it. You have decent AP poke, which is the big thing. So you're a BP boy, you've got some CC. I'm not a gigantic fan. I think that, frankly, there are just better supports. But ThunderTalk are from the region, that being China, that really loves to just put anything with raw HP in that support role. They also play Garen support. So when all you're looking for is a health bar, Malphite fulfills that.
Certainly does, as we are going to see some action. Also, there's Alistar in the game, which I also believe is the first time that champion has been on screen here at Horizon Cup. So there's, you know what? Yasuo wasn't just amazing on ThunderTalk's team. It's not bad on Sengoku's either.
Yeah, well, you got the Alistar from Dejawu, who Dejawu is a very good Alistar player. We've seen it a couple of times. Alistar's out of meta because it's very hard to tank on Alistar right now. It's very hard to be a tank in general. F in the chat for my fellow support mains. But when you have a Yasuo, you don't need to tank. You just got to land those knockups.
And just, flash in, hit the Q button, and, let go of the phone. You're done at that point. You don't need it anymore.
Exit Wild Rift and call your parents because you just won the game.
All right, this is going to be a fun one to watch develop here, TD. There's a lot going on already.
Yeah, I want to refocus a little bit here on the mid lane where we do have just the dream duel somehow. It all worked out. And we get Z playing a high mechanics character into Hawk with the Yasuo. It's not a bad matchup for Hawk because he can win wall a lot of the damage out of Z, especially during this laning phase. So there's pressure, I think, for Sengoku that we already established it, but doubly so now on Hawk as the Yasuo, as the keystone of this Sengoku draft.
Chris, good driving there on the snowball, but doesn't quite connect. I will say, though, like, the thing impressive about Z yesterday is watching his play, right, and how he moved and operated his champions. I'm already getting that feeling watching Hawk play Yasuo. These are two very talented mid laners.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be an absolute blast in the mid lane. You've got a kind of quiet top lane. I know we love to set up the top lane here for ThunderTalk. Z playing in that top lane always spectacular. But Feibai is a little bit of a more quiet utility player, and Kai is the quintessential quiet utility player. He's going to sit up there, he's going to be safe. Kai pretty much never loses lane, but he also doesn't create leads. He's going to play to the team fights towards the late game, which means a lot of your attention can be focused down here on the bottom half of the map. That mid lane, yes, but also down here, where you've got the majority of these two teams poke. Whoever wins that lane gains a massive advantage during training.
There's so much anime happening in the mid lane there as he dancing around the incoming tornadoes. Bottom side though, it's Chris once again with a good driving snowball straight down to the bottom side, drifts all the way around.
That's parallel parking right there. The presence of Chris as he goes over the ward means that Sengoku know there's 3 players there, and I love the respect. They just back away. Fine, we were going to reset anyway, Pastry. Go back to base, grab their buys, come back to lane in a moment.
So many little things happening here as these two continue to battle, and it does seem like they are willing to scrap.
Oh yeah. Both Hawk and Z are bored if they are not going for solo kills. So this is just gonna be a great time. Hawk, his favorite way to play the game is to sit quiet in lane for the first, I would say, 5 minutes, and you'll see him around the time of first dragon just start trying to generate a solo kill.
All right, well, looks like recall's coming already, so Z's going to get out of the pressure that was incoming from the Yasuo, but good items for Hawk on that recall. It is top side, though, where Chris, once again, is pushing the snowball down the proverbial hill, and this time it is directed towards Kai, who is going to get out to safety. Just barely getting out of there.
Yeah, Kai on the Darius able to play a little bit more defensively in this lane. And ThunderTalk not generating a whole lot out of this early game. Chris waddling forward here, but I don't think anything will come of it. And that's a worrying sign for ThunderTalk. They really want to be generating leads during this time, because as we go later, Hawk's going to get Scarron.
Z needs this kill, I think, to get things going. Now going to pop the death buck. That's going to be it. And indeed, it's first blood for Z once again as bottom side is opening up, and everyone walks away.
But as you said, that's very important for ThunderTalk because it gets gold onto their Zed. And if you don't have a gold lead as Zed, you don't one-shot people. And if you don't one-shot people, you're not playing a champion, you're just playing an extra mobile ward. So Z getting this opening kill, managing to shut down Kai on the top side, makes everything a little bit easier for ThunderTalk. It gives them real weaponry coming into the mid-game team fights. Coming into the early game team fights, like this Drake, like this Rift Herald, both of which are being contested simultaneously.
Yeah, straight trade, actually. Don't see that much of this, but it is ThunderTalk. Gonna go ahead and grab the Herald. They were trying to make it happen. Hawk finds the knock up onto Chris. Chris with the absolute zero as Fabi goes back through, but now the rest of Sengoku. What a kick there from the Lee. He's gonna gift the kill over to Kai.
Fabi scooped out for the team. A roundhouse delivery for Rush. Same day delivery. And ThunderTalk are suddenly down their top laner.
Gonna take some plates here for Azua, but that's gold that Sengoku will be happy to have. It's nice punish here on the Herald take.
Yeah, check this out. The Alistair stun from Deja Vu. He sits on it, he waits on the auto attack so he can cancel the absolute zero, and Chris just has no cooldowns as a result to prevent that.
All right, bottom side. Oh, that's S12K. Looking a little dicey. Taking a lot of damage there out of one.
See, there's two sides to Malphite. On one hand, they can't really do anything to you, because you're big. On the other hand, you can't really do anything to them, because all you are is big.
He is going Rod of Ages, though, which is exciting.
Yeah, I expect you'll see a pivot towards tank items after this. Going Rod of Ages first item basically just means that you're going to burn a little bit more. And typically, once you go Rod of Ages first item, you see a return to just Dead Man's Plate, a little bit more HP.
All right, well, perhaps if they get, you know, big injection of gold on the Malphite, we'll change things up. For now, though, it is going to be a shift of lane assignments here. So he's going to go down, start side laning here with his first item. Ghostblade already done. We're going to park the dual lane here in mid as ThunderTalk going to try and make use of the Herald that Fabi still has in hand.
6 minutes into game, the gold is dead even. The kills are dead even. Neither of these two teams earning an advantage as Sengoku have matched ThunderTalk blow for blow.
Waddle down once again from Chris. They are staying active here. Malphite ulti, of course, ready. Z actually being protected here. I like that, as they are going to make sure he continues to get that gold. It's not a kill, but it is still very valuable for the Zed.
And giving him gold, Deja and Rush try to make something happen in the mid lane as recompense, and they don't get it. So, for the first time, a little bit of gold getting passed over towards ThunderTalk. They draw a little bit of separation with that first turret break.
We'll see how long that lasts, though. Up about 2k. Chris.
Overextension.
2v2, 2v3, though, incoming 2v4. I take it all back. The math not checking out here Nice ulti there out of Z. He's going to have to get his way out there.
Whoa!
He's going to be the target. He
He's got
ultis there,
stun.
but I think that's not enough. The stun, though, is good. He flashes in Z. Tries to finish up the kill, but instead, Rush takes him out.
Beautifully played by Sengoku. 3 players on like 1 HP, but it all works out. They get out of the mess with Z taking down a peg, drawing necessary gold away from the key carry of ThunderTalk. Here's the problem though, ThunderTalk, a Chinese team, always looking at their sideline angles. They, in the meantime, summon a Rift Herald and crash it, taking the tier 1 in the top lane, meaning that yes, Sengoku got the kills. The gold lead though, firmly in the grasp of ThunderTalk.
Yeah, looking good right now. Almost 3K for them, as I thought there was nothing there for Z. So the fact that he almost made it something was impressive, but I will say even more impressive that Sengoku deflected that very fancy looking play to prevent anyone from getting killed. And now they're just going to keep going.
What is
There's the dunk into the combo.
He doesn't care.
Ziggs, and he's just too big.
You're literally beating up a rock. Go find a better use of your time.
You know, Ziggs got some pretty big explosives, not enough to fell a whole mountain yet, out of 1.
Not yet. It'll kind of depend on gold. Malphite tends to pull off as a tank towards late game, especially with his Rod of Ages build. If you go full tank items, it gets a little better, but to put it bluntly, Malphite's not great. His biggest utility in this team comp would be as set up for the rest of the team, and he does have a decent amount of that. He can set up for Bayby, he can set up for Chris's Absolute Zero, and both of those distractions buy space. You're looking at that space for setting up Azure, who can sit behind all that CC and pump out damage. Very important.
All right, Herald 2 is up, and both teams are going to fight for it. It's Sengoku that started getting it done very quickly, actually. Z going into Fog, but Deju has actually found the angle. He's going in deep to try and take out 1. A little bit of damage, though, as the Herald does go to Sengoku. That's okay, trouble. Good kick there for Rush into the Yasuo ulti. Malphite counter ult's not enough. That is a 4-man ulti, but there's nothing surrounding him. It's Z. Gonna try and take out Kai at least to get something back for his trouble, but there's just nothing. He didn't even get that kill.
Kai lives! That's incredible stuff from Kai, and here comes the pressure on the Chris as the mid-turret falls.
All right, Chris lives, but Herald smashed down the tower there.
And as 12K, Azure, they both get booked plane tickets. I don't know where they were going, but that travel just kept going. Really well played by the main thrust of Sengoku, demonstrating that synergy between Rush, Hawk, and Dejuo as they act as this beautiful 3-man core. They're always going to have so much setup for Hawk, and one of the things people get wrong about Wild Rift Yasuo is, yeah, he's got damage in those ultimates, but also keep an eye on those auto attacks. As we get further into this build around second crit item, he's going to start really shredding people with that sword alone.
Yeah, you can just click on him at some point once you get enough items. Just tap the attack button until they're dead. It's a great time.
Nice ice for any character.
Yeah, true.
Okay. Stoneflame.
No ulti. Yeah, he's like, you know what? I need to build a bigger mountain. I got last time, never again.
Yeah, rough times if you're trying to kill that Malphite, but the good news is not a whole lot is going to come out of that Malphite. Like I talked about, if you land the Dream combo, if you land the full ult unstoppable course from the Malphite, follow it up with the Moonfall, follow that up with the Absolute Zero. Teamfights are trouble for Sengoku, but Sengoku have so many tools to make sure that doesn't happen. They have so much disruption and engage. The real thing is they need to be the ones engaging. So, here you go.
Barrier for Feibai, it just doesn't matter. It's 3 people, it's Yasuo +1, and the 1 is always good to set it up as Rush grabs the kill.
That's what I mean. Thank you for the visual demonstration, Sengoku. They have so much good engage that as long as they are picking and choosing the time of the duel, they will always win.
All right, well, I'm kind of curious what the plan for ThunderTalk is, because that gold is even back out. They had a few thousand gold in the lead, but that has been diminished basically to nothing as Z is trying to make it happen in the side lane.
And one of the things I'm worried about here is Z, because Z is not doing as well as you would like him to be in the gold department. They dumped a whole lot into him, but he's not got the most gold in the game. He's sitting in second place, and I'm not sure he has enough to one-shot key characters on the enemy side. He needs to find more gold, have the ability to burst people down as the assassin, because if he can't one-shot one, if he can't one-shot Hawk when they make mistakes, there's not really an angle for ThunderTalk to win these team fights.
Deju getting aggressive.
What are you going to do about that?
Nothing, apparently. Z's just wandering around trying to find someone to kill him. Sengoku are correctly giving him nothing, as Rush and Deju once again are going to cause trouble. The rest of Sengoku to come through. Dragon not up yet, but it's not too far away. It does tick down back to respawn. It's one apiece so far. ThunderTalk arguably with the better piece of pie. Z. That slow is good, but there's no follow-up.
Losing track of the push a little bit.
Oh, hello. Chris with a nice snowball. Deju forced to pop the ulti. Alistar going back through. The Ziggs ulti's going to combo with it, but Yasuo is not there to make it happen. S12K does already ult defensively there.
That's
Faber diving into the back line. They're going to get one kill there, but Faber needs to make it happen on the back end. There's the kill onto Ziggs. One is felled. Huck is dead, and it's almost a third as Faber will fall to the Darius, but Z is going to finish off Deju. 3 for 2 there for ThunderTalk.
A messy team fight breaks in favor of ThunderTalk as they find isolated Deju at the top of the river, follow it up with pressure.
And here we go again for the Axe replay as we watch ThunderTalk try and make it happen.
Rush sweeps into the side here, full committing to save the fight, and it seems risky to me at first, but then watch this, Kai. Oh, that's beautiful. The setup for Hawk. Hawk follows through, and I believe, but he just needs a full face truck of damage and goes down in the second that Hawk is down. Well, the only teamfight damage you have is Kai and Rush, and they're not going to be doing anything flashy.
Yeah, pretty easy to kite Kai around. Z once again isolating a soft target. Does have 3 items now, but Kai is not the target he is looking for. Back in on the death mark though, now skating back around his Huck. He's going to be running interference, stopping him in his tracks. Not enough yet, but there's Deju flying through. The cow takes him out, but S12K is trying to turn it back around himself. Deju to the team. Azure over the wall is just hitting them with every single arrow, but the double knock up there into Alistar is going to stop it all, and Azure just can't get enough kills. He is going to get another, but Rush now in the Drake pit as Azure's getting zoned off by one, and Rush just gets it, puts him in a stasis. There's nothing left to do. It's Huck that spins around. It's Kai, excuse me, as Huck is dead, and Azure finally
Can they do this?
is felled.
They don't have smite. They don't have smite, and Huck's right here, waiting for a chance to go in. S12K hovering around the side. He'll walk away. Okay. They don't have a smite. They do the Mega Inferno Bomb. Everything's great. Everything's fine for Sengoku. Starts off with a very messy engage from Z onto Kai, who could not care less. And then ring the cowbell. Boom.
His engages are so good, even with that ulti out of Alpha, even with Azure on this position, just don't have enough damage here to finish off this fight.
I think this might be game though, because that is the dream fight in many ways for ThunderTalk. Azure's hovering over the side, just pumping in damage. We're still going.
All right, yeah, you know what? Fight is one thing, side lane skirmish is another. S12K picks one up, but Z gets done. Kai is just too powerful. 5-1-3 now on the Darius as S12K is going to run away.
This is the scariest cow I've seen since 6th grade.
Not going to ask what happened. We'll have that story another time. S12K. Again, okay, but Deji will make sure that turret gets finished off.
Good pressure into the side lanes there from Sengoku to keep things even. And here's what I was going to say. The dream fight here is all that CC damage up front, Azure hovering around the back, throwing out arrows. That was it, Pastry. It didn't start on the greatest foot, Z getting focused down, but you had so much time for Azure to just throw arrows into the team, and he wasn't missing, but he's just not got the damage. He's not scaled to parity. You're getting more out of one than you are Azure at this state of play, and the assassins, the damage dealers from Sengoku came to play. Rush showing off his old man fingers with a deep flash dive onto Azure at the end of that. One of the sickest plays of the tournament so far.
Yeah, Rush at one point was easily leading gold in this game. Now it's actually overtaken by Kai after that last exchange, but still all translating to a Sengoku gold lead right now, up about 2K. Very back and forth still, but it does feel like comp-wise and with how things are going, Sengoku feeling very comfortable in this spot.
You got a Yasuo on this team, you've got a Ziggs on this team. Unless something goes very wrong with regards to Azure and Fabai, who I think are the ThunderTalk main leading hopes at this point, I think Sengoku are on the victory march. This looks very good for them.
See if they can finish it off then. ThunderTalk going to be playing defense for a little bit. Make sure the Baron does not get attempted. Chris is going to try and find out where they are. Oh, what a play out of S12K onto one. He's going to force the fight for Deju with the counter engage. Now Z trying to finish off. He's going straight back through. But Azure in a little bit of trouble. Z's so low as they just can't do anything. Azure though is going to live. Kai, the one to fell is great, but Rush is trying to get into the stasis. Can they protect it for longer? ThunderTalk trying to make it work, but Huck is running amok in the backlines there, and ThunderTalk just cannot find the fight.
Dejuo is terrifying. He just dashes through the entire team fight. Chris, very good placement of the Absolute Zero. Set it up to split the fight. It doesn't matter because the entire fight's already passed him by, simply from the aggression of the tanks. Watch this engage. Dejuo, Protobell, full charge in with the headbutt pulverize. Azure has to burn flash to disengage, which means this entire time there's just no value add from their key carry. Finally, he does take down the deep dive from Kai, but by that point, all the stalling tools have been spent, and Sengoku can march forward with cooldowns ready to go and win the fight.
Well, Sengoku, Baron is alive. They are back in the area. Next dragon is going to be 25 seconds. That is the Elder Ocean, which both teams will be happy to grab, but Sengoku are moving pieces to the top side of the map first here, wanting to draw them in for this Baron.
Just hovering near it. Sengoku aren't a very aggressive macro team, so I think they're going to play towards this Elder Drake instead. It is up in just a couple of seconds, and it is kind of the only Hail Mary for ThunderTalk. They need a whole lot of true damage to turn this game, and this is their way into it, so they're setting up for this wombo combo team fight.
Chris with the ultimate bait.
Yeah. And Dejuo is not biting.
No, I like this from Sengoku. Very disciplined here. I mean, Chris is going to take an Eons to finish the Elder anyway, so no rush, as they are going to slowly retake control of this part of the map.
Sorry, say ThunderTalk, walk away. Having to reset, wanting to approach this from range, leverage the power of Azure on those pokes. He's still playing pretty darn well, he's not missing arrows. Unfortunately, he's just not got the damage to be a big threat. And Sengoku, the pressure's not on them. They win the late game scaling battle. GA just completed for Hawk. That's a massive get, no reason for them to force a fight. ThunderTalk are just left here kind of withering on the vine with no real access to this game.
One Ziggs ulted a single cannon minion. That is how much time Sengoku feel like they have.
Got rid of the cannon minion.
Exactly, which you needed to.
That's value.
That mid-outer is still there. It is so tough for ThunderTalk to find any space around the objective. They are just straight forcing at this point as Kai is going to pull in Chris. He's going to go ahead, pop the stun, but S12K misses one with a great flash out of the Ziggs. Now S12K is in trouble. Hack is going to be the target for Z's eye, but he goes golden. Still has the Guardian Angel as well as now Z is going to dive back through. He's going to get the GA there as Z is popping off. He kills one in the backside of the fight as Feibai has also dove through. There's the kill that Feibai needs as Kai now is moving in as Rush still with the GA, but Feibai is going to sacrifice himself. But Dejuo is maybe going to go down as Z wants something else. Feibai lived for so long, by the way, but Kai finally kills him.
And Dejuo's over-aggression finally gets punished as a dive comes onto the Sengoku backline, and there's no Alistar to protect them, meaning that Z can set up the team fight he wants. Here's the pressure as the fight starts. Dejuo, look at him in the very top of your screen, looping around, threatening Azure. That works. Azure doesn't gain access to this fight. The bad news is Z gets free reign. Hawk, GA blown immediately. One into stasis. Mega Inferno Bomb spent defensively doesn't stop Z. And as a result, this fight goes wrong. Dejuo, too far forward.
Great, trustful there for Feibai, going in after Z, deep into the enemy backline, knowing they can make it happen, and Kai just able to barely finish off that kill there. Darius still very much a threat, but if ThunderTalk had a little more health, a little more anything even, it would have been a more significant team fight win. Instead, they're just resetting the mid, and oh goodness, Chris punted straight back toward the tower, but Z is just diving onto one. He's picked him off amidst 4 different champions.
He delivers on the late game. I didn't think he had. Sliding into one. The middle of a team fight underneath the turret. And ThunderTalk's star mid laner finds the necessary kill to start this Elder fight.
Oh, Dejuo, what a massive Q. Finds 2 there for Hawk, but the other side of the fight's going wrong. On the Sengoku side, the Elder also up in the air, but it's not even close as Z's going to dive back in onto the Alistar, and ThunderTalk with the team fighting.
They've done it!
Team fighting disadvantage. They get the ace, they get the Elder!
The Elder back in ThunderTalk's pockets! They've got a massive advantage for the rest of this game. It might not be over, there will be respawns, but it's going to be an uphill battle from here on out, because you thought Z was scary before, now he's got true damage.
Just the way they are weaving through these fights is incredible.
Dejwo again on the frontline dive, setting up for Hawk, trying to make the combo happen, and Z denies him everything.
Z's just going in, the game's over. They got the Nexus, they got the Elder, they ignored the Baron, screw it. Just take them all down. See, he fountain dove. He fountain dove on Zed to kill one last time as ThunderTalk complete the comeback and lead the series 1-0.
I heard the thunder, and I was wondering where was the lightning. I've now beheld it as well, Pastry. That is terrifying.
Like, again, cannot overstate how tricky those fights are to play. They did not have the ease of execution in the late game 5v5.
That was an uphill battle, and they get a couple of windows, some over-aggression from Alistair, a couple of split team fights that their composition benefits from, because they have so many assassins, so many duelists. They never want to 5v5, they always want to take the 3v3, the 2v2, and they managed to generate it in the middle of the messiest 5v5s I've ever seen and correctly execute on it every single time. That is very impressive from ThunderTalk.
And this is like kind of a thing that's only Zed can do in a lot of ways. But like, if you're not getting a skirmish, just make your own skirmish. Like, you want to duel somebody? Z's like, okay, well, they're not coming to me in the 1v1, so I'll just find the 1v1 in the 1v4.
Starts ordering off menu, just describing his own dish, and it works out. He's finding repeatedly one who's just going to be so upset because he doesn't have any. Yeah, he doesn't have any defense, and it's very easy to go, oh well, that's Dejwo's fault. Dejwo needs to be on the front lines, otherwise they don't have engage for Hawk. They don't have support for Hawk, who's quite rightly the carry of the team. You need Hawk to get the benefit of Dejwo in these fights, so you end up with this weird split team fight because of how aggressive Z is getting, because of the fact that he's getting into the backlines on one. People need to stay back and defend him. People are trying to support Hawk. You got two team fights, you've ordered off menu, they've made you the dish, and you're eating it.
All right, well, Tita, we're going to have to take a break after that one, because that was a very exciting win. And for more on that, let's throw it to Gabby and the crew in Singapore.
We got you. You have your breather, Pastry time. We have you covered here on the ground floor in Singapore, as always. What a game we had so far. I mean, for a while there, it was difficult to say which way it was going to go. But before we dive into the game, we have a little bit of I don't know. I was going to say shame. But anyways, we decided to get our own predictions in from the talent crew here, since we didn't get to speak to you all at the start of the game. And a little bit of a division, wouldn't you say?
Don't get too smug yet.
Go on.
Don't get too smug. It's game one. It's game one. Sengoku Gaming were winning until they lost. I'm going to give it to them. They still have two more to pull it back.
It was a really good game from them. And to be fair, I didn't say that TT were going to win. I said they were going to make Sengoku go TT. And they did. Because that was a heartbreaker of a game.
It was. And, you know, like you just said, I said the 2-1 over in Sengoku's favor. So there's still an opportunity for anybody's predictions to be alive. But this was a really fun game to watch, regardless of which side that you're cheering for. Some differences in the draft, and really both of these teams leaning into their tendencies thus far within Horizon Cup.
Yeah, tendencies is such an important thing, and I think we've touched a little bit on tournament meta. I want to bring that up a little bit more because the picks that we've been seeing are changing day to day, but the one that stands out to me from the Chinese teams is the priority on the Z, and we have to keep in mind, it's very likely they're scrimming each other as well because they are in different groups. And both of these teams, I mean, if you look at Yo, if you look at Z, both superstar mid laners, and they are popping off on this pick.
And even with this priority towards new tournament meta picks, we still see some really old school, kind of your own essence to the picks as well. Stuff like that. Alistar is something that Sengoku Gaming have been playing in their own regional league. Stuff like this, Malphite, new composition. You know, that's stuff that ThunderTalk have been working with going into the competition.
Yeah, and when looking at that even more, because yes, picks like the alley being very specific to Sengoku's side, but when looking over to ThunderTalk and you have to wonder, okay, you're coming in with roster changes. Are you going to go with things that are considered within the meta, or are you going to find a new look for yourselves? How much does this align with your expectations and how they approach what was really thrust upon them because of the roster issues?
Yeah, I think that's a huge point to keep in mind as well, because ThunderTalk, what they're coming in and saying is, we're not going to adapt to the meta, we're not going to play to what everyone thinks is best, because we're role swapping. We've got new players. We're just gonna play what we know we're best at. And I mean, Feibai on this Dino pick, he was playing it the entire regional playoffs. He's pulling it out in the top lane. He's making it work. I love it.
Look, he is good. That is no doubt. But I have to say, one of the only reasons ThunderTalk can do what they do is because they have maybe the best laner in the world with Z. This guy was a monster. They won the game off of him getting a catch onto Juan with his Z pick. And then when he got into the Nexus, he was able to assassinate him in his fountain one more time to confirm the win.
For good measure.
For good measure.
It does not matter where you throw Z. He's still going to perform no matter what lane he is in. But we do have more of this matchup to come, of course. And for more coverage on this, let's send things back over to Digon.
Thank you very much, the Tigress. And y'all, that was by far the best game of the tournament, and that was just game number 1, Rafa.
You know, we were ready to hype up Rush and Hawk as this like Space Jam duo, which is why we got this basketball. And then Z just came, said, no, screw that. Goodbye, basketball. I'm taking this game into my own hands. I'm 1v9ing this, and I'm just like, I don't even know. And I know it's Scoundrel smirking in the background right now. I don't even have to look behind me. He told us, it's like, what can I say, man?
Scoundrel.
Look, I was sweating, mate. I was sweating. It was a good sort of 10 minutes of that game. I was like, oh, I might be looking like I got to eat my words a bit. But Z, just 2 team fights in a row, clutched it. And like on Zed as well, Zed is such a difficult champion to play when everybody in the enemy team picks up Gargoyle enchants and Stasis enchants. Like, it becomes almost impossible to navigate team fights correctly because everybody has your counter up with an item, basically. And then suddenly, 2 team fights in a row, picks off the back line time and time again. And just the split-second decision-making that guy has in these team fight situations was absolutely nutty. And he's not afraid to pull the trigger either. Sees one opportunity and goes in. If he doesn't make it work, he'll reset and try again. But Z, living up to all of the hype we gave him pre-game, he put his team on his back that game. Really, really big plays.
Yeah, he definitely did. Now it's time for our State Farm assist of the day, and it's all about Sengoku's rush on Lee Sin earlier in this one. We thought this was going to be the big play, and it took all of them to get it done here, Rafa.
You know what? For this part of the segment, we're just going to ignore what happened in the last 5 minutes of the game because these kicks were immaculate from Rush. And like G-Dog said over in Singapore, I mean, like, if you can make this work again going into games 2 and 3, then still the 2-1 dream can happen for Sengoku. And you know what? I'm just going to inhale a little bit more copium and hopefully my 2-1 prediction comes true and that Sengoku can just be like, all right, you know what? Let's just not give ZZ again. Let's not give him the tools to just be able to pull a win out of thin air. And maybe we can look at that 2-1 dream.
Well, to find out, let's send it back on over to Pastry and TJ for a hellacious game number 2.
Alrighty, let's see what happens here, shall we? I have taken a breather successfully. I definitely needed it after that game. Now we're going to get ourselves into game number 2, TJ.
I'm not ready, Pastry.
No, we're never ready. Let's be honest, not after that.
But I want to see it anyway. We get a draft where ThunderTalk during game number 1 caused the wildest mid-draft pivot I've ever seen. We resulted in 2 teams that didn't get what they wanted, and that's always the path to great games. Here in game number 2, I want to see the response from Sengoku. It's become just terrifyingly clear that you cannot let Z get any kind of assassin, any kind of duelist pick in this draft, and oh my. Pastry, I believe that's what we call a response ban.
Yes, respect is earned, and Z has earned it after that game. Zed is going to be taken off the table there by Sengoku alongside Senna. Another Z champion banned, of course. Fiora going to continue to get respect. Also, Riven's getting banned because don't give them that either. Redact and Camille, we're done. Let's have the first pick.
Z's champ pool is 2 of the 3 bans for Sengoku. We did see Z play Oriana when his Zed and his Ribbon were taken away. It didn't look as dominant as his Assassin performances, but he still looked good on it. Here's take 2 for Sengoku. Second time's the charm. This time, Hawk says, I'ma get my Zed.
Yes, no more pivoting over to the Yasuo, which I guess is a Z pick based on the texture of the last draft. We'll see what happens though. Nuno I did like a lot from Chris, actually. I feel like ThunderTalk have played that pick very well in the times we've seen it. And Azure continuing to be a quiet star here for ThunderTalk, having a really great Varus game in the first one here as well.
Yeah, his Varus mechanically was good. He just got bullied in the early game. As did Z, to be fair. I thought that game was over. I didn't think Z would ever come back into the kind of damage he had in that late game, but he just finds these angles in the side lanes. Declares, these are my minions now. Cleans up a couple waves and marches his way back into it. Love to see what that star player is pulling out in the second half of this draft. They gave a full-on counter pick last time.
And it feels like, you know, even though he may have changed roles, a lot of like his style and his swagger hasn't changed, right? Like, he is kind of doing things on Zed that he would do on Fiora if he was in the Baron lane still.
I will point out, in contrast to the ThunderTalk we saw in the WPL, Z is getting played to. That game was about Z's Zed. Whereas during the WPL, Z was just kind of in the top lane, vibrating at an incredibly high frequency. Not getting a whole lot of jungle attention, but destroying lane. Oh my.
Oh, we're doing it. They're like, hey, remember the last draft where he picked them Malphite in the wrong order? Now we're going to pick it in the right order.
Do you think this is Malphite last pick?
I hope so.
God, I hope so. Opposite side, Sengoku, want to scale. You go Olaf here because it's not affected by the CC. That gives you a front line that can kind of zone off the Yasuo. This isn't a terrible draft for Sengoku, but it certainly does sting to see ThunderTalk get so much of what they want here. I like that. Full committing to the late game here, high mobility on the Corki, able to kind of keep himself out of trouble. And if they can get to the late game, they'll be able to match the Yasuo. They've got Ziggs, they've got Corki, both of whom will do significant damage at range and be able to burn through his HP. It's going to be hard to get there though, because one good combo and this is over. Is Malphite?
I mean, even without it is! They figured it out!
It was the wrong order last time, Page 3! You gotta pick the Yasuo first, then the Malphite, because what we didn't realize is nobody's ever contesting the Malphite.
Exactly!
Pick.
They already got their support. They're not taking Malphite. It's all good. All right, well, ThunderTalk, I mean, this is interesting, right? Because kind of the way the draft unfolded in game one threw that first game into disarray, and we ended up with perhaps a last-minute pivot onto Zed as well for ThunderTalk. But this is the comp that I assume they wanted to assemble in game one, and they did manage to win that first game, albeit not without a ton of resistance from Sengoku.
Yeah, and I will say, I do think ThunderTalk have really won this draft. Sengoku don't have a bad draft, but it's not very good into this composition. Because ThunderTalk with this Azure Varus just want to keep you at range, keep you in poke distance till they get the combo, then end the game. And they have a great comp for it. And Sengoku need to close the distance to get inside of Varus range, but then they don't have a whole lot of things that can hold up against the full barrage of Moonfall, Nunu, Unstoppable Force, all setting up for the last round.
I love that you say that because I think you've made a couple notes now of like Varus ulti being such a good like disengage tool, and you can engage with it too if you want to, but I think it's better on defense on average than it is on offense. And there is this great ebb and flow in ThunderTalk's comp where they have all the go buttons, right? They got the Yasuo, Malphite, Diana, even Nunu Snowball if it can find a knock up. But then you have Chain of Corruption and Absolute Zero, and it is just mud, glue, walking through the, towards this Varus that you need to get to, otherwise he's gonna arrow you to death.
You can't see it, but Julian did like a little arrow thing. It was like a Cupid bow.
Yeah.
That's what's going on. ThunderTalk absolutely counter Sengoku's ability to distance close. They counter Sengoku's ability to sit inside Corki range, that kind of medium close range, and throw out damage. If you're sitting there, you're getting CC'd, you're getting Malphite ulted, and you're losing the team fight. If you sit at long range, you're getting poked. So it comes down to Sengoku's ability to play the map. We need to see good macro. We need to see them pick and choose their fights, manage to dodge the abilities of Z on Yasuo. It's going to be a tough road ahead for Sengoku.
Certainly is, as ThunderTalk looking to complete a day of 2-0s, I believe. Every single series before this one has been a sweep. That was definitely not my experience yesterday. And I do have full faith in Sengoku to get us to a third game, even though it is going to be a difficult path, given what ThunderTalk have presented now that they fixed the blip on their draft radar from game 1.
Does feel rather silly in retrospect, but
I was like, wait a second, just do it the other way. Oh,
I think they got a little caught up because you want Z to have last pick, right? You're trying to give him counter pick because he's your star player. You just get caught up in that.
Oh, it's top over. Totally didn't figure that out in the draft, but there we go. Makes sense with Russia's Lee Sin being picked early.
We see a couple of different regions do this. China does this. Korea does this. It's all right. I'm not the biggest fan of Top Olaf, but he's pretty good in the mid-late game team fights. And he's very good into this Diana, because Diana just doesn't have a whole lot of tools that scare him.
Yeah, Feibai actually had a pretty good game last go around. Should have headed some phases. Z is already dead. Rush with a wonderful gank there. Both jugglers showing up on time, and one looking a little better.
Yeah, Rush able to slide into the lane, and they've got two champions they like very much. You see, you get a little taste as to why there, because Rush has set up his ability to tie people down combos very well with Huck's unerring skill shots. Dejawo just loves doing that, and I love it for him. It's not particularly productive, but stops the arrows, you know.
Good for the mental, on Alistair. Feels fun to do.
What? I play Alistair, and you're absolutely right.
All right, let's see how Tafka Z. Oh, of course. Just baited in there by Huck. Oh, what a satchel.
Wow. What a satchel in the Rush. Never shy to burn that flash. Gets in close range, sits on the recast from his Sonic Wave, using the Resonating Strike very late into that in order to finish off the kill. Rush is easily one of the best junglers at this tournament, and you get a taste as to why there in the mid lane.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed, by the way, about all the good junglers is that they're really good at Lee Sin, and Rush is certainly no exception. Looking very slick there in that mid lane play. It's going to be first blood on the other foot this time here for Sengoku.
Single step forward, scaring Huck away. And one of the things that I'm very impressed by from Huck's Ziggs every time I see it is he's so good at maintaining that distance. Constantly able to just build that little bit of isolation you need to stay safe from melee rush characters like this Yasuo. He's on a ward.
Yeah, it's a good point. Chris is going to navigate the snowball around. Rush so easily able to dash away.
It's like, god damn, I'm on a ward.
What do I do? Oh, I dash out. Everything's fine. Nice champion, Chris. You have to walk to me. I had to teleport around.
I would be in huge trouble if I didn't have 3 dashes.
Yeah. Pretty good there, as things are a little slowish. I guess we've been spoiled for early games, I feel like, today in general.
I like it.
But I do feel like, you know, for all the good of the early game that Sengoku have gotten out, at least in the the very early minutes of this one, we do recognize that ThunderTalk have things kind of locked up in the 5v5.
Yeah, and Sengoku always want to play to this 2v2 and mid. Rush will just either farm or gank the 2v2, and he tends not to do much now. You're seeing the former here as Rush kind of sits in the jungle, farms up, tries to stay big as Lee Sin. You need to stay ahead of the enemy jungle farm in order to do mid and like gain damage as Lee Sin. And Rush is really good at that. You pointed out during game number 1, he like randomly had the most gold in the game. Got that again here.
What a catch out of S12K. Rush in trouble, ignited, but not going to be felled as S12K is going pretty deep to try and get the damage done. Set up there with Chris, but not enough for the kill.
Yeah, and it opens up Drake, which is arguably more important than the kill here. It is only a Cloud Drake, so probably the least impactful of the Drakes, but it does mean that ThunderTalk get that little bit of advantage. The Elder win condition gets a little bit more deadly. Sengoku, if they want to counterpunch, should focus in on this Rift Herald on the top, exploit the reset timer of ThunderTalk. That's exactly what they're doing. ThunderTalk taking a second to get back out on the map, showing Chris down bottom. And so Rift Herald go 1-for-1 in objective training.
Oh goodness, they do a re-engage there, but not much there. Doesn't quite catch them both, despite belting on in.
It's a fast point.
It is. I've seen a lot of Yeet belt supports today, which I'm definitely all here for. Even ones I didn't expect as much, like Thresh.
Yeah. I think if you're viewing these characters not for their ability to tank, which again, very few characters in the game have, Keeper package, get in range to auto-attack Azure.
I like it. That's a show of strength.
That's an incredible, that's the grind set right there. Incredible aggression from one. But yeah, if you're viewing these tank supports not necessarily as tanks, but as sources of CC in their primary value, then it makes a lot of sense to do things like Proto Belt. That's why you see things like Galio, Thresh go boots first, because it's kind of hard to tank in Wild Rift. And when you can't tank, you gotta land that CC.
I was gonna say it's kind of hard to tank, except for Malphite, but S12K is, he's a support, he's going rower. Not really a tank either.
I mean, he's a rock.
He is a rock. We did see a rather large rock in the last game. Caused some problems for the Sengoku DPS.
If you go Gargoyles, that's basically the first tank out of the game. Oh dear, Chris.
Such a good bait here out of Sengoku.
Wow.
And Rush with the easy kickback. It's Chris Absolute Zero. And it's Absolute Zero health. There's one. Hawk's gonna grab it.
Got him. Nice pastry.
Had to get one in there.
One was in trouble down at the bottom side, but he's able to Valkyrie away. And the combination means that Sengoku trade positively here on ThunderTalk. Aren't even going to get a whole lot out of the bot lane pressure that they tried to afford during that time. So really good setup in mid. Again, Rush finding those isolated picks through their three-man core, Dejuo, Rush, and Hawk. And it's a good sign for Sengoku in the mid game. Unlike game 1, though, don't feel so great about their 5v5s.
Yeah, it's kind of the thing we'll keep coming back to here, but even with these kills, this is a very nice one to watch, so we will see it again. I mean, Chris is like rolling it down here in mid, trying to set it up for Azure, and Dejuo knows all too well that Nudu wanted a piece of that.
Chris, just dead, just checkmated. There's very little you can do once you take the bait there. And ThunderTalk don't lose a whole lot for that. Oh, this is good.
2v1 here for Z. Windwall gonna block a lot of the incoming Corki missiles.
No, thank you. And with that denial, I was just gonna say, ThunderTalk don't lose a whole lot for losing their jungler. Chris is basically a tank here. He's not looking to deal huge damage. Real focus Sengoku need to deliver on is getting gold onto Hawk and Rush, and shutting down as best they can Azure and Z.
Decent damage here on the mid lane outer, thanks to that Rift Herald, but not getting a tower fully out of the deal is, hurts a little, but they'll probably get it later. It's an investment for the future. Oh, great flash out of Z, my goodness, as Dejuo was rushing in there with a Proto Belt.
So the other thing, to kind of flip side it, the thing ThunderTalk need to do is find a 5v5, find a fight. And they just haven't been able to do that so far, as Sengoku have done a very good job of playing them across the map and refusing to teamfight them. ThunderTalk need to sync up a little bit more in terms of vision, I think. They're seeing very scattered warding, unable to really get any sense of where Sengoku are on the map before they emerge from the bush angry. And that needs to change.
Well, if there is a time to force a 5v5, what do you feel about Infernal Drake? Yeah, it seems like a good battle site, but unfortunately Malphite took a recall. This reset might cost them a very precious objective.
The take isn't fast enough for Sengoku, so I do agree ThunderTalk had a really awkward time on the reset. But Sengoku don't burn it down, so we gotta fight for this.
That is Puck locked up, flashing out of there, but gets ignited out of the deal.
Wow!
Back in, but Kai, they took it out. Immediately looked for the jungler from the Olaf, and that's the top laner just taking him out.
Yeah, Kai rolls up into the mid lane, and combined with the burst of damage from him and Hawk, they absolutely shred the effort. And now a player up has 12k down. ThunderTalk are zoned back.
Daylight dancing back around.
Drake being taken.
Trying to force the fight. They're going to grab the Drake, though, but can they get anything more? The teamfight is maybe what they want. There's Z with the ulti in mid, but he can't get a kill just yet. Looking for him.
Wow!
Gets nothing. Kai is going to live through it. Dejuo not so lucky, but hey, that's a trade they'll take.
Kai flashing ahead of the piercing arrow. Here's the cleanup attempt, just short from Feibai. Only one player dies. That's Dejuo in exchange for an Infernal Drake, and Sengoku take that trade.
Also going to get more here. One, and the bottom side is going to get one. That Q rolling on down as maybe some extra kills to be had as Rush is low but not dead. The first tower, though, does go to the Corki. One takes that out. Rift Herald, though, picked up here by Chris. And now they're going to trade for top. In fact, they don't need to use the Herald just yet. Going to get this tower first.
Good cold swing for ThunderTalk, and that brings things back under their control. Again, their team fights are terrifying if they can force them, and we got a little taste of that there as the bursts of damage coming up from Z at this point are almost unstoppable. That's why Sengoku, rather than take the 5v5, try and force a split, sending 3 players to kind of bait underneath the turret, the rest of their team busy in side lanes on that dragon. That's the Sengoku playbook for the rest of this game. Try and avoid the team fight at all cost. Find those skirmishy picks around your core, Hawk, Rush, and whoever's with them.
And you highlighted in draft that Sengoku would need to be, very good on their macro this game, and certainly are showing that here through the first 10 minutes.
Goodbye, turret.
Now looking for the tower. Deji though, looking for the angle. Oh, great bit of stasis there for Azua. A little early, but good enough to protect you from the engage. And even though Hawk does a lot of damage with the 2-item ulti, it's not enough to one-shot the Varus, thankfully.
Sengoku feel confident going for that because Z is sighted down in the bot lane. He's on one of his side lane farming expeditions, as he frequently is. And Sengoku say, cool, we're not scared of anyone on this team if the Yasuo isn't here. Press in the mid lane, use their range, and just burn down the turret. The Rift Herald, as a result, ends up getting spent to equalize as opposed to earn an advantage.
This 12K is just so aggressive. Deji gonna make him pay. The punish is there on the table. Over we go with the Malphite ulti, but Hawk maybe can look for something, or isn't gonna find it though.
Yeah, you see why he's so aggressive. It's just impossible to shut down a Malphite. He didn't even have to burn Flash in that whole exchange. He ate so much damage.
There's a lot of this in this bottom lane, I've noticed from
He's
ThunderTalk.
recalling. In the open.
Okay, one, he figured it out. Doesn't get caught shopping. Not slain by Boris.
Z. Wow, they're just desperate. They just really want Z to be able to find a target, and Sengoku are shadowboxing him. Every time Z tries to go in for a fight, tries to find a side lane skirmish, he's denied.
And still, with how much back and forth there is, this gold is so close. I love how Sengoku are playing it here, but this could get dicey. S12K zooming on in, no ulti though. It's a 4v3 right now, but it's not going to be that for much longer.
Yeah. Look at this from Sengoku. The second they realize, this fight's taking a little bit of a while. ThunderTalk are willing and eager to fight this. They try and back away. They're trying to disengage. We'll see if they can get away with it. Z kind of trying to play the joke. Oh my. Hawk. Ready to go. Already got a ward in that bush, throwing some bombs over the wall. Making sure that ThunderTalk aren't able to spring their trap.
Yeah, love how Sengoku are approaching this game, trying to avoid them and pick intelligent fights, but we're still, a while away from breaking this game really open. We've split those first few Drakes. We haven't had a big team fight to burst into a massive gold lead, and this game is going to go late. So even though ThunderTalk have that 5v5, they need to find that 5v5, as you've said.
Yeah, they have the 5v5 win in their pocket, but it's no good having a coupon if you can't get to the store.
Before it expires. That's a tragedy. Didn't get your favorite sandwich.
You get a sandwich coupon?
Oh, absolutely. It's the best.
Wild. You do have kind of that coupon expiring here as one completes his second item, heading towards the third. He has huge damage here. See if they can use it.
Drake looks like it's in the hand of ThunderTalk, but Sengoku on the fight instead. Ziggs ulti is going to find S12K. Looks to try and find the combo, but the package goes in.
Look at
Azua once again is trying to make it happen. Goes Golden trying to defend himself, but he can't do it. The wraparound is there, but Z is going to try and find it. Doesn't get the tornado. That's not what he wanted. Can't find the kills. And the team fight win is there. Kind of for Sengoku. 3 for 2, not bad.
Beautiful team fight for Sengoku. ThunderTalk lose the fight. Yes, they get the dragon. Normally, that would be a win, but Z dying there is devastating.
Watch it once again on the X replay as they thread the needle here for Sengoku.
The full frontline focus takes out S12K. And watch Z here. He waits for Wong to spend Valkyrie second time. Goes, this is an easy kill. Flashes in. And they try and combo with the Moonfall. Unfortunately, Dejwo has other ideas, perfectly interrupting Z. Stopping him from capitalizing on the Moonfall. And then keeping him CC chained whilst Hawk shuts him down.
Well, as a note, we did see briefly in the picture-in-picture that the quiet overachiever for ThunderTalk continues to be Faye. I forgot about Faye, TJ, but he does take down the Ziggs.
Yeah. He's just hanging out, the longest-serving member of this roster, the only original member of this roster. He's stuck with the team through 2 different massive roster shuffles. The second one often caused by visa issues here, and you see why. A solid, consistent player, the kind of player you need to back up somebody like Z. Keeps ThunderTalk in this, shutting down Hawk, who is scaling very scarily towards that inevitable Zig spike in the late game.
It does feel like if the game goes late, we are looking at Zig's Corky, if they can get positions to shoot the members of ThunderTalk before everyone gets comboed into oblivion.
This is overextension.
S12K looking for Deja with here alongside Chris. We got Z a little late to the party.
Ooh.
Great kick to disengage out of Sengoku.
Back the way you came from. Good denial from Rush. I was pretty sure Deja was dead, but Rush isn't afraid to step back up into a dangerous situation in order to stop ThunderTalk from getting a man advantage. ThunderTalk are being held at bay by the threat of the skirmish, by the threat of the flank at this point. And they, knowing that a player has recalled, feel confident to take a little more vision control, which is very good for them. The more control of this map they have, the more likely they are to force a favorable team fight, which is, of course, all they need to end this game. ThunderTalk are just one good team fight away from the game being over at this point.
You know, to go back to Feibai briefly, it's not just that he's been consistent, he's consistently found his way to the highest earning member of this game here. Has the gold lead for himself as Chris is zooming down onto Deja. But again, it is the long game here. It is the Baron. It is the big fight that ThunderTalk are trying to find, trying to coax Sengoku into.
And Sengoku can't turn it down this time. They have to stop this Baron take. Which means that for the first time this game, they must fight. They have to take the 5v5. They have to stop Z from gaining access to Hawk, or Deja for that matter. Keep Hawk and Juan safe in the backlines of this fight. As long as those two players are alive, this is winnable for Sengoku.
Well, Juan with great package timing all game long here does have it up for this Baron, but maybe ThunderTalk will be patient, wait it out. It is a while, but you can prevent it from happening as Z and Chris are going to start the Baron.
That's a quick take. Z's going to melt this Baron at this point.
Rush gets well. Bit. Oh, this is the zoning. Rush now. He's going to maybe be the target Feibai wants it. Z goes back, dancing back through. S12K, ulti at the ready. The choke points are there. It's looking a little dicey. Chris also a little bit low on health. So Zig's ulti's massive. In goes the other. Now the engage needs to be found here for Sengoku. The front line is going to go down. S12K now just disengaging for the rest of the fight as Z does get the tornado, but he can't follow up.
And it's just a bombardment from range. Late game, Zig's Corky over the wall. At long distance, ThunderTalk just get melted. And they don't get the chance to team fight yet again, despite being around the Baron.
Still close, the Elder Ocean up. That is a bad time for S12K to be dead. And Z is trying to take the game into his own hands. He finds the solo kill, rides all the way down the minion wave, and just elegantly slices two members of Sengoku.
They need to make a play here. Hawk, Rush, Deja, no, the game's on the line.
They're going to have to go for it, like you said. The Ziggs ulti chunks Azure up massively. Deja finds a re-engage it. Z once again going to try and save the day. Onto Rush he goes, but he gets himself kicked, and that's the kill. But now Feibai, the longest standing member, going to try and keep them here around this Baron. There's the revive. The GA is down. Deja in trouble. Hawk has got no health to play with. Feibai going to chase down the Alistar. Rush dips his way out, but straight into the waiting arms of Feibai's Diana.
Jungler down now for Sengoku. That could be the Elder. And ThunderTalk make a beeline towards it. For the second time in 2 games, it's Z in the late game who brings his team to an advantage.
Always finds a way to pick off a carry when you need him most.
Half HP, the only hope here is a steal from Hawk. Will it be perfectly timed?
Can Team Smite Nunu?
No.
I think not.
And that is a very good sign for ThunderTalk. I will refrain from calling the game here, but I think it is very safe to say that Z put some nails in the coffin with those 2 picks, just running down the mid lane, really putting the team on the line.
It never ends. In fact, maybe it's Sengoku that's found it. There is a stasis there. Feibai gets out. They need to save the rest of the squad. The rest of K flashing out to safety. Chris will spot the stone plate and run away. And he's just going absolutely nuts. 1v4. He's trying to make it happen. The snowball back in. That's not what he's looking for. Used everything. Gets Chris killed as well. Dead out the front of the pit.
Z gives and Z takes. He walks forward as his team's already dead, as his team has no cooldowns. And that's going to be a massive mistake for ThunderTalk as Sengoku find a kill onto the only scary opponent, Z, onto the only opponent with a smite, Chris. And they're going to take the Baron as a result. And this gives them a chance, an opportunity to stay in this game, to win this game. It is a very short window pastry. It is this Baron and no longer.
Azure had the read, felt it in his soul with the Q, and it just wasn't the timing he was looking for. And he was blind, completely blind, trying to steal it, but that doesn't happen. No miracle bailout there from the Varus Q. It is Sengoku with this Baron, with the last window into this game here. They need to knock down some towers. They need to try and open up the supers. They need a big opening here in this game. It has been neck and neck for so long, for 20 minutes, and it needs to not be there any longer.
And most importantly, they need to win a fight. They need to get kills in order to do any of that. Because full respawns are up. ThunderTalk are here to defend their turrets, and Sengoku must kill them in order to advance.
Got the damage. If they can protect Hawk and One, they can make it happen. There's 2 out of S12K. Z just diving into the back line. No, not yet. It's an absolute barrage as One is trying to package his way out to safety, but Azua gets the kill. He stayed alive, but One, he's also still there, and Z gets crushed again, and One is making it sing right now on the Corki as the carries live and Sengoku keep charging towards the Nexus.
This could be game. 40 seconds on Z and Azure. There's not a whole lot of damage left for ThunderTalk. It's all down to Feibai as the TPs come in, as Rush looks for a flank.
And this is it. Hawk is putting it all in here with the teleport back through. Gonna try and at least knock down these towers, but the game could be there. Ziggs does so much damage to structures.
20 seconds on Z and Azure. The 2 key respawns. As here comes 2. Baron Wave.
That's not enough time. I don't think they can do it. ThunderTalk are going to have to play a third game. And Olaf, he just pops Ragnarok and slaps down the Nexus. We are going to have a third game, TJ.
We've got game 3 as Sengoku from Japan take down ThunderTalk in an upset, yes. But an upset that brings us to a very dicey game 3.
Only 50% of an upset, TJ. You have to win 2 in a best of 3. I love the celebration, love the energy out of Sengoku after that game. It has been 2 back-to-back 20-minute bangers between these 2 teams, and I'm very glad to report we're going to get a third one.
Hawk arm and arm with Juan as they walk off stage there, carrying each other, carrying the team to that victory. What a performance from the 2 damage dealers over on Sengoku as they spent the entire game getting kills without taking fights. That was a demonstration of map play mastery that no other team has matched.
Beautiful games in both of this series so far, and I think I'm starting to notice the trend. Whatever we identify as the thing that they can't do, the other team figures out a way to do it. We thought the Zed was dead in game number 1 and Z figured it out, and we thought they couldn't win a 5v5 and Sengoku figured that out too.
That was into Elder. That's the first win I think I've ever seen in competitive where a team gets Elder and then loses. And it wasn't even like the coin flip, oh, you got Elder and then lost the team fight. They fought into the Elder buff twice and won both times.
Had to fight for the Baron there as well, had to fight for it all, and had to fight for the game 3, which we do have. But for more on that win, let's check in now with the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Woo!
Thank you very much, TJ and Pastry. What a game here, and we knew that this was going to be a good series. We knew that ThunderTalk Gaming was one of the talks of the town. We didn't know exactly what to expect from our dark horse pick, Sengoku Gaming, and they have shown up huge here, Scoundrel.
Oh, man, look, credit where credit is due. Rush is a beast. That man on Lee Sin is getting my Lee Sin MVP tournament award right now. Some of his setups and ganks, some of the kicks he's pulled out has been absolutely ludicrous. He knew exactly where to put pressure down early on. He put Z really far behind from the get-go. And speaking of the man himself, Z, I think TJ summed it up quite well. He giveth and he takes away. There was some really intense moments from Z there, but also some moments where I think he believed he was much stronger than he actually was. But I've got to give credit to Sengoku Gaming. They played a front-to-back style incredibly well. They peeled excellently. I think they managed these engages from TT super well as well. I don't really know what else to say. I think Sengoku are much stronger than we give them credit for. I think they definitely have leveled up a little bit like we had talked about earlier with KT Rolster B. And I think this is another Dark Horse who truly are living up to that name of Dark Horse right now.
This is all I'm going to say, Scoundrel. If I had a broom, I would toss it away right now because no more sweeps, baby. It's not going to be a full-out 2-0 shutout for the rest of the day. We're going to a game 3, and I really wish I had my basketball as well because now we can actually do the Space Jam segment because Rush, alley, oh, perfect timing. Boom, baby. Rush is just in the court, always around, and he's just ready for the alley-oop, and he passes on over. Damn. We'll have to get that on the B-roll for the homies in the audience. But man, if they don't take away at least the Ziggs and or the Lee Sin away from Hawk and Rush, then I think ThunderTalk are playing with fire going into Game 3.
Absolutely. And I mean, you look at this last team fight there, the Corky as well, coming down, putting the package. It was just a back and forth fight. And like TJ was saying earlier, it wasn't always just these long, bloody engages where everyone was dying. It was long engages where you could see it was tit for tat all the way through. And when it was time to disengage, they were able to get out.
Yeah, and I do want to give one last, kind of unsung hero award to Juan, because a couple of those packages in the late game, splitting off and creating a huge no-pass boundary zone, allowed a lot of those fights to go towards Sengoku's way, even though they were dealing with an Elder Ocean buffed up ThunderTalk Gaming, because those moments were super critical. They identified that Z was a problem, eliminated him out, and then they were able to make that last game push.
Scoundrel?
I want to give a unsung hero award on the flip side to Fabai. I think he absolutely stepped up when Z maybe wasn't having the best game of his life right here. And you've got to remember that before they made it to this tournament, when Fabai was mid, he kind of was a player that they played around. You've got two incredibly strong solo laners. I think we talk so much about Z, we sometimes forget just how good of a player Fabai actually is. I think this is going to be a really intense Game 3. I would love to see Ziggs get taken away. I think that was such an important pick for Sengoku. But maybe Lee Sin, maybe you actually need to deny Lee from Rush, because he has played that like crazy. Like, honestly, best Lee Sin performances of the tournament so far for me.
Yeah, and you get to see some of the shots there, the Sengoku Gaming guys. That was so much fun. We can see how much it means to them with their reactions after that game. Look at everybody. Everyone's slapping hands. Everyone realizing how much it took to get to this point. And probably the history that TJ was saying, fighting into an Elder buffed team just rarely happens, Rob.
I mean, they looked like they were about to lose that game, and that Z got the pick onto Juan. It seemed like it was just going to be a 2-0 sweep. I would be ecstatic too if it was at that breaking point, and then you're just like, no, we got it back, guys. It's okay.
Yeah, and this is their first game. This is their debut going up against what we now consider one of the strongest teams in the tournament. Even though ThunderTalk had to change their roster, they had to bounce around.
Yeah.
It was crazy to see them be able to fight back from a losing position and win multiple team fights. The fortitude it took, the draft, all of it coming together. And now ThunderTalk have some questions that they need to answer. Z wasn't able to pull it off by himself this time, although he had multiple crazy Yasuo solo plays. It wasn't enough, and now they need to find some answers. So I need to get some answers from you guys. Scoundrel, you first. It's our best of three. Who's taking home the win in this series?
I still feel confident that you can adapt here for ThunderTalk. I'm sticking to my original prediction. If you get rid of maybe the Lee Sin, get rid of the Ziggs, I think ThunderTalk are in a much stronger spot. Not sure I want to keep seeing the Malphite support, though, if I'm completely honest with you. But I think ThunderTalk, they should take this.
All right. Rafa?
I'm now inspired. I believe in Sengoku. They're going all the way. They're taking this Game 3. The momentum is on their side. Dark Horse activated.
Momentum, almost like you dribbling. We had that one over there during the highlights. Yeah, here it is, right here, pulling it up right now.
Rush.
Rafa, going crazy.
Perfect timing. Boom, baby. Rush is just in the court, all
Robbie,
around, and he's
got the moves. A little side
He's got
shuffle.
the moves, man. Look at him.
We'll have to get I almost got fancy with it, but then I didn't want to break anything in the studio, so I couldn't do the little, I don't know what this maneuver is right here, but
getting some handles there. Well, to get a handle on game number 3, let's send it on over to the casters for our exciting conclusion between Sengoku Gaming and ThunderTalk Gaming.
Let's go!
Exciting is an understatement, Tegon. This, I think, is the best series of Horizon Cup so far. It's not even over yet, TJ.
We got a Game 3 between Sengoku and ThunderTalk. As Sengoku, out of Japan, the dark horses we call them, because nobody saw this coming, managed to step up and surprise ThunderTalk, one of the teams we were considering a dominant favorite here at Horizon out of China. And my God, what a performance it was in game number 2. They drafted a composition that could not teamfight under any circumstances for the first 15 minutes of the game. And then they did that, Pastry. They avoided the fights. They found picks around the side. They demonstrated a mastery of the game's tempo and pace that allowed them to keep ThunderTalk at arm's length, reacting to Sengoku's map control.
Yeah, macro masterclass for sure for Sengoku there in game number 2. And for the flashiness of Z, I will say a small piece of criticism. Whether by coincidence or design, he did overplay some of those spots. And I don't know if he had to or he felt like he had to.
Yeah. I think we definitely do see the limits of ThunderTalk in that game, to be frank, because Z needs to find those great dive kills down mid in order to give them control of the game. And because of that, he overplays the fight. He feels like he needs to keep finding that aggression and maybe throws the game away with a step too far forward outside the Baron's pen.
And right, you know, Z's playing well, Feibai is playing consistently. They have all the pieces, they just need to put it together a little bit more. For Sengoku, their experience they're leaning on right now. They're putting it together even in very challenging games.
We do have a side swap here. Sengoku take to the right-hand side, the red side. They'll have the second 2 picks during this draft. It was ThunderTalk's pick, I believe, because they did lose that last game, so they will get first pick. A pick they spend on Renekton for Feibai.
Interesting. Haven't seen Feibai on this yet, I don't think.
I do think Renekton is quite good. He's a really solid, kind of safe tank in the top lane, which will allow them to have a armored front line. Here's my question, though. This feels a little out of the ordinary for what they've done previously. We've seen a whole lot of the more traditional wombo combo AP setups for Z. So what I'm seeing here is they want to play a double AD carry composition. You go something like Renekton, Nunu, Braum, you build this really tanky front line, and you put 2 AD carries behind it. Here's the thing.
Yep, can't play Nunu anymore.
Sengoku saw it. They saw exactly what I saw, and they take away the tank. They take away the engage of Rakan as well. It's going to be Nunu in the jungle in the hands of Rush. And everything looks good so far.
And I guess, you know, Feibai is getting so much draft priority, they picked him to TMBT, because Diana is going to join the fray. I'm imagining that's Chris's champion. That could be Z's, I suppose.
Z's, probably.
Okay.
Fun fact, while this pick continues, it is, of course, well into the evening in Singapore, where these teams are playing. You can see the horizon there. That's more reminiscent of what's going on outside our studio here in LA, where as the sun has risen, or well into the morning, as these games go very late. And wow, this is very good.
Ari.
The quintessential duelist for Sengoku. And it comes out largely in response to what's coming out on the opposite side. This Ari is going to be very capable into Diana and the Varus, because whilst both of those characters are defensive, they're very good at stopping characters from running towards them. Chain of Corruption, you have Moonfall, very good at stopping full team engages. Ari doesn't care about that. She can weave around the side, land a charm, and pull people out of formation. It's a similar effect to Twisted Fate, but much better in the 1v1.
Yeah, as far as like kind of headline chance of Wild Rift, and also you want to see skill expression from the mid lane, Ari is the poster child for that kind of play.
I cannot believe that we're drafting more mid laners over on ThunderTalk.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Z has apparently got pockets deeper than you could ever imagine.
And this is going to be a pretty direct response. God, this has to be Jungle Diana.
Yep.
This is going to be a pretty direct response to the Ari. I will say, Twisted Fate matches Ari in map play in mid-late game. Twisted Fate has a really rough time in lane into Ari. So this could go very bad. It feels frankly a little disrespectful if you end up putting the Twisted Fate into Hawk's Ari, because there's a very good chance Hawk just steps up and delivers.
Especially alongside Rush's Nunu this time around is going to be, of course, the forever 2v2 there on the Sengoku side. Also, I think that one thing to note is, you know, Twisted Fate, kind of like his Orianna in that way, this game is not about Z. He will impact the game very heavily, but Azure or Feibai have to get going, maybe even Chris, but like, Twisted Fate you pick to enable your teammates, not to be the superstar.
Well, there is a window around the mid game, right? And you're broadly right. There, I will say, and I'm saying this only because it is Z. There is a window around the, like, 8-minute mark, where you finish the second item, it's Lich Bane, because there's no way Z build to utility build.
Yep.
So you go Rod of Ages, you go Lich Bane, and in that window, if you start popping off, if you start finding kills, you can get ahead of the gold curve and stay there. And at that point, Twisted Fate does pretty scary single target damage. He's one of the best burst kind of assassin characters in the game. You then complete Rapid Fire Cannon, and you could do it from range. So ThunderTalk could win from this Twisted Fate in the mid lane, but you're broadly right. They need to win off of the combos. This is a team play composition. You want to land gold cards, line it up with Chain of Corruption, the Death Sentence, use the Moonfall on top of that, Renekton stun. It's a CC chain composition out of ThunderTalk, the likes of which we see very often in Vietnam. And it's going to rely on their ability to team play, something they were losing in during last game to Sengoku.
Yeah, I was going to say, ThunderTalk have shown us their star power. Shown us, the ability to cobble it together when they have some unexpected changes coming into Horizon Cup, but definitely haven't shown the team play yet. So if they want to continue staying undefeated here, want to take their second series in similarly dramatic fashion, I might add, against a very fearsome opponent in Sengoku, who have certainly come to play on their first outing on this stage in Singapore, then they're going to have to do it together.
Game number 3. Sengoku, former world champions, come to play here in Wild Rift.
Oh, gold card not found. Blue card instead. Play there for S12K, but level 1 does not find a cheeky kill.
I wonder if Hawk leveled early, because you're supposed to sit on your skill until you know which one you're going to use. And if he had Charm there, that might have gotten spicy. So I wonder if he leveled up early.
Perhaps we'll never know.
Happens to the best of us.
We'll have to see. Is he getting aggressive? Deji would have loved this punish. Was not the charm. Here's Q instead.
Dejuo, a quiet star of this series, consistently finding engage on his Alistar. The Rakan doesn't have the pseudo-tank functionalities of Wild Rift's Alistar, but does have longer ranged engage. And it will, of course, help boost this Xayah in lane.
I'm curious to see how Rush handles the other side of the jungle matchup too. Nunu, not something we've seen from him, but we've seen it definitely on Chris's side. He can be extremely active, which again is something that you're going to want to do. And yeah, this is the snowball I was expecting, as he's going to have to push him out of the lane here.
Rush shows up, demonstrates to Z how advanced his snow crafting skills are. And that's just going to keep Z pinned behind the turret. It's already going to happen. This lane matchup is basically just defined by can Hawk find a charm. And if Hawk lands a sneaky charm, then it's very possible Z dies. Otherwise, Z's just going to be trying to clear this wave as fast as possible until he hits around level 5, at which point he's going to be trying to get out of lane. Because where he does beat Fari is in his map impact. Twisted Fate's ability to arrive in the side lanes is terrifying in the hands of somebody as mechanically skilled as Z.
Feibai also of note did get this Renekton, so they're going for the kill here in topside. Gold card locked. Kai doesn't deflect. They insta-stun him though. Great setup there from ThunderTalk, and that is the first blood for Z.
Does need the TP to do exactly what I just laid out. The arrival of Z in the side lane heralds a gold lead for ThunderTalk, and that's the game plan.
And I was going to say, like, Feibai got a lot of prio in this draft, and he's delivering there, but Deju once again continuing to look good here. Finds the engage on Rakan, but they're letting them have it. Azura is just going straight into the Xayah.
Didn't win the trade, but did scare Juan away. Juan very good across this series as well, and he may very well become a decisive plan in this late game.
Revisit on the top side situation. And that's just nice and easy. Very well set up there by Feibai with the lane state. And then a nice collapse there from ThunderTalk to make sure that kill goes the right way.
The Xayah character is kind of similar to Varus in that you really want to play defense. You want to sit back and let people walk over your feathers so that your blade cooler can provide value. And it's kind of hard to play Xayah as a chase character.
Ooh, wow, Chain of Corruption going for it, but here's Rush. Bad timing for the potential play, but perhaps it is Twisted Fate that can turn it around. But doesn't find it. Instead, tries to interrupt Hawk, basically. The charm lands. Hawk maybe can follow it up. Does have Flash Ignite, has it all ready to go. But not yet.
Hold up the gold card like a FIFA ref. Instantly, you just gotta walk away.
Don't want to get a second one.
No.
Get sent off straight back
Absolutely
to the fountain.
not. Sengoku, as a result, are carted off. They walk away. Hawk doesn't find the play he wants. He does force a reset out of Z. I was going to talk a little bit more about Xayah. Of course, I highlight the limitations there. But the flip side of that is, unlike Azur's Varus, Juan is going to do a terrifying amount of late-game teamfight damage. Xayah hurts once she hits 2-3 items. And if they can set up defensively around the Dragon, and we've seen Sengoku's mastery of the macro this series, they will probably win late-game teamfights kind of by default.
I guess okay, taking a little bit of poke, but nothing too alarming there as Chris and Rush are battling for the Scuttle Crab, like an Iron Chef episode. But the rest of Sengoku come into play. That's not allowed in Kitchen Stadium. And the Scuttle Crab is going to go over to Rush, who wins the battle.
Have you ever seen the Japanese version of
Of course.
That's perfect reference. I love it. Sengoku bringing exactly the same energy. And this Rift Herald, which has been the primary objective for most of this tournament, is going to go over to Sengoku. The benefit, of course, being that they can redistribute that gold as they like. And I think they're going to want to put that onto Juan this game.
You're already starting the trade here, you can see. Trying to poke it out here. I like this, actually. Fei going in, he got the kill. Can they get it as well? They do, they steal it! Azua's able to find it. That's going to be a win on both sides of the Rift. ThunderTalk just going off around the Herald.
Hawk's found one on the opposite side and he's still going.
Oh, that charm block there. I don't know if it was intentional, but it does save Chris's life as Z's able to grab the kill after the Drake.
And ThunderTalk winning 3 points across the Rift. Here's the first. Up here on the top side of the map, Tejuo holding defensive, but they don't notice how close and how scary Feibai is getting. He just eats them alive, a crocodile in the river. And there's nothing that can be done about it. Their AD carry demolished on the opposite side. Hawk tries to get fancy and gets denied. Very good stall out from Chris, and Z arrives in time to punish Hawk's aggression.
Very well done there for ThunderTalk. Incredible series of plays as their camp will celebrate there. Watching onwards, probably pretty tense, given that we're in Game 3. 6 minutes through, 6 kills already, and that gold lead is disgusting from ThunderTalk.
And watch where it is in specific. It's over on Z, which means that it is impossible to win 1v1 duels at this state. This is the most terrifying Twisted Fate possible. And Sengoku need to last till the late game. This is a stalling game for them now. Don't let ThunderTalk run away with this. Make the game last as long as possible. Hope that Hawk and Juan can carry your late game team fights when you get there, because you're sure not winning into Z, into the forehead of Azur.
Feibai as well, the other big recipient of that goal, but will hold that thought. Lantern out there for the Twist of Fate. It's going to make this siege very straightforward, but here's the counterplay. Azur going to be the target. Engage instantly there as the flash is not enough. Very well done by Deju again.
Hawk too close though.
Gets hooked. No follow-up. It's just not enough champions in the area. Still the 2v4.
Watch this roam to top side. They badly want to grab Feibai and Chris.
Twisted Fate ulti up as well, remember. Chris dancing around, goes back in towards Rush, dodges out the snowball. Very nicely done. And there's Twisted Fate. Can they turn it back around? Rush knows he's in trouble, but it's mid lane that they're going for. They're actually going for the dive there as S12K gets the flay. He's tanking so many tower shots. Is he taking too many? He's going to live the Lantern there to save the day as well.
And chaos on the map as Sengoku fold once again onto Feibai. Gold card, dealt.
Z again going through out of mana now though, as they're just going for it. Azua just yeeting on in, whips out the Chain of Corruption and still no kills.
Finally though, Rift Herald will be summoned here in the mid lane, and this turret will just collapse. No Rift Herald needed, which means that ThunderTalk have earned a significant gold advantage out of this series of plays. They managed to walk away from this around a 5,000, 6,000 gold lead at this point, which is going to keep growing because it's very difficult now for Sengoku to access the map. It's going to be doubly hard for them to push wave, it's going to be doubly hard for them to access their own jungle, and triply hard to find this next objective, the second Rift Herald of the game.
Well, this is the moment you highlighted, TJ. There is the 2-item Twisted Fate, well ahead of schedule here at 8 minutes.
Yeah, 8 minutes, he's got bonus gold, he's got the second item in that Lich Bane. The next item you're looking to complete normally is the Rapid Fire Cannon, which doesn't add to your AP damage, So the spike, the benefit comes from the fact that he's got so much AP on raw stats right now that he'll be able to use the rapid fire cannon with his full damage.
Good hook there again. That's the lock up onto Deju. Such an easy kill indeed as Chris collects it.
And look at Z, blowing up one.
Oh,
that's
Chris,
two.
Beautiful moonfall. Z looking for the gold card. S12K gonna make it sing. Follow-up is not there because Huck's able to dash away, but that's 2 kills ThunderTalk are looking for.
And this is the dream for ThunderTalk. They've managed to snowball their advantage into a free turret as the Rift Herald spawns, as the next Drake spawns, and they have the complete control of this map.
They're doing it again, going for the double up. It's Chris outside the Herald taking that grab. They're just getting kill after kill. Hawk, no, it's Deju again. They just face checks the enemy. You cannot do that at this stage.
2 mistakes in a row from Deju, the most experienced player at this tournament.
He's still going. Finds Hawk there with a gold card there, but Sengoku trying to fight his way back. Once again, there is Z dancing with the cards. Now Chris going into the backside. That's a beautiful bit of play on Diana. And now the front line is going to be melted. Z is lining up cards left, right, and center. The Q from Azure is going to find it. Fei-Bai rocket belts in. Z, Destiny's over to make sure that happens. 4 kills now on their side.
And Sengoku, oh no, Deju, 3 in a row, he gets hooked.
He almost died 3 times in 30 seconds as ThunderTalk are going to drill down this mid tower.
This should be game. This is an insurmountable lead for ThunderTalk. As they don't quite manage to finish off the turret. 85
1
HP!
auto. And didn't get the Drake either. So we're going to have to reset before that happens, but yes, they certainly will.
An insurmountable lead as we get into the actual replay. You can see an attempt by Juan to turn the fight. He throws out a massive blade cooler, they slow things down, and Rush thinks he can frontline with all his shielding. He's right, but Chris just jumps over his head. And that little game of leapfrog exposes the backline. It's now dead, Hawk has no access to the fight, and Z isn't going to give it to him.
And I was going to point it out, but I don't think it's going to matter right now. It is a stasis enchant for Z. So he's not looking for the proto belt safety for the extra range on the gold cards. He's looking to just Destiny in the middle and start the party.
I mean, you're scared of Hawk.
Also true.
Now, you don't want to be charmed, and that buys you the space to do exactly what you were talking about. Get real frisky.
All right, well,
do you think they get this turret?
Gold lead is disgusting. The middle one, yeah, I reckon. There's the Rift Herald in bottom lane.
Do you think until ThunderTalk get that mid turret?
45 seconds.
All right, and we're holding you to it.
All right,
I feel it's a bit ambitious. I'm not going to lie to you, Pastry.
Someone's going to go hit it. Come on, Fei-Bai. Do me proud. All right, trouble in paradise once again. Bottom side knock up there for Deju, who finds 2. Chris gonna try and find the turnaround, but no one's dead just yet. It's Chris isolated there on the other side. Asaya does get the kill. Rush does a very good job of tanking up the front here, but Fei-Bai has gone absolutely off tap in the back of the team fight. He's gonna get them all. The stun is long enough for the 4th kill, and there is the final kill delivered by S12K on a silver platter with the lantern, as Z is gonna find the final one for S12K.
And Z, recognizing he doesn't need to bother with Rush, teleporting back into the top side of the fight to guarantee the win.
What did I say? Hey, look at that, 11:46.
That's outside your time limit, and you know it.
All right, well, let's watch this one again.
Full crash in, Z holding the front lines. This starts well for Sengoku. They get the CC chain they wanted up front. But then, as Rush zones, the backline gets threatened. Chris dives in first, shredding the HP of the carries, and Fei-Bai seals the deal, cleaning up Hawk, leaving just Deju and Kai to try and kill him. They might have managed it, but Z teleports in and makes sure there's no way back out.
I love me some Z. I think Azure's been playing great. S12K definitely stepping up as well, but we are going to have to start discussing Fei-Bai at some point, because he is not just the role player on this team, as the battles are happening again. Rush is going to get himself crushed in the front side of the fight as Z grabs it, and Chris is just diving in aggressively. A little too much so as Hawk finds 1, but there's 2 there as Olaf will fall. And now S12K, the hook of a lifetime, double flay, Nexus open. See you later, Sengoku. It's all ThunderTalk here in the series, as they will take it 2-1.
Oh, it gets expensive, it gets dangerous, but ThunderTalk proved why we consider the Chinese teams the best in this tournament. They managed to deliver on a dicey Game 3, getting an early lead and snowballing it, no pun intended, into a dominant victory.
Now, that was a long series, and I think that 3rd game finally got us under the 20-minute mark. And I'm confident I demolished about 4 water bottles in that game alone, if you want to know just how intense the day has been.
He knocked them all over like bowling pins.
Yep, little water bottle graveyard under the desk. Don't look. Don't show production. Hide my shame under the desk.
A little bit of relaxation coming out from ThunderTalk as they leave that desk there. It's a deep sighs of relief, I'm sure. They dominated that game 3, and they did so off of the same thing that made them look so dominant yesterday versus Team Secret, this incredible ability to turn up the tempo and to force teams to react to their aggression. They got denied it during game 2. There weren't the tools to do that game 3, and with the global presence of Z, ThunderTalk are able to just keep forcing fights, keep playing aggressive, and that's what's made them so terrifying so far.
Definitely a team that is really exciting to watch. And I like that we're starting to step beyond.
I will be honest with you though, their selfie game blows.
They find the player with the longest arms. Yeah, you're up. Do your best. I mean, it's a long series.
Last time one of their players wasn't, you could just see the top of his hair. Wasn't even in frame.
You know what? Much like this roster, which was brought together under unexpected circumstances, will power up throughout Horizon Cup. So too, TJ, will their selfie game.
Wonderful stuff. And you can find those on the Twitter account. I do highly suggest it.
Oh yeah, it's been great fun if you want to catch the end game selfies that all the teams have been taking. But like I said, it is starting to become more than the one-man band that Z is. And I love him. He's an amazing player. He does deserve that praise. But ThunderTalk are stitching it together as a unit, which is really exciting for me.
And we spent all of yesterday talking about Azure. That bled over a little bit. He had solid performances today. But yeah, seeing Feibai step up and become the second carry for the team, be able to deliver first on that Diana as really the team combo threat. And then in game 2, they just need somebody who does damage. They need someone who takes bites out of the other team. And that's where the Renekton shows up, a really terrifying performance that gives Z the runway necessary to deliver on that Twisted Fate.
Alrighty, well, it's been a fun one all day, but for more on that one, we are going to check in for one last time today with the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, Pastry. And more than just Z, it was Feibai that helped TT get the GG. That was pretty crazy. And we want to start over in the draft first here, Scoundrel. You know, game 1 and game 2, they kind of traded compositions, but it was basically the same style. Here in draft 3, both teams wanted to go to something else.
Yeah, and what I really like from ThunderTalk is that we're seeing Z on something that's more facilitating. The Twisted Fate is about map pressure, about map presence. You never usually play for yourself as a TF. You're looking to facilitate one of your other lanes. It just so happened that this time it was Feibai. And I love that TJ brought it up. I talked about Feibai being the unsung hero previously. This time he was the hero. Absolute monster on this Renekton. And I think this draft overall, it was designed to snowball. It was designed to put that Renekton in the forefront of the team fight, and then you just play a little bit behind him. You follow up with the Diana. And I think they just really, really took over from that first Rift Herald fight. Once you're that far ahead at that stage in the game, your comp can do anything that you like. But when you're very pick orientated and you're very single target focused, it makes face checking those objectives even harder. So once, unfortunately, Sengoku got behind, they couldn't actually walk up to objectives to contest because they were facing VAR assaults, thresh hooks, TF gold cards, Renekton stuns. And if you didn't have the vision control, it was too risky to make those moves. And time again, ThunderTalk punished. And obviously looking over at Sengoku, I was talking about with Rafa of this off air. They had Lee Sin available, and we were talking about how good Rush has been on Lee Sin, and he opted in for the Nunu, which I kind of get. It was supposed to be more of a front line for this team, but I feel like if you're playing that well on Lee Sin, why not just stick to your cards, Rafa?
Yeah, I'm in the same boat with you, and because not only that, my analysts credit stonks are going down the drain after my prediction. Now I'm pretty much 0-4 in all my predictions today, which kind of blows, but it's okay. My only reasoning is that Sengoku were kind of in this spot where they were fearing, oh man, we're constantly going to late game. This Lee Sin pick, even though we're getting tons of picks in the early game, we're not really finding a lot of value where we can snowball and end before the 15-minute mark. Why don't we go for objective control this game? And with the Xayah there, if you're always first to the punch to the objectives, then they have to play into you, which really sets up for Xayah to go for multi-man blade callers, right? But that didn't really happen this game because Z had a monstrous TF game on and just facilitating the rest of the map. And I think the most important thing about that as a whole kind of holistic narrative for ThunderTalk is that we went into this tournament thinking, oh man, ThunderTalk, are they going to be the strong roster that we saw before the roster changes? Are the three going to be able to adapt to this new team? And Z says, you know what? Yes, I popped off on the Zed, I popped off on the Yasuo, but I can also facilitate the rest of this team and make them look like stars too.
Yeah, and the pop-off, you could see what it meant to the rest of the squad here, Scoundrel.
Yeah, I think, Faber as well, stepping up that heavily for his team, it bodes well for ThunderTalk's chances in this tournament. You're no longer this one-man army of Z needing to be a mechanical god in teamfights to carry you through like he had on that Zed game. This time you've showed you've got way more in your arsenal and you can have a big breadth of tactics. I wanted to make one final point in the draft. Just talking about the Lee Sin pick, I think Lee Sin was relatively unplayable into the overall draft for ThunderTalk, though, because you're going into a Renekton, you're going into a Varus, a TF, lots of single target lockdown, and what Lee Sin does hate is lots of point and click or point and tap single target lockdown. Sure. So I think that was probably one of the issues that we had with Rush choosing not to go for Lee Sin here.
Yeah, well, let's see it one more time with the B-roll here of that game number 3, just because of how close the first 2 games were and then how quickly it got out of control here, Rafa.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure ThunderTalk were just pissed after game 2. They were pretty close to just ending the game at 2-0, and then like, all right, guys, you know what? Enough fooling around. We're ending this game right here, right now, and they just got off to the gates running. Not even before 2 minutes before we had a level 4 gank from Z and the rest of the Goon Squad towards the top side of the map. And a lot of these fights that happen throughout the early game is all about Sengoku trying to get to objectives and critical points on the map first, but Sengoku are always being able to split up multiple members of the fights thanks to the single target CC, thanks to Gold Card and Call of the Meek as well, the Ruthless Predator Stun landing on top of it as well. And because of that, Fabai and Chris pick up multiple kills, their gold lead is accelerated, and now they become just dominating threats themselves throughout the game that it's no longer just about Z that you have to worry about. You have to worry about 3 other carries.
Right, you took our snowball champ, we're just going to snowball on you is basically the way that talk went with ThunderTalk. That was just a dominant performance. And again, just how you're able to facilitate in the mid lane with Z. I do like the fact that we gave props to Fabal. I do like the fact that we're giving some props to S12K. But Z, one more time, not just on an assassin, not just on a damage dealer, but now on the TF, the facilitator, and it's how much he was able to facilitate here, Scoundrel, that I think is just epic.
Yeah, and I think he set his team up for success. You talked about that level 4 roam top. They clearly wanted to invest resources into the Renekton. They knew that Fabai, as a strong mid-game carry, if you can give him the resources necessary, he will just eat these team fights alive. And that Rift Herald fight that we saw earlier was an absolute prime example of how that happened. And I think that's what I really love about what we've seen from ThunderTalk today. I think the narrative about ThunderTalk coming into this has just been all about Z. This is it right here. Watch Fabai. This is a result of a level advantage that he'd been given, but also he'd managed to finish Blade of the Ruined King for this fight right here. He melts Rush, and Blade of the Ruined King is such a huge one-item spike for Renektons and their dueling potential. In the meantime, Hack attempts to stop that objective on the other side of the map. He doesn't get away with it either, because as you can see, really great positioning from both Chris and Z there to be able to come on top. I've got to say, though, the entire roster for ThunderTalk in that last game looked like they were firing on all cylinders, and I'm really glad, Degon, that you mentioned S12K. From going Malphite support, where I just press 2 buttons and hope that I have an impact, to one of the most insanely mechanically intense supports to play in the game. And he looked right at home on Thresh as well, going from literally I press my ult to I have to press all my buttons really well. I was really impressed with S12K that game as well.
Yeah, we had multiple players to highlight here, but we got stats from Fabai, who had to play multiple different styles on that Baron side. And you can see it there in game number 3. 3, 3, and 9, but just in the faces of the team, and finally on something where he can really make an impact here.
Yeah, don't be fooled by the 339 KDA. I know that looks not as impressive as we're making it out to be, but the damage speaks for itself that game, because man, if you just look at that last play where he single-handedly 1v4'd the whole crew of ThunderTalk or Sengoku Gaming, I mean, that's all you got to know.
Yeah, and I know that we've spent a lot of time here talking about ThunderTalk, but I want to take a quick second to talk about Sengoku Gaming. Remember, guys, This is their debut.
Yeah.
We had a general idea what they're going to look like, but we definitely did not think they were going to be pushing ThunderTalk to the limits in Game 1 and Game 2. So, Scoundrel, what was your big takeaway here for Sengoku?
I think Rush is an absolute monster, especially when he gets his hands on Lee Sin. He's a very intelligent jungler. I really love how early he opts into gank paths, especially towards that key target Z. He was very, very active in the mid lane, which is what put Z behind in both Game 1 and Game 2, all thanks to Rush. I think the synergy with Hack has come true. Like, I think both of them have that 2v2 synergy. You see that they play around it quite a lot as well. But I think the whole roster for Sengoku looked fantastic. Yes. I think this is a team that absolutely has stepped up beyond expectations. And I'm even maybe, pegging them to get out of groups here. I think they're looking like a very, very strong contender in this tournament so far.
Yeah, I think one has to be the carry that we have to look at for Sengoku Gaming. I know it's going to be super easy for Hawk to receive a lot of the star treatment and just the focus here, but Juan was secretly consistently putting out a lot of damage, even in Game 3, where he's trying to do work on the Xayah. It's just he wasn't really given that many tools to be successful in that last game.
Yeah, well, one of the reasons why he had trouble in that last game is because the support S12K was shutting him down. He's now standing by with Gabby.
Another victory for ThunderTalk Gaming, and after that we do get to hear from the support player S12K. Obviously, it's been a very crazy journey for you to get here, coming into the roster last minute. Can you just tell me a bit about that journey and coming here for Horizon Cup?
就是对于你们来讲，首先还是恭喜你们拿下了今天的比赛，然后也是再一次拿下了你们在破晓杯的第2次胜利了嘛。然后你们这一次来到这里的整个旅程，其实是有一点就是疯狂的，因为可能你们今天打了2场比赛都稍微有一些艰难。那你觉得对于你来讲的话，现在是什么样的一个心情？就是给我们大概描述一下你们从破晓杯到目前为止的一个状态。
我们现在的话就是首先赢了比赛嘛，还是比较开心的。然后可能最近还是在磨合嘛，对吧？对，继续努力嘛。
Yeah, actually got some roster change, so we need take more time to adjust to our new draft. But now I'm pretty happy and excited to getting this win on today.
Yeah, what has it been like adjusting with that draft? Because we saw picks like the Malphite come out, but then a bit more standard meta picks in that last game.
是，那你觉得就是其实你今天是选择了墨菲特这个英雄，其实这并不是一个主流的选择，为什么选择这个英雄？
可能太自信了吧，对。
那你觉得你今天的墨菲特怎么样？
今天墨菲特玩得不好，因为没有想到对面拿奥拉夫这个点。
Okay. Actually, I think I'm just maybe overconfident about myself, so I just picked the Morphit, and I didn't play well because I don't think about others gonna pick like the Olaf to counter my choice. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a surprise to all of us for sure. And the series itself went back and forth, really close in gold for the first 2 games. What is it like when it comes to everybody being on the same page in those moments?
那其实对于你来讲的话，刚刚其实差一点，你们是有可能会2-0，就是要拿下比赛的时候，刚刚突然间输掉了一局。那其实对于你来讲的话，当时心情有什么样的影响吗？
心情的话，有一点失落吧。但是想一下，我们一直都是优势的，感觉让他们1分也无所谓的。
Okay.
下一局打得更好就行了。
Actually, I got a little bit like depressed after we lost the game 2. I think we are still confident about we can turn things around in the game 3.
I think coming into this, many were expecting you all to be a dark horse because of those roster changes. But I want to know from you, do you think that you're a dark horse, or do you think that you are strong enough to come and take the title with confidence?
其实大家对你们现在的阵容有一些争议，觉得说你们会不会因为有2名选手的更换的话，对你们阵容会有很大的影响，还是说你觉得你们现在非常自信，足以就是撑起之后的比赛呢？
看后面的调整吧。
再说一点。
对，就是可能还有一些大招没用吧，这个只是打小组赛，后面还有大招留着呢。
Okay. We don't think the draft change affect us a lot because we got some secret like the somehow like secret what is skills or some new drafts to adjust to our the roster. So we can maybe take it out at the after knockout stage or to the semifinal.
With that in mind, 2 victories under your belt, is there any team in particular that you want to defeat more than anybody else?
有没有一支你们就是比较想要交手去打败的队伍呢？就是最想交手打败的队伍呢
DKG 吧，对。
Actually, we thought it's to be DKG from the same region.
A bit of inter-region rivalry there. What fun to be had. Thank you so much for joining me for the interview.
谢谢你接受他的采访。
谢谢。
Okay, thank you.
Back to the rest of the show.
等一下，倒计时。
All right, thank you very much there, Gabby with S12K. Secret strats, accidental malfight, you know, he's just kind of doing whatever, but, you know, it gets them the win, and we get to see them take their selfie along with everyone else. So here's a look at the 4 winners practicing their selfie game. So the best selfie team goes to who, Rafa?
You know, I'm really liking Team Secret a lot because they had everyone kind of lined up in a nice domino formation. I know that's kind of weird, but that was the first thing that came to my mind. They're all slanted in the right way, and so everyone is getting an equal amount of headshot, and of course Hamez just leading the whole group around in a nice formation.
Scoundrel, who you got?
I'm kind of liking Rolster Bees. They got like a sort of a conga line going on. You know, you can't see everybody, but it's, you know, it looks good. I'm going for Rolster B.
They got the flex going on in the background. I can see that.
Yeah, nice little flex there by our winners. We return tomorrow with more Wild Rift action, and the day kicks off with EBRO opposite Sengoku Gaming. Then Team Queso tests their mettle against Team Secret with TSM versus Roster Y and Tribe versus DKG to wrap up the day. Y'all, it has been a fantastic day of Wild Rift Horizon Cup action. I'm so excited for tomorrow. On behalf of myself, the cast, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you tomorrow for more Horizon Cup.